going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
The debate is set to begin just minutes from now. It'll be the first time Harris and Trump meet each other, and it will be in front of the entire country. Tonight also could have a huge impact on the campaign, less than 2 months out from Election Day, with a tight race nationally and in the critical battleground states.
So let's go
Alrighty.
the spin room. Tom Yamas is there. We're just about 6 minutes away now from the start
The
of
spin
this debate,
room.
which we will carry in its entirety. Tom,
Yada, 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 yada.
of energy.
Oh, you do? And guys, I will tell you something I've noticed that is different about this debate.
What are we doing?
Usually the spin room gets wild and crazy post-debate. What I'm seeing for the first time is pre-debate spin.
Pre-debate spin. Whoa.
Flank all the reporters, flank all the sets from all the different news organizations and try to get their message out. There was a ton of commotion about 10 minutes ago, and that's because RFK Jr. came into the spin room. Of course, he was the third-party candidate who has since endorsed former President Trump. He was followed by, I'd say dozens
Why
of
was he there?
As he walked through the spin room. We're hearing kind of the same things. Both campaigns are disciplined. They are on message. The Harris surrogates are saying the same thing. Former President Trump is the most experienced presidential debater. This will be a 7th debate. And also, they want to go over reproductive rights. That
Trump is
a vote that
a
will
debater?
limit abortion
Oh, I've heard
access.
everything
and on the
now.
Trump side, of course, they're hammering the issue that Vice President Harris is untested. She's only done one big major interview. She's doing no town halls. And also, they want to hammer home that they want to put the spotlight, and they hope the candidate does, on the issues of immigration, the economy, and the 2 wars overseas. What I'll be looking for, guys, tonight, who can...
How is everybody doing? What are we thinking?
Change candidate coming out of this debate. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Our Washington correspondent, Yamiche
What are we thinking, y'all?
has been covering the Harris campaign and joins us now. Yamiche, your thoughts tonight as we're just minutes away.
Yamiche, sure.
One of the biggest challenges for Vice President Harris, as I've been talking to a lot of sources that are familiar with her debate preparations, are how she's going to differentiate herself from President Biden.
This should be very interesting.
Try to make her own every single mistake.
Yeah, I know the screen's not showing. I know.
And there's been a lot of tension among the Harris team about whether or not she should throw.
There's nothing to see. You want to see that? Is that what you wanted to see?
And say I disagreed with some of the policies, maybe even the withdrawal from Afghanistan. The way that
That's what you've been waiting for, to see that?
Say I serve at the pleasure of the president, and I agreed with everything that he did. But she has to, in some ways, really carve out what a Harris administration is going to look like. And it's not going to just be a third term of the Biden administration, or the second term of the Biden administration, rather. And the other thing that she's really going to have to do is not get pulled into personal attacks by former President Trump.
Personal attacks.
At some point, maybe lose.
Well, that's definitely going to happen.
Him a bit to try to lash out at her, but she really wants to remain calm because her biggest thing that she wants to do is really introduce herself
the screen back
to undecided voters and voters who might not be familiar with her background.
Nah, this is what y'all wanted to see. It's all you. You got it.
Really
Please read previous comment.
What's the previous comment? She defines herself, so that's also a big challenge that I'll be watching for, how she does that. Back to you.
All right, Yamiche, thank you so much.
I don't see your previous comment, Frederick.
Joins us now. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign
Unfortunately.
about the preparations tonight?
Would you? No, you're out of your mind.
Well, look, Savannah, you've heard the former president say time and again that
it's going to go as good as FBA calling it on Disagreement Day.
Is his prep, but we are told by
Buenas noches, Tío Lucas. Buenos.
Down at Mar-a-Lago, he's been doing extensive policy sessions.
Buenos dias.
For him to do 2 things tonight, 2 things that his campaign
Buenos
wants him to
dias.
do. Number 1, tie Vice President Harris to President Biden, make her own what's going on with the economy, what's going on with immigration, and number 2, remind voters some of the positions she took back in 2020 when she was running for president that was left of center. Try to paint her as simply too liberal for those moderate swing voters in places like the suburbs of Philadelphia. Of course, that is the plan. That is what the campaign wants, but it's all going to be about the execution in the moment, especially if Harris tries to bait the former president into an
Buenas noches.
All right, Dasha, thank
it's
you.
It's only I guess
it's
noches.
How the vice president has cast herself.
Buenas tardes. Well, I guess it's not afternoon.
Going against Donald Trump.
Buenas noches, because noches is feminine.
Format, do you think of coming off in a prosecutorial way?
Absolutely.
Noches.
When I've spoken to allies who are close to her, they say her biggest challenge tonight is getting
Buenos
noches,
puchitos.
to tell the story of how a Harris administration administration would differ from a
I don't know
Biden
about that one.
administration. That
It's not being over. Oh, well then,
change.
buenos noches.
How would she
Buenas noches, amigos. Buenas
she acknowledged to
noches.
some extent that the economy is not where she wants it to be.
You got
and
this, bro.
Really lay out in more detail what she wants to see. Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, but
She's
also
got
has
to walk that
answer
fine
for some
line.
changes in her own
Bro, this is
positions. Of course,
hilarious.
she ran for president in 2020. She came across and positioned herself as a much more progressive type
It's
of candidate. Now
hilarious.
she's really moving to the middle here in a general election.
Crowded primary, right? Back in 2019, 2020, she has moved away from that on issues like, for example, mandated gun buybacks for automatic rifles, something that she no longer supports. Fracking, for example, something that she has changed her position on as well. You look at Medicare for All, a position that she's backed away from. Watch for the former president to try to go after
she
some of
backed
these
away
issues,
from Medicare
and I'll
for
tell
All?
you, to bring it back to the voters.
Really?
That panel with
I didn't
Kim
know
Snow was
that.
Super interesting. The economy came up again and again. And even though this summer, for the first time, inflation dipped below 3% for the first time since March of 2021, people don't feel great about it right now. So how does Vice President Harris address that moving forward?
And let me briefly go there and talk about his physical performance. It's been noted by many that the former president has tended to be more rambling, disjointed in many of his answers at a time that we were focusing on Joe Biden. Is that something that folks will be watching carefully?
He's now, of course, the older candidate now.
Okay, we will be back with you at the top of the hour now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast here in New York and in Philadelphia, the room where it's about to happen. Just seconds away now from tonight's first and perhaps last presidential debate.
First and
between
last
Vice President
presidential
Kamala
debate is
Harris
crazy.
and former President Donald
We all
Trump.
understand that
As
that's
we noted, this will be the
crazy.
first time these
First and
candidates
last
have met in
presidential
person, and
debate.
it's happening on a debate
Absolutely
stage.
wild,
Also
bro.
the first debate since President Biden left the race over the summer and Harris became the Democratic
Cuckoo for
nominee.
Cocoa
A lot
Puffs,
has
bro.
happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has, and we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia.
And like June's debate, there will be no audience tonight. The candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking. Each candidate will get 2 minutes for answers. There will be closing statements, but no opening statements. So we expect them to probably
Closing
mix it up,
statements,
rather
no
early
opening
in this as they
statements.
stake out
All
their
right.
positions, and we get a sense of where all
That's
this is going.
interesting.
And the mics are muted when the other is talking. So let's take you to Philadelphia now. And the
Mics
first
are muted while the
presidential
other is
debate of
talking.
2024.
Holy moly!
David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's
What do we think's gonna happen?
presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight.
What are we thinking?
Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage.
Kamala or
Unprecedented race for
Trump?
President.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2
Political
months away.
bingo.
For
Both
Vice
will look
President
equally
Kamala
bad
Harris,
after
this
this
is her
debate.
first debate since
Both
President
will look
Biden
equally
withdrew from the
bad
race
after
on
this
July
debate.
21st. Of
I don't
course,
think
that was
Kamala
followed his
can
debate against President Donald Trump
allow.
in June.
I don't think she
Since
can
then,
look
his
bad
race
after
has
this
taken
debate,
on
bro.
an entirely new dynamic.
She can't afford
That
it.
brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks.
She can't afford
no
it, bruh.
topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for
It's a
follow-ups,
big-ass clock.
clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution
No
Center.
audience.
This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates
Damn.
who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss.
No
and chose
audience?
to deliver the final closing statement of the evening.
Boo.
Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the
No
candidates
audience,
to the
that's
stage.
lame.
Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Damn! No audience? I don't know how I feel about that. Look at this.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
See you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Kamala
Thank
Harris.
you both. It's wonderful to have
Oh
you.
my god, so fucking stupid already.
We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful.
I think he knows your name is.
I want to begin today with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy.
Already
and the
hate
cost
her.
of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were
Try to
elected
make
4
yourself
years ago,
likable,
and your
Kamala.
opponent on the stage here tonight
Just
often
try
asks
it.
his
See it.
supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better
Kamala
off
Harris?
than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
Okay.
I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which
Let's
is the
get ready
largest
to rumble.
child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so
That's
that
awesome.
those young
That's
families
great.
can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My
Awesome.
passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We
I
called
totally
her our
forgot the
second
question.
mother. She was a small business owner.
Who
I
remembers
love
the
our
question?
small
I don't even
businesses.
remember the question.
My plan is to give a $50,000
I generally
tax
don't even remember the
deduction
question.
to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be
Okay.
a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families
It was about the
in
economy 4 years ago being better?
$4,000 more
Gotcha. Okay,
a
bet.
year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country.
Is that true, Kamla?
They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but
is that true, Kamla? Is that what you
on the
did?
economy here.
You got to respond.
I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight
you're not going to do
is a
name calling.
detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former
Girl, we're not
president
here to hear about
implementing
his stuff. We're here to hear about yours.
again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump.
Okay, we don't care about Project 2025.
As you know, and as she knows better than
We want to hear about your plan.
Project 2025. That's out there.
She's going to
I
screw
haven't read
herself.
it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
That is true.
We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic.
But most people are watching this
Nobody's ever seen
to see
anything
Kamla,
like it. We made
not Trump.
ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
Damn.
You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look,
It's just a
I went to the
soundbite.
School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country.
Great plan.
Just
Best
to
plan.
finish off, she doesn't
Macy
have a
plan.
plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like
Uh-oh.
4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try to
What?
lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan.
Run,
She
spot,
doesn't have
run.
a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down
Run,
on this.
spot,
because
run.
Your plan is what she calls is essentially
What?
a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here,
Run,
on
spot,
foreign imports
run.
across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20%
4
on goods coming
sentences,
into this
run,
country.
spot, run.
As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has
Wasn't a
argued
good
that
look,
it'll mean
Trump.
higher prices on
Wasn't a good
gas,
look.
food, clothing, medication.
That's not
arguing
even 4
it costs the
words.
typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans
Oh,
can
boy.
afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Bro,
I had
he's
no
doing it
inflation,
again.
virtually no inflation.
He's doing
They
it
had
again.
The highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out.
Wait,
when
what?
A policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires.
She's trying to make him sound China first instead of America first?
Focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing. Focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point. When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, will let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago,
you got to give him
4
some
years
policy.
ago, is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when
She
you
needs to
look at
establish
what she's
herself.
done to our country,
This
and when
isn't
you
Bad
look at
Girls
these
Club. She just looks
millions and
childish.
millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly.
She
whereas
needs to
I
give
believe
him-
21 million people, not the 15.
She
that
needs to go
people
back
say.
on the
And I
policy
think it's a
that
lot
he
higher than
he
the
keeps on
21.
saying that she doesn't
That's
have.
bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals.
gonna give her a
and
MAGA
that's
hat.
bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade.
We got
Last year,
Zionists
you
in the
said
chat?
that
Oh,
you were
boy.
proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last
That
month,
MAGA
you said
hat
that your
comment was wild.
administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia.
Who do you think is winning? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of tied, to be honest with you.
But the governor before,
Because he messed up with that run spot run, but then he recovered, I would say, with the...
what to do with the baby. In other
It's going to
words,
send her a MAGA
execute the
cap.
baby. And that's why I did that.
And she
because
just
that
started laughing because it was funny.
because they're radical.
It
The
was funny.
Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her
She
vice
needs to hammer
presidential
down
pick
how
says
she is different
abortion
from
in the 9th month is
Biden.
absolutely fine.
Because
He
he's going
also
to keep on
says
pressuring that until she
execution
does.
after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. exceptions, very important, but we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the
What are
United
you
States
going to do
Supreme
different?
Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
Damn, it's 50-50, bro.
And one does not have
This is going to be a tight race, bro.
Faith.
This is going to be a tight race.
Beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
That's brutal.
I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you,
I agree.
Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again.
I agree.
It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting.
Tim B is kicking
It
in.
may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came?
You already said he would.
Because again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out. We'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out and got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about
He
this
is
whole idea.
drilling her
And
on
how
this
unfair
freaking
that would have been
Biden, bro.
part of the reason they
She's
lost
got to
to
detach from Biden.
Millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student
She's
loan.
got to
They didn't
detach
get it
from
for
Biden,
free.
bro.
But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind
What?
if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look.
Yo, what?
Because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student
He's
loans.
not answering. Oh my God, he's blowing it.
They taunted.
He's not answering and then said that J.D. Vance lied on his name.
They can never get this
Oh
approved.
my
So
God.
it doesn't matter
Wow.
what she says about going to Congress.
Wow.
Let's go to
You
Congress,
just
do
fucked
it.
up, Trump.
But the fact is that for
You
years
fucked
they
up.
wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government.
What that means
We
is
did
yes, you
something
would.
that everybody
Wow.
else had done. And now you have a vote
Wow.
on abortion.
Threw his VP under the bus. Jesus, Lord in heaven.
Any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
Goodness
I
gracious.
absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying
Trump,
a
bro.
pregnancy to
God,
term
dog.
and-
You like J.D.
and
Vance don't know what he's
asking
talking about.
for an abortion. That is not happening.
He's-
It's insulting.
How
to
are
the
you
women of
already
America.
throwing your VP
And
under the
understand
bus?
What has been
Oh,
happening
my
under
God.
Donald Trump's abortion bans? Couples who pray and
Already
and
turned his
dream of
VP,
having a
threw his
family
VP under the bus. That's
are being
crazy.
denied IVF
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state.
Think there will ever
to
be
get
a
on
person as
plane,
hilarious
sitting
as
next
Trump
to
running? No.
strangers, to go and get the health care she
No.
needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through.
I can't believe he.
is
I can't believe he answered like that. That's
and the people
fucking
of
crazy,
America
man.
Have not,
I just
the
can't believe he
majority of
answered like that.
Americans Believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
That's
and
cuckoo
that
for
is
Cocoa
why
Puffs.
In every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie.
Another
I
lie.
am a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that?
Would you?
Why don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
Because
veto?
under
Oh man, she. Oh my God, Kamla. You can't say no to 9th month.
Probably after birth.
Jesus,
Just look
Mary
at
in
the
heaven.
Former governor of Virginia.
Lord.
The governor of Virginia said.
Oh my God.
That we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
This is fucking crazy.
Immigration and
Yeah,
border
they're both
security.
bad.
You know it's an issue that's important.
You can't say no to 9th month abortion?
In this country.
How do you deflect on such an easy question?
Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central
I don't
America.
even know what to say,
We
man.
know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June,
I don't even know what to say.
President
You
Biden
could have
imposed
just
tough new asylum
adopted his
restrictions. We know
principle
the numbers since then have dropped
to save the life of the mother or whatever.
But my question to you
Oh
tonight
my
is,
God.
why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would
I
you have
view it
done
50-50
anything
right
differently
now.
from President Biden on this?
I view it
So I'm the
50-50.
only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
Goodness
And let
gracious.
me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president
We are
is
beyond
someone who would
cooked.
prefer to
We are
run
being
on a problem instead of fixing a
slowly
problem. And
sauteed.
I'll tell you something. He's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
What?
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer.
What?
And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out
Who
of
told
exhaustion
you?
and boredom.
What?
And I will tell you the one thing you will not hear.
You are wasting your airtime to tell people
talk
to.
about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who
This is
actually
not
puts
it.
you
This is
first.
dumb.
And I pledge to you that I
This
will.
is dumb.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
This is
Trump,
dumb.
On that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though,
What?
why did you try to kill
What?
that bill?
What?
Successfully so. That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on
What?
the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go.
Why would
The
you
people
bring?
that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Oh, my
and
Lord.
then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation.
Stupid.
It happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions
She's
of
trying
people
to
come
hit
into
his
our country,
ego,
and look
I
at
guess, to
what's happening to
destabilize
the
him,
towns
but
all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want
This
to talk.
ain't
It's
it.
not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating
What?
the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Wasn't that
And
proven
it's
to
a
be not
shame.
true?
As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I
I'm
say.
sorry, that's
they
funny.
want to bring our country back. They want to make
Wasn't that
America
proven
great again.
to
It's a
not
very
be
simple
true?
Phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
can you delay the chat?
I just want to
Why?
clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there
They're
have been no
eating
credible
the
reports of
cats.
specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals.
Yeah, exactly.
within the immigrant
Where is this
community.
coming
People
from?
on television.
Let me just say here, this is
The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
dog
Vice
was
President Harris, I'll let
eaten.
you respond to the rest of what you've
Holy snap! This is.
Talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have
This
the
is
endorsement
a roller coaster,
of
bro.
200 Republicans who have formerly worked
This is a
with
roller
President
coaster.
Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain.
This is a roller coaster.
Including the endorsement
They're
of
eating
former
the
Vice
dogs.
President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former
Holy
president is, if
moly.
he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution.
Yo, I
of
saw
the
that
United
ad. That
States.
ad was
His
fire,
former
bro.
national security
The ad
advisor
was
has said
fire. I'll
he's
give her that.
dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute. to
Space
respond.
sponsored by PetSmart.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job, I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody.
What?
Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president
what we're forgetting is, Trump, you hired those people.
You call this the
You're the one that said you hired the best people.
History of our country. You say you would use the national.
Why aren't she attacking him on that? I would light this mofo up.
You also said you would use local police.
Like,
how would you?
You hired them though, bro.
11 million undocumented immigrants. I know you.
I'm glad you fired them, but you hired them.
Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities?
And then told us that you hired the best people.
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
He blamed them for his assassination.
Ban fracking.
Wow.
Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done. Protecting seniors from abuse have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Oh!
She went out in Minnesota.
Over. All right. Kudos. That's crazy. That's crazy. He used her own line on her. Oh my God.
She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations
we gotta
on
regroup.
illegal aliens that are in prison.
We gotta regroup.
This is a
Kamla, come here. We gotta regroup.
Liberal that would do
Oh
this.
my
She wants
God.
to confiscate your guns.
Does that sound
and she will
familiar?
never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election,
Oh,
fracking in Pennsylvania will end day
shit.
one.
I'm
Just to
talking
finish
now.
one thing so important in my opinion. So I got
Nah,
the oil
bro,
business
that's-
going
that's
like
hella
nobody has ever done
disrespectful.
before.
That's
when they took
hella
over,
disrespectful.
They got rid of it, started getting rid
That's
of it, and the
crazy.
prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go
And then
to
shut
where
her
they
up.
were.
She couldn't even say
I would have been
anything.
5 times,
She gotta come with the
4
heat, bro.
times, 5 times
She gotta come
higher,
with the heat.
because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got
She gotta
it
come
up
with the heat, bro.
to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and
That was
doubling. You saw what
crazy.
happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back
talking
to
now.
destroying our country, and
Double,
oil
double, double.
will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant?
That was
By the way,
crazy
I'm a big fan of
disrespectful.
solar. But they take
By the way, big fan of solar.
400,
I'm
500
sorry,
acres
he
of
took
desert
her
soil.
fucking
These are
line.
not good things for
That's
the
like her
environment.
saying, "Make America great again."
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
Damn.
And I want to talk about the peaceful
Damn,
transfer
what?
of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off
They're
the Oval
eating
Office.
the pets.
You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home.
Here we
Is
go,
there
January
anything you
6th.
regret about what you did on that day?
You just
No.
said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her.
What?
It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of
Now you
people
done lost
that
me.
have been treated
Oh
so
my
badly.
God, bro.
I ask, what about all the people that are
This is
pouring
really
into our country
50-50.
and killing people?
This
that
is
she
really
allowed to pour
50-50.
in? She was the border czar, remember that.
This is really
She was the
50-50.
border czar. She doesn't
This
want to
man
be
was
called the
up,
border
now
czar
he's
because
down.
She's
Ashley
embarrassed by the
Babbitt.
border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because
Come
she
on,
knows
bruh.
what a bad job they've done. What
Ashley
about those
Babbitt?
people?
What?
When are they going to be prosecuted?
By an
When are
officer
these
who was running
people
wild?
from countries all over the world, not just South America. They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world,
bro, this
and
is crazy.
crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David? When are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
What?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that
You
question.
were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you
Pet-eating
regret
gang
about what
members
you
is
did
crazy.
on that day? Yes,
I
sir.
had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died.
Damn.
And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
Did he really say that?
Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
Here we go.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging
that
you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that.
You
said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it.
Oh, boy. Bro, you are tanking yourself.
I got almost 75 million
here
votes,
we
most
go.
votes any sitting president has
This
ever
man
gotten.
just-
I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't
Bruh.
be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an
Bruh.
election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections.
on, fam.
Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English.
He's
They don't even know
sabotaging
what
himself.
country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing.
You know what
They
that
said we
means?
didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system?
What do you
where
mean a
person in an
technicality?
election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll
Bro,
show you
he's going.
Pennsylvania, and I'll show you.
She's
we
eating
have
them
so
tight,
many facts
bro.
and
Damn.
statistics, but you know what?
This is
that doesn't
crazy.
matter because we have to solve
Love
the
the
problem
coverage.
that we have
Who would
right
win
now.
in a
That's
twerk-off,
old news.
Trump or Kamla?
And the problem that
I
we
think
have
Trump
right
would win.
now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris,
Yeah, dang.
we heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing
Oh,
that.
he didn't like that one.
But we cannot afford
Was
to have
fired
a
by
president
81
of the
million
United
people.
States
That's a line right there.
attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. He got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0
I believe
votes.
he stepped
and when
down.
she ran, She was the first one to leave because she failed, and now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the
He
Israel
hates her.
war and the
That's crazy. She can't respond to that. That's wild.
Vice President Harris in
Wild. She can't respond to that. God, dog.
It matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October
Girl,
7th,
we don't care about how we got here.
A terrorist organization.
Oh my God, bro.
Slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending
Here
a
it comes
concert.
to the Israeli
Women
bootlicking.
were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians
Trump is going to blow this.
security,
I already know.
self-determination, and the dignity they
He's going to blow this. I already know he's going to blow this question.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started.
Happened.
If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone.
Who?
It would have never happened.
Wait, who's going to blow it
was
up?
broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
Wait, how?
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
You gotta let her. President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country.
I like you, but Trump doing
Their
bad
crime rates are
tonight.
way down.
He's too much overwarmed and
Putin
keeps
endorsed
repeating
her last
himself.
week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia.
Ooh-wee, bruh. What do y'all think? What do y'all think?
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
What do y'all think, bruh? This is interesting, man. This is interesting. Not even gonna lie, this is very interesting, bro. Goodness gracious. I think GTA 6 needs to come sooner. Oh, man. They're eating the pets. They're eating the pets. Goodness gracious. They're eating the pets. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty funny. They're eating the pets. Do you not understand? They're eating the pets. That's what they're doing. They're eating the pets? Yes. They're just eating them up like they're candy. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, hi, little kitty kitty. Meow, meow. And they're gone. And they're gone. And they're gone. Yep, Mr. Whiskers is gone, bro. Oh, man. Crying about Biden when the man dropped out weeks ago is weak. She got under his skin and I'm here for it. Yeah, I don't know why Biden is here. I think she should speak more on her policy. That's what I think. She should speak more on her policy. What she should do, just shut it down. It's like, hey, you want to hear my policy? Great. Go to KamalaHarris.com and you'll see my policy. Bring up certain policy that's relevant to the question at hand. I don't know. I'm not really sold on I may use this, bro, as background music. I like this. It's just if anyone votes for Trump, what was that? When are we going to lead us to Colombia? I'm done with the U.S. R.I.P. to legend James Earl Jones. Can you believe that, man? 93. 93. When you got money like that, it's not bad being 93, bro. The problems arise when you broke in 93. When you got money in 93, you good. You good. Trump sounds too defensive. I mean, yeah, he's really going in like, this is what she's done, and they're destroying the country, and but he's gotta hedge his passion with something. You should say, you know, I make him off a bit strong or something, but that's because of my passion for the country, my love of the country, a country that has given me so much that they are destroying, like something. Because now he just comes off a
Top story with Tanyama.
sounds like a crazy old man. I don't think she's that comfortable discussing policy. She's just letting himself implode for optics.
When it ends in just
That seems to be playing in her favor.
Of tonight's key moments, our team will break down how it could
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be comfortable discussing policy.
Election day. For now, though, let's
But
go
it's
back
playing
to
her
the
favor
debate
because
live
Trump
in
is like,
Philadelphia.
he'll be up, and then one second he'll be down, and then he'll be
From
up,
the
and then he'll be
National
down. Like, yo,
Constitution Center
what?
in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize.
I don't like
With
the
that
mom,
being
but she's
said,
cooking him.
I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason?
Thanks for doing
he
God's
hasn't
work.
even made
No,
a
thank
phone
you,
call
Rakeem.
in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up.
We have a president who doesn't know he's alive.
Do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine
Bitcoin
in
is
this
doing right
moment.
now for bad.
But also,
He's
as
doing
Commander-in-Chief,
tonight. It
if
dropped
elected,
like crazy.
how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and
No.
would it be any different
I'm gonna keep
from
my
what we're
eyes
seeing from
off
President Biden?
Bitcoin and crypto.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Got him.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump
Okay,
said that
all right.
would be
That
over
Tim B
within
is kicking
24
in.
hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans.
Damn.
Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few
said he
days
would just
before
give it up.
Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Damn.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons.
Showing up to
They don't ever
meetings
talk
wearing
about
jeans
that.
and
He's got nuclear
sweater.
weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never
Weak
started.
and
She was the
stupid.
emissary.
Damn.
They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down.
Damn.
He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans.
She won, bro. This is embarrassing. Send him home.
The importance of American diplomacy,
It's not the
where
Trump
we
from 2016.
invite and
If you knew how to
receive
answer the question better,
respected
not
world
repeat the
leaders.
same thing, you'd be in better shape.
This former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and
she was like this
of the president of the United States,
former president,
to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny.
He has consistently disparaged and demeaned
he was about to go
military,
in. This
fallen soldiers. And the work
former
that we
president,
must do to uphold
that's hilarious,
and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So,
former president.
If you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good,
why'd you send me a picture
we were
of
getting
your
out. We would have been
house?
out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers.
You have to figure it out, Abdul.
Many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black."
Here we go.
I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and
not black.
I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her.
Either one is okay with me.
Vice President
whatever
Harris,
it
your
is
thoughts on this?
you want to identify.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families.
Boy.
Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people
she got this one, dog.
want
Now she needs to
better
do more
than
interviews, podcasts,
want
and
better
town
than
halls.
this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly.
Oh,
Clearly,
God.
I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who
That's a solid
believes
line.
in what is
That's a
possible.
solid
One who
line.
brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of
He is
always
very much doom and
disparaging
gloom. Yeah.
the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President
Trump is saying the same BS he
allow
does.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond because the former president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we
that
have
is not a good,
to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, No, you don't.
Sounds like Deadpool.
No, you don't.
Educated
no,
wish.
you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan.
Educated
and what
wish.
the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and
younger
clean
voters
water.
care about
Vice
climate
President
change?
Harris, you call climate change an existential threat.
Really interesting, not
the
gonna
question
lie.
to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax.
That's wow.
And what we know is that it is very real.
Younger
you
generation
ask
is
anyone
interesting.
who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of
I wonder if we're
losing
gonna
their
get
home,
reparations.
having nowhere to go.
The reparations
we
question,
know
I
that
wonder.
we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy...
Is this man just wasting his time? Because it feels like Kamla Harris is just...
products, American
she's saying more with her
it
time. Is it just me?
Growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened
Feels
under
like Trump
Donald
is
Trump.
wasting his time period.
Thank you.
His time to talk.
Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month.
Trump talks slower.
They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates.
Oh, damn, they didn't ask about
ABC
race.
News
That's
presidential
interesting.
debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Why do you think Trump hasn't used the case of Kevin Cooper? Too long to read. It was the case where Harris was against DNA evidence to exonerate a death row case. I think it's because he doesn't know about Kevin Cooper. I don't know about Kevin Cooper. So I would probably look into Kevin Cooper to see if what you're saying is true. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people know about that. Punish XO says she has put him on the defense so he has nothing to say that's productive. She put him in a position where Trump can only talk about them. Yeah, that's what he keeps on saying. It's just about how they're so bad and everything. It's like, we get how bad they are. How are you going to fix that? I don't know. It just seems, I think she has him beat. I could be wrong. I'm curious what you guys think. But like barely. I feel like barely. I used to live in NorCal. The case was bad. Okay, I gotta check it out. I've never heard of that case before. Never heard of that case. Oh, man. I mean, the reason why Trump is getting fact-checked is because he's saying blatantly egregious things. Such as they're eating cats, right? Migrants are coming over here and eating cats. I haven't heard anything like that. I heard one black guy saying that Haitians are killing ducks. Like they're eating ducks from the pond. I haven't heard anything about cats, though. But I don't think this was a good look for Trump. He had some good ones, but I think she etched out the win in this one. I don't know, honestly, because I thought Biden killed it in the first debate, despite his fumbles. But y'all were like, nah, Lucas. Everybody was like, nah, he gotta go. So, I don't know, man. I feel like it was pretty tied, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like towards the latter half of the debate, they have closing statements. Towards the latter half of the debate, it was like, you're not really saying anything, buddy. You just keep on talking about Biden, and how she is Biden. And it's like, well, she's not Biden, so what are you gonna do about that?
Now is raw.
Kamla won by a whisker.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now
so good.
Is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with tonight's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And when it ends,
A
please
whisker.
join us in analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break it down. As we enter the final sprint to Election Day, we'll go back to the debate and closing statements.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Well, I think Kamala won this. I don't think it will change any opinions, but it was pretty entertaining. I agree.
Begin with you.
I absolutely agree.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan.
I said that.
Understanding the
I said I lost
aspirations,
sarcastically.
the dreams, the hopes, the ambition
that
of the
outta here,
American
man.
people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity
said that
economy,
sarcastically.
investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around
buddy.
protecting seniors, what we can do
Messed
that
up.
is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor.
We should have
I
been
was a DA,
protesting
I was an attorney general
for
a
reparations
United States
outside the
senator,
event.
and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now.
Be careful eating
Someone
food
who
on the
cares
street
about
from any
you
immigrant.
and is not putting themselves first.
Can be eaten.
I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border.
Pimpin'.
They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do
She's already addressed
things that are
that,
going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia.
It just sounded like, hey,
Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S.
But he didn't really focus on how he's going to go about changing this. I don't know. I felt like it was two very different.
And welcome back to NBC
Two
News
very
coverage
different
of the
views.
Debate. Pick your adjective. I would go with fiery to begin.
Hawk
but,
says the
goes
only
from
reason
there.
he
Both the
backpedaled on
candidates, you
admitting he
could
lost is
argue,
because Nick Fuentes and
executing on their strategy going
AFTV
in
thrashed
for
him on
Kamala
it
Harris. That was
afterwards.
to get under the former president's skin.
I don't
which she
think
did quite
Fuentes
often.
has that much pull.
For the former president, his option was, of course, to go after the economy, after Afghanistan, the administration's position on the withdrawal in Afghanistan, and immigration, of course. This is exactly what they wanted. The question is how they got there and along the way, I think.
Well, people are going to be talking about this debate for a long time. And is this the final debate? Is this the only one we're going to see? Will there be another? Well, it depends on how each candidate feels they did tonight. Let's bring back our moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen.
Trump's probably going to want another debate.
Hallie Jackson, boy, do we have a lot to chew over here.
Yes,
I mean, let's talk first of all, it does seem that Kamala Harris was trying to hit every trigger point she could think of to try to get Donald Trump to respond to her and to kind of fall in, to bait him into that trap. Do you think it was effective?
Well, let's just name a few. Abortion, January 6th. His former officials who are now critical of him. John McCain, which is a big trigger point.
His rally size.
His rally size, one of the biggest ones that gets under his skin. One of his allies said she clearly tried to get under his skin. He's being defensive way too much. He's losing his answers. For example, instead of borders are, we had eating pets. Of course, that theory that Springfield officials in Ohio are saying there's no proof that undocumented immigrants are eating pets, something that we've heard from Trump and his campaign.
The fact that he died on that hill is
allies are expressing concern about the fact that he didn't do what they were hoping he would do, which is to stay.
Are they going to replace Trump?
Talk about his strengths. There were some unanswered.
Well, it'd be crazy if they replaced Trump.
It's worth noting out on both sides. Harris never answered whether you're better off than you were 4 years ago. She also didn't say what she would have done differently on immigration. Trump, by the way, didn't answer the critical question. Would he veto a national abortion ban if it came to his desk?
That was goodness.
If Trump would do that, he said yes, he would. Trump said tonight, well, he didn't check with me before saying that. So some differences there. Again, how does this play with those swing voters?
Hallie, what are Republicans saying tonight that you're monitoring?
I think there's immense frustration on the part of those allied with Donald Trump about the moderators. That is something that you sometimes hear after debates. I think that is certainly a through line here. There is some frustration, I think, I spoke with one Republican who called former President Trump wild and uncontrolled and said that the vice president was successfully pushing his buttons and getting him angry. Another ally said, listen, she is doing what they thought she would do, avoiding the issues and going on attack against former President Trump. She did that, as you have laid out. She baited him again and again. We talk about substance and style being the two kind of buckets in any debate. If that's the style, you look at substance here. She was pressed on her shift away from some of those more progressive positions in that crowded primary. She says, my values haven't changed. And it wasn't just, of course, the issue of abortion access and whether he'd veto a national abortion ban that the former president did not answer on. He did not discuss how he would implement one of his central issues on immigration, mass deportations. And he also didn't get into his plan to replace Obamacare, simply saying, I have concepts of a plan. He will be pressed on that moving forward.
He also didn't commit to saying he wants Ukraine to be victorious in the war. So that was an interesting exchange.
Lord, it was so crazy, bruh.
Prosecute the case against him, but also present an affirmative vision of herself and what she might do in a term. Let's go to Tom Yamas. He's in the spin room for us. So, Tom, I'm sure you're already starting to see people filter in. And
it was so crazy, that back and forth.
Okay,
her
guys,
on
so
the 9-day
abortion, and
then him on
making sure everyone's on the same message before they pour into the spin room. Some people are coming in right now. There's a crush of reporters at the entrance waiting for everybody. I can tell you in the meantime, my phone has been blowing up with both Republican strategists, Democratic strategists, voters. I've been asking everyone what they think. It is a complete different shift change from that first debate. After that first debate, Republicans felt very victorious, very confident. They were saying the entire debate was about Joe Biden. This time, it's much different. Republicans seemed very frustrated with former President Trump. They also felt frustrated with the format of the debate, which is never a good sign on your side.
What's wrong with the format?
And then also saying that they were able, at least Vice President Kamala Harris was able to make this debate not about Joe Biden, not about herself, but about Donald Trump, and that led to her advantage. So again, many of the surrogates are coming in right now. Governors, senators from different parties. We're going to be talking to them throughout the night. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio right now.
All right, Tom, thanks. Let's bring in Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He's a Democrat representing the Harris campaign. Governor, thank you for being here. Let me first ask you, do you think the voters were served by what we saw the last 90 minutes? served well, I guess.
Look, I think the voters heard a lot and learned a lot. You know, one of the things I was a little bit worried about going into this debate is that some folks had a little brain fog about Donald Trump. They sort of didn't remember the chaos of Donald Trump's time in office. Well, I'll tell you what, I think Kamala Harris cleared that brain fog out, reminded people of the disaster that he was as president. And I think it was also clear as she was laying out a vision to take this country.
That's so crazy. The poll at the beginning was 50%. Now at the end, it was 50-50 tied.
Other people.
Actually, it was 50 Trump leading by 1%, 49 Kamala. After the debates, it's Kamala 69%, Trump 30%.
Kamala Harris prosecuted the case tonight. Pardon me.
Against Trump. Gotcha. Okay, got you. You know, I thought Donald Trump toward the end finally got around to what he was hoping to accomplish, which is say, if you have all these plans and you have all this vision, Kamala Harris, you've had 3.5 years to do it. Why haven't you? So what is the answer to that?
She's not president.
As vice president. She knows the job to be president. Now she has laid out her vision for where she wants to take this country. I thought she was very specific on her plans to cut taxes, particularly for small business owners, her way of trying to bring down costs for middle-class families. Donald Trump, I don't know what the heck he thinks. He was all over the place. I think what you heard was a rambling man full of nonsense and full of a whole lot of grievance. He couldn't get past that, and he couldn't focus on anybody but himself, and that is serving the good people of this nation, something Kamala Harris has done throughout her career and has plans to do going forward.
Do you think either will have an appetite for a second debate after this one?
Look, I think that'll be up to either one of them. I'm not going to sit here and guess what'll happen. But I'll tell you what, if there is not another debate, what the American people saw tonight was a clear contrast. A clear contrast in steady, future-looking leadership versus the chaotic, divisive leadership of the past of Donald Trump.
Governor Shapiro, thank you for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
We're going to hear from Senator Marco Rubio in just a moment. We have a few moments to turn back to our
table. What is the deal
so
with the cats and dogs? That's what I want to know.
It's clear that the Democrats and the allies of Kamala Harris are very happy with the way that she prosecuted the case against Donald Trump. But we know going in, about 30% of voters were saying, we don't really know who she is or what she's about. Do you think she did enough to define herself to make that affirmative case?
I don't. There were a couple of answers where she talked about her economic plans. It's the top issue. Trump beats her on that point. I think people still have a lot of questions about what she would do on the economy.
One interesting nugget by our team's count, the former president said the name Biden something like 15 times, didn't say Kamala or Harris once. She addressed that by saying, clearly, I'm not Joe Biden. But I think that's an interesting point, is where the former president's head is at this point.
All right, let's bring in Florida Senator Marco Rubio. He's a surrogate for the Trump campaign.
So
Senator, thanks for coming on to us. With
Marco
us.
Rubio,
the best version of Donald Trump, in your opinion, tonight?
Well, two things. These candidates have very different objectives going in. Donald Trump's well known. He was the president of the United States. He's been campaigning basically for the last 8 years, 4 years, actually going back to 2016. Most voters didn't even know who Kamala Harris was. Tonight, for the first time, they got glimpses of it. Look, I don't think the moderators did the best job of pressing her on this, but I think got glimpses of what she has stood for as recently as 2019 and 2020. And here in Philadelphia, and here in Pennsylvania, where she wanted to ban fracking. But beyond that, I think there are all kinds of things that the moderators never asked, questions that I wanted to see asked. For example, grocery prices are up 50% from 2020. What is your responsibility for that? I thought her answer on Afghanistan was complete nonsense. She was vice president at the time. Joe Biden didn't withdraw from Afghanistan. We were run out of Afghanistan. So on issue after issue, I think for the first time, voters are starting to get a glimpse of someone and starting to understand the positions that she truly believes in. She's basically cut and paste, literally cut and paste out of the Biden agenda. People don't want the Biden agenda. But what she really believes in are the radical ideas that she ran on in 2019 and 2020. I think for a lot of Americans who don't know a lot about her, tonight they were introduced to those facts. I think that's going to have an impact on this race.
Senator, you just laid out the case against her pretty clearly. Do you wish that Donald Trump had done so more clearly?
Well, I think he did. Unfortunately, like I said, look, I'm not one of these guys that likes to complain about moderators. This one was tough not to. I think it was really one-sided, and some of the fact-checking was wrong. There are, in fact, states in this country, the state of Minnesota, where a child born in a botched abortion is allowed to die, provided palliative care and allowed to die. So some of the fact-checking I thought was truly unfair, but on balance, as people heard things about, you wanted to take away guns from people in the past. You wanted the Bernie
Where is
Sanders
this in Minnesota?
healthcare plan. You wanted to ban fracking. You bailed out, tried to raise money
abolished
to bail
abortion.
out
What are we
rioters in
talking
2020
about?
in the summer. These are new facts that a lot of people don't know about Kamala Harris that they learned tonight for the first time. And I think, as you've seen in the polling, a lot of 25% of Americans wanted to learn more about him. They learned more about her tonight.
All right, Senator Rubio, thank you for your time. We want to go to Kate Snow. She's been talking with a group of undecided voters in where else? Battleground, Pennsylvania. Kate, we've all been dying to hear what they thought and how they reacted to what they heard tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, it's been really interesting watching with you all because I could see your reactions in real time. There were a lot of visceral reactions. In one word, if I can ask, how would you headline this debate? One word to describe what you saw, Lynn.
Well, it's 4 words. Same old, same old.
Hannah.
Manipulative.
And Andrew.
Lies on both sides.
Okay.
Lies on both
Wait,
sides.
No, you came in all undecided. Has anything changed your mind tonight? Is there anything you heard here that you thought, oh, yeah, I could go for that policy. I could stand with that candidate?
Not really. For me, I think Kamala had a good debate.
Yeah, it wasn't anything crazy.
I feel more favorably towards her than to Donald,
It
but I'm
seems
not
that way.
still. I'm still not.
Still not sure.
Not 100%.
The two of you women reacted very strongly when Harris was talking about abortion. When both candidates were talking about abortion rights, you reacted strongly to Donald Trump and his positions. You seemed emotional about it, Hannah.
Yes.
What was your thought on that? What was it about that part of the debate that struck you?
His misinformation. He sensationalized just so much facts or not things that are not facts that have been disproven.
When he was talking
he
about
does it because that is what his supporters want to hear, and it really impacts who people like us if we choose to vote for him or not, because we know you are lying, but you're still saying it, and it's disgusting.
You all said it was the economy going in. Andrew, anything you heard that changes how you're thinking about their economic policies?
No, because at the end of the day, December and November is going to roll around, and they're going to pass. They're going to say we're going to shut down the government, and they're going to pass an omnibus, and they're going to spend trillions of dollars, and nothing else is going to change. They're just going to keep spending money uncontrollably. Donald Trump spent $6 trillion in 2019 and added that to our deficit. So absolutely not. They're spending money, and then it's coming back into the government, into the congressmen, into the Senate, through funds, through PACs, through all the disgustingness.
Andrew, thank you so much. Hannah, Lynn, it's great to be with you. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson back for some final thoughts. Kristen, first to you. Will we know who won this debate in days or weeks or months?
Well, a couple of weeks, I would say, once we look at the new poll numbers, Lester. As we've been saying, the Harris campaign feels emboldened. They just put out a statement saying Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. Is Donald Trump? The big question, will that actually happen? And again, it's just fascinating to hear the voters who are sitting there with Kate Snow, to hear that one of them at least feels a little bit more favorably toward Harris.
As we start to close our coverage, I always like to say Election Day is XX days away. But in fact, Election Day is, well, it starts tomorrow in one state, but is 6 days away in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
Early voting is a huge factor.
Those mail-in ballots going out in Pennsylvania. You've got it in other battleground states as well coming up soon, including Michigan just this month. So that is for real, right? What's happening tonight matters when people go to make their decision about who they want in the White House. So will there be a second debate? That's an open question. You look at what's next. All four of these leaders.
Think Trump should do another one.
And her running mate, former President Trump, and his running mate will be in 9/11 ceremonies tomorrow.
All right, Haley, thanks. Hallie, that concludes our coverage of tonight's debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
More coverage tomorrow morning on Today. We'll see you bright and early. I'm Savannah.
Lordy, bruh.
And Kristen Welker, we're all here. Thanks for being with us.
Good night.
Let's open up the phone lines, bro. Let's open up the phone lines. I'm curious what you guys think. We had a few Cocoa Puffs in the chat. You're a bunch of liberals! Which is really crazy. But yeah, I think Kamala won it by a whisker. I think she won it by a whisker. That would be my take. She won it by a whisker. The I'm talking part was crazy though. 561. What do you got?
Yes, I think she'll win the debate. I don't think I want another debate. I don't think I want another one, but she nailed it on the head. She didn't go back to the racist comment that that she used it as her advantage to show this is a country that we want to to come together. I was undecided, but no, it's got me going to vote for her. And so I was nervous. I was like, because what I hear that she doesn't know anything, and she lay how she meet with the president of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that, and she nailed it. She get on her eating skin a little bit though. She get on her eating skin, and I like that. I really like it. So what do you think?
No, I agree with what you're saying. Don't disagree.
Okay. Yeah. So so we got to get the ball rolling. I just don't want another debate, but I know if there's another one come up, I know she will nail it too, and even much better than this one.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate the call. You take care. All right. 909. Oh, I don't know what happened to 909. Interesting. Okay. That is very interesting. 725, you're on the line. What did you think?
Hey, what's good, bro? I wanted to ask you about your position on him staying with Ukraine. You really don't care about what Russia do.
On Trump saying he doesn't care what Russia does?
Yeah.
I don't think he said that, but if he did, I think that's pretty crazy.
All right. Well, I don't think he said that either, but they asked that in debate. But I had asked you about it a couple years ago, bro. I remember I had called when the stuff first popped off, and you had brought up the topic. I told you I really didn't care what's going on in Europe. So when they had brought that up in the debate, I kind of agreed with the statement if Trump had made it, where he really not worried about what Putin do and all that, because it didn't matter. At that time, when I was talking to you, I was starting to join the army. I joined the army. I've been out there in Europe. I was literally right outside freaking, not Russia, but a neighboring country that's their ally. I was holding it down. And when I was talking with the troops out there while I was at in that country, they seemed to have the same mentality I had, bro. Like, it really didn't matter, but, they don't want them encroaching on their land. I thought that was interesting, and I think the same concepts still apply now. Same idea I had at that time.
So the troops didn't care what Putin did?
I can't speak for everybody, but with the guys I was speaking with, bro, we wasn't in the best conditions, bro. It was fucking snowing, and we was in shitty conditions. We had got stuck on the side of the road. But with the guy I was talking with, yeah, he kind of shared the same position. I thought it was interesting because I watch her show a lot. At the time when I was watching that, when we first discussed it, I was down bad. I really wasn't up or had nothing going on. He was talking shit about my connection. But at that time, I really didn't know nothing about outside our country or nothing like that.
Did he say why he wasn't really concerned?
I like, from what I could take from what he was saying, he was just saying like it really didn't concern the country. So the country I was in was in Lithuania. It's right outside damn, I can't think of the other country right now, but it's right next to Europe. Dang, it started with a B, but yeah. Like I said, he was just saying that what Russia was doing at the moment really didn't concern them and like concern what they had going on. But he was just in the military to, you know, do what he had to do and all that. And it really didn't matter to him. He was saying that, you know, a lot of his friends and stuff like that out there kind of shared the same opinion. And people I would talk to out there was kind of saying that across the board. Of course, there was people who were saying, you know, they're testing what they did, of course. But for the majority of the people I was talking to, I was getting that same reaction. And I was pressing them because that's the type of stuff I'm interested in. Especially if I'm going overseas, I'm able to get that reaction, you know, genuinely, not on the camera or nothing like that, but me able to, being able to go up and talk to people personally, in particular, soldiers and stuff like that. I thought that was real cool. And whatnot, bro. I just wanted to share that with you. I thought that was cool, especially right now, man. Appreciate you for talking to me.
No problem, man. Take care. Interesting. Very interesting. 909. What do you got? What do you think?
I think that, you know, it was a close debate. I think she kind of pulled out. She actually surprised me, I'll be honest. But I also, and I mean, I'm the kind of person, I feel like Donald knows how to answer questions, and you can see that he was thinking about his answers. It's hard for me, like, for somebody to convince me that she hadn't heard those questions or she didn't have any kind of insight as to what was coming, because she was very polished. And I mean, maybe she's working with the best.
You think she was polished?
I think she was a little bit polished when she was answering her questions. Like, she wasn't fumbling like she...
She was definitely stuttering.
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I think she had, like I said, she surprised me. So I thought she was really not going to be prepared the way she was. Mm-hmm. I'm actually surprised. I think they do need to run it back, but I think she kind of edged him. It wasn't a knockout, but I think that I think he got a little bit ruffled, like attitude-wise. I think she kind of did. You know, it's kind of a loss for both people because it was a lot of personal attacks. But I mean, you know, it's optics. They want to present each one as a villain. So, but I honestly felt like she was more polished than he was. And maybe, you know, like I said, I don't think she's not intelligent. And I mean, she has some legal skills and lawyer whatnot. But I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm just that person. Maybe I'm biased. But I feel like, you know, the machine just gave her the answer or gave her the questions, and they just kind of refined her answers. But, you know, it is what it is.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say. I watch you, but I love your channel and your insight. I like the way you look at things.
Well, I appreciate the call. Take care. 347. What do you got?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, look, it's me, Garrison Trucker.
What's going on?
No, brother. Like, want to say that great job. Keep doing what you're doing. And also, I'm calling because about Kamala Harris and Trump debate. Kamala Harris basically won this debate by a big slide. Doesn't matter if she was saying the truth or not. To the average American that was watching tonight, all that they saw was a Trump laughing and repeating the same crap every time. To be honest with you, that to the average American who doesn't get the information or something, who doesn't do their fact check or something, they see a definitely Kamala Harris wiped the floor with Trump tonight. Really? We saw Trump overwarming. That's what I see as an average American, you know, as a truck driver and stuff like that. It just, Trump did bad. And you can tell by when he was responding about the abortion stuff, how bad he did in that part. I was looking the Bitcoin market, and that thing went down like crazy when he was talking about that. The market dropped bad because he's with those people supporting the Bitcoin stuff, and he got their endorsement. But him not doing well in this debate tonight dropped that shit badly, very bad. And doesn't matter if you support Trump or not, or Kamala. I give a damn about that, about people who support him or not, either candidate. But when you see it from an average viewer, somebody who's watching the TV, Kamala Harris basically won the debate by a big slight. That's by a big slam, like big. Like, I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
Really?
That's my opinion, brother.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Take care.
All right, brother. Take care. God bless you, brother.
You as well. Wow, this is very interesting. 443, you're on the line.
Yeah, that was a good viewing by Kamala Harris. It was refreshing to see. I wish you could freeze his face. Show Trump's face. It was like his mugshot. It was like his mugshot. He didn't know what to do. And it was funny. That whole presentation, I couldn't understand none of his policies. I was so glad all he did was be himself. Just act on grievance. All he did was he's just one grievous old white man. And that's all he showed the people that tonight. So I'm glad that I wish they do another debate. I wish they do one or two more right before the election, just to let people see what they're buying. The only reason people support Trump is because his whiteness. Because look at his policy. All that stuff is nothing but full of hate. He's got white people scared. And once white people are scared, they just start doing some crazy stuff. They start doing stuff that is just out of this freaking world. And one thing, I'm glad that they were able to correct some of his lies, because he lies. Oh my God, the man lies so much. I think he lies in his sleep, man. He just lies. And I'm like, how can you do that? I mean, how can you just blatantly tell somebody a lie when we know what you're doing? He sat there and tried to kill Obamacare. Everything that they said about him and Obamacare was true, but yet he got up there and just said a bald-faced lie. He was trying to improve it. Motherfucker, you weren't trying to prove shit. You were trying to get rid of it. And he was like, oh, remember when he said, oh, Mitch McConnell and the rest of them let us down? You were trying to get rid of it. And she called him out on it. That's all you got to do is just let him speak and call himself out on his lies. I wish she brought up Project 25. I didn't see that part, the 2025. I don't know if she mentioned it or not. Did she?
Oh, yeah, she mentioned it.
I got half of it.
She mentioned it, yeah.
Good. But yeah, I let him get up there and let him make a fool of himself. And I'm just upset still that this man has such a lead and it's all white folk and a few coons supporting him. But this is exactly what's going on. And I'm glad that she did. I think she did a wonderful job. She stayed on point. You can understand what she had to say. I have no idea what Trump's plan is. I don't have any idea what his plans is because he didn't give any. This whole night is nothing but about grievance and nothing about how his vision for America is one for the toilet and not for supporting the people. He don't give a crap. He wants the presidency for his own self, and that's it. And that's it, to keep himself out of jail, basically. So yeah, she did a good job, and I'm proud of her. And that's all I got to say. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. You as well. Take care. 904, you're on the line.
Is nothing but about grievance and nothing about how his vision for America is
904, you're on the line.
Supporting the people.
Hey, you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted. There was a gentleman that came on before me was talking about why why are we involved in situations across the world, and I just wanted to point out like the situation in Ukraine. So first off, we have agreements and treaties with these countries from administrations past. And, if we got Ukraine to get rid of their nuclear weapons, we agreed to protect them, then that's in a agreement that we have with them. If we don't fulfill our agreements, then things across the world start to fall apart. We're a worldwide economy. 40% of the United States stock market comes from foreign countries. Can you imagine if countries around the world started to destabilize? And that starts to affect our money here. So you just had a few days ago, you had 88 or 89 of some of the biggest companies endorse Kamla Harris. Why? Because if you want to make money, you have to have sustainability, you have to have predictability, you have to have stability. If you don't have those things, your money is at risk. And of course, whenever anybody's money is at risk, they're not with that. So long as you have your sustainability and your predictability and your stability, you're good. So
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate the call.
301, you're on the line.
Yes, hi. I was just calling to say that I do believe that Kamala, in fact, did win she won the debate, but she barely won the debate. She is a prosecutor. I expected her to flame this lying person. And I don't understand why she held back as much as she did. However, I do believe that she did win. I would like to see a debate again because I would like her to look at these reels, to look at the debate that she did today and be disappointed in herself and go, girl, you know you can do better than this, because she can. Remember when she would be on the Senate floor and there were different things that would come up? Kamala Harris was a warrior. I don't know what's going on right now. Another point I just wanted to make was also these people saying that these moderators are biased. It's ridiculous. They are upset that the moderators were holding Donald Trump to the fire when he was lying all over the place. And the fact that they were absolutely bringing back some of the things that he said and were saying that, no, that's not correct. So now you've got these people saying, well, the moderators were biased. That is ridiculous. They were not biased. As a matter of fact, I thought that they were very balanced on both sides. So, points. Kamala won, barely. Hope she does better. Hope they have a second one. And moderators were perfect. I thought they were great. And the people that are saying that they're not, are full of it. That's my comment.
Fair enough. Appreciate it. 734, you're on the line.
Oh. 931, you're on the line.
Lucas, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, man, so look, I think it's a toss-up between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. I don't know what Tulsi Gabbard and RFK was telling Trump with this playbook strategy. I didn't see none of that. I don't know what's going on with him. It's a repeat of the 2020 debate strategy between him and Biden. I think he lost it. I don't like Kamala, but she won it. I give her that. She did win it. The strategy she used, though, that I see is sit back, bait Trump, react. Don't get policies. He ain't got none. We'll wait till we get the White House. Just let him mess himself up. And I'm reminded from another YouTube channel I watched about how the only person that can mess up Trump is Trump himself, and we saw it today. So another debate happening. I don't know. I think Kamala will win it again, come back, reassess. I don't know, man. I think she got it, honestly. I think she got the White House. But what do you think, real quick? What do you think?
No, that's what it seemed to be. It seemed like she won by a whisker.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Other than that, a PS4 Pro or PS5 Pro, not getting it. I'm sticking with my PS5 base, man.
They're absolutely freaking crazy, bro. Like $700 for what? So, upgraded graphics? I'm good, bro. Thank you, though. Maybe if they had a bigger catalog that specialized in graphics, by all means. But I'm not getting a PS5 Pro. What, to play Spider-Man 2 again? Get the hell out of my face.
Last of Us 2 for the 8th time. Jesus, you're right.
Exactly. As many as remakes, renditions, you're out of your mind. I don't know who's buying that, to be honest.
Right. Have a good night, Lucas.
You as well, man. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't even make a video on that. Maybe I will. I'll make one on the animation channel. But I'm like, who's buying a PS5 Pro, bro? Like, $700? You want me to spend $700 on what? Instead of releasing new IPs, they releasing a new console. 725. What'd you think?
Hey, this is the same person who called a couple calls ago, bro. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting the P5 Pro. That's a waste of your money right there, bro. $700 sounds crazy. Real talk. But
Yeah,
I
and it
wanted
doesn't
to
even come
address,
with a disc. But yeah, go on.
I
Or the
wanted to address
stand.
homeboy.
Sorry.
I wanted to address homeboy. We could get back to that for real talk. I want to address homeboy a couple calls ago who said that Ukraine still had nukes, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an inaccurate statement. Ukraine still had nukes. Yeah, you are right in that statement. Ukraine still had nukes, but they didn't have none of the launch codes or none of the sequences to none of that shit. All that shit still belonged to Russia, bruh. So at the end of the day, Ukraine had that stuff because they broke off from the fucking Soviet Union. So yeah, they had that stuff. They couldn't do nothing with it. There's nothing about that. So if Russia wanted to launch them bitches the moment that Ukraine broke off, they could have. Obviously, they didn't for whatever fucking reason. My whole point to that is if Trump don't give a fuck, I'm in line with that because I don't care. I don't want to cuss on your stream, but I don't care about what the fuck is going on in Europe, bro. Like, I stayed out there for 9 months, bro, in the fucking cold, snow, doing shit that sucks, all right? I did that for no reason. They're not gonna come fucking drop nukes on America. And I didn't know that when I first called you the first time, bro. When I called you the first time, I said I was fucking homeless in Las Vegas, bro. Now I'm in the military. As of right now, I'm talking in my fucking barracks, bro. Like,
That's awesome, man.
Russia not coming over here. Trust me. That's just a waste of time.
What is exactly stopping them from coming over here? Let's say if they do invade.
Okay. So, I'll give you this, bro. And I know you're a smart guy, bro. You know, there's nothing necessarily stopping them from coming over here attacking us, right? Same way in the sense that there's no way from us stopping from attacking them. So the country that I was talking about that we were neighboring, right? It was Belarus. That is Russia's, like, that's their fucking neighbor, and they're like buddy. They're buddy. So the same way, even though that's not our neighbor, right? But Lithuania is right there next to Belarus, right there next to Russia's buddy, right there, essentially, in the sense, next to Russia's border because that's their friend, right? If we encroach on them, it's like we're encroaching on fucking Russia. Same way if they encroach on Lithuania, it's like they're encroaching on us or anybody else in NATO. So, like I said, in theory, there's nothing necessarily stopping them, of course. Just like there's nothing stopping us, but why would you? Why the fuck would I go and provoke NATO, right, if I'm Russia? Same way, why would I go and provoke Russia if I'm NATO? Because that's just creating a bigger geopolitical issue. Obviously, if I provoke Russia and I'm NATO, now China's jumping in, India or whoever else is on the fence, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm Russia, if I jump in and I fucking start stepping my feet all on Lithuania or Poland or any of these neighboring countries around Belarus or Ukraine, now I'm inviting NATO, which I don't want to do. I just want my land back from fucking Ukraine, which I'm not saying I support what
So you think he would
Putin
have
doing.
just gotten Ukraine and just left it there?
Yeah, he would have just left it alone, bro. He's not worried about, and these, from what I've gathered, I'm talking to these people, I'm there, I'm on the ground, I'm over there. To me, it seems like they're not that worried. Don't get me wrong. I've talked to people and they have stated their concerns about Russia and all that, but it's just like it is in America, where it's an open conversation. You got people who will say they're not worried about it. You got people who say that they will. Like I said, it was really interesting for me to go there. I didn't know shit about fucking Lithuania before that. I didn't know nothing about it, but it's a great country, great people, and an interesting dialogue, bro, because they're right there. They're, like I say, I'll wake up every day, bro. They're telling me how we're right there. We're fucking, got to be ready and all that. And like I said, it's true. We do. We got to be ready. Of course, we're there to deter and all that shit. And that's what the fuck we did. But it's not that serious, bro. I don't think it's to the point where, like, oh, Russia could come and encroach at. That's just me being real from what I've seen as an individual. And like I said, I called you not way before I joined the military, but literally like a week before I joined, bro. I had called you and we was talking about the Ukraine-Russia shit. And like I said, it's insane, bro, to be talking to you now. And I think it's about 3 or 4 years later, bro, and I've been in the military and went right there, not to the front lines, of course, but I mean, like I said, they telling us every fucking day we 30 minutes out and we out there, bro. We out there in the fucking snow. Shit was wild, but like I said, more importantly, touching down with the people and getting the understanding was the most important part, because it was able to expand my understanding of the world, and that was the most enriching thing, but it was the most beautiful thing about it, and it gave me a bigger understanding of this situation, because I don't really feel the way I felt before, where like it don't matter. It matters, but I'm just realizing that the gravity that's being put on the American people
I
ain't
appreciate
what
it,
it
but someone supered and said, "Get this E1 or E2 fool off here. He doesn't even know what he's speaking on." But I
I'm an
appreciate
E4. I'm a specialist. I'm a 92 Yankee supply specialist. But yeah, you enjoy your night, bro. Have a nice one.
You as well. God, no.
480, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. I'm calling out of Arizona. Just watched the whole debate. I'm more. I watched it with my family.
Trump started
they
off
lean more
strong.
right.
Kamala started a little nervous and weak. Eventually,
I kind
Trump
of see it
started
down the middle
becoming
most of the
unhinged.
time. Just
Kamala got more comfortable
I
and
already know
activated.
Democrats are pretty corrupt, but I try to just look at it biasly, most of the time. But I think what we saw tonight was a seasoned prosecutor versus a man that's, kind of old and likes to talk about himself. And she baited him multiple times. Even the moderators kind of baited him into talking about himself and, kind of going off script for himself. But I like to compare it to when a team, when a favorite in a game goes up by, multiple scores, and then the halftime comes around and, the underdog, makes up its deficit with, officials and, making certain plays. So I saw it from the beginning. I was like, all right, well, this is Trump's to lose and Kamala's to win. I think she did everything she had to do to portray it as a win for herself.
So you don't think she won the debate, or who do you think won the debate?
I'll say that because she didn't lose the debate, she won it. You know what I mean? Like if she went out there and got nailed like Joe Biden did in the CNN debate, I think she would have stumbled over herself a little bit more. But I think because she's, a seasoned prosecutor, she was able to, try to not deflect, but, bait the old man into saying some goofy stuff or talking, long-winded sentences about himself. And, that's kind of how I see it. I just, I'm a Trump guy since 2016. I've been a Trump guy, but I know that the mainstream media now has their person to, kind of not root for, but, help out. Just because, I think the reason why they went so hard on Joe Biden was because they were already, in motions to, take him out, essentially. And that's why when they got Kamala, it was a little bit less of a...
Oh, I don't know what happened. My fault. I hit the space bar. Someone called in. 313, what are your thoughts?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, absolutely, Kamala ate him alive out there. That was hilarious. Actually, she tore him all the way to pieces out there because she was the only one who was actually really speaking on actual policy for the most part. Trump was just saying a bunch of nonsense about just the tried and true talking points that will work with his idiotic base, but it's not going to do anything for anyone who has any kind of brain power at all.
So you think Kamala won, but you don't think it benefited Trump in any way?
Mainly just because at this point, I feel like most of the people who most people who support Trump, they already were going to do that anyway. And at this point, it just feels as though there may have been a few more people that would be more willing to support Kamala than there would have been more people who would have been swayed to side with Trump on this particular point.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate the call.
310, you're on the line.
I didn't see the whole thing. I saw most of it. I didn't see the whole thing. I didn't see it from the very, very beginning. I think there was some part about her trying to shake his hand. He didn't want to shake her hand, whatever it is. I think the crazy thing with Trump is he keeps saying things that are like factually don't make any sense. And so if you kind of sit back and just look, like he'll say, I was the best president for Black America since Abraham Lincoln. And when you ask him why he thinks that, he'll say, well, look at the Black unemployment rate. And then someone will point out, well, the Black unemployment rate is lower now than it was during your presidency. And then he'll say, it doesn't matter, I'm still the best. And so it's very, I don't mind supporting a Republican. I voted for Larry Hogan here in Maryland as a Democrat because he was a Republican who essentially stayed out of everyone's bedroom. He minded his business. He was a fiscal conservative. He wasn't a social conservative. He minded his business. If you have a Republican like that, I think a lot of Democrats will vote for him. I would almost kind of vote for Donald Trump, but it's really hard because I don't understand him. I don't understand what he's saying. I didn't understand what he was saying tonight. When he was talking about people eating dogs and cats, and it's not to say that I could never vote for a Republican. I have, and I would again. I just don't understand what he's saying. And I think that was a problem for him tonight.
So you think that that dog comment probably didn't go over too well with independents?
Did you understand? Is it me?
Well, he was alleging that they were eating the pets. Which from my understanding has been debunked. Like they even said it live. We're like, well, police have not come. Police haven't made any statements that they haven't gotten reports. I would think as a pet owner, if a Haitian immigrant or a migrant or illegal kidnapped and ate my pet, I would definitely make a police report at bare minimum. So
it's very hard to take him seriously. I guess maybe that's what the problem. It's very hard to take him seriously, right? When he says he has a concept of a healthcare plan, he has a concept of a healthcare plan. I mean, it is very hard to take him seriously, and so I don't know if he's going to win or not. I mean, he could still win. I mean, I don't have this country elected George Bush twice. Okay, so I tell people all the time, don't think he can't win. He can definitely win. In a country that would elect George Bush twice, he can definitely win. Okay, so the election is far from over. I don't think any knockout punches were thrown. I think that Harris's camp will spin that she won. His camp will spin that he won. I don't know what it's going to do in terms of the polling and all that type of stuff. I mean, it seems like, she is forcing him to spend money in places that I didn't think he was going to have to spend money. I think he was going to have to fight for North Carolina. The last poll I saw in Florida, he was only up by like 3 points or something like that. He's having to spend, a little bit of money down there. She's making him spend money in places that he shouldn't have to spend money, and she's making him do that while she's got a fundraising advantage, and he doesn't have a lot of money. And so I think the polls are going to stay close until the election day, no matter what. And I think it's going to be about turnout, and turnout is about money. Turnout is about how many people you can get to knock on doors, how many vans you can pull up, how many people you can drive to polling places. Turnout is about money. And she has a lot more of it. So I expect that the polls are going to be very, very close, but I think that she's probably going to get a higher popular vote. I don't know if she's going to win the Electoral College or not. The problem is it's not going to, if she doesn't blow him out, he's not going to agree that he lost, and he's going to do the lawsuit thing, and he's going to sue because he's going to say Joe Biden should have been the candidate and it was illegal to put her in. We're going to have a whole bunch of court battles, and for the next 2 years, we're going to fight about whether or not she was a legal candidate or not if she wins. Unless she wins by like 365 electoral, unless she blows them out of the water, we're going to have 2 years of litigation and 2020 style arguments. And I don't know about you all, but I'm exhausted, man. I don't want to deal with it anymore. So it's almost kind of like, you know what I would say to my Trump supporters out there? I will agree to vote for him and have him go into office if he will do his 4 years, and at the end of those 4 years, he will leave. I don't want to hear anything about we're in the middle of a war, so we can't have an election. We want to suspend the Constitution so I can stay in. If he will do his 4 years and get the fuck on, and at that, I would almost agree to it. If that will be the end of it.
Happen. If he gets in, it's game over for the Republican Party. You'll never be able to get him away. He'll be like a case of herpes or something.
All right, man. Good talking to you, man. Good show.
Take care, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you right now, I've told you all this before. Republicans don't want Trump. They don't want Trump. 718. Who do you think? What do you think won? Or who do you think won?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yep.
Yo, this is one of your Jamaican listeners.
What's up, brother?
What's up, my brother? Okay, first and foremost, all right, in all honesty, is it? The way Kamala was portrayed was that she hasn't been doing a whole bunch of interviews. Trump has been doing a whole bunch of interviews. He's fast on the draw. He's quick-witted. He knows how to answer a bunch of questions. You know what I'm saying? So the framing was that she is, and then if you look at her in 2019 when she was running, she was a mess on the debate stage. Tulsi Gabbard would just eat her alive. You know what I'm saying? So people have to realize that when I watched this, I was like, yo, homegirl has done her homework. She's gotten better. She answer. I mean, every now and then I have to say, yo, hold up. I'm talking. Relax. I thought those were fire. I said, yes. You know what I'm saying? He had those quick wits, but in terms of just her ability to be better voicing her opinion and baiting him, and the 4 words, run, spot, run, that was crazy to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I said to myself, what is this brother talking about? And then the man them eating pets. I was like, yo, okay, this brother now starting to look like Biden. Now I'm starting to just rumble. And I say to myself, this is not 2016 Trump. I mean, when he was debating Hillary, yo, the man was on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like, boom, boom, boom. This one is just like, really? So I think even the guy that was talking and then say, oh, I was a Trump guy, I could tell he was a Trump guy. Because a lot of the Trump guys now are having to find a way to cope. You know, the moderator could have done this and, okay. But the reality is he underperformed, and we are surprised knowing how witty he was. We were hoping he would have come out better and landed better punches. He just didn't. He was flat, and she surprised, I think, me at least, as I'm watching. I'm like, okay, all right. I thought you were going to be horrible because you barely did any interviews. 2019, you were terrible. And we kept hearing you don't have any policies. And she went policy after policy after policy after policy. And I was like, all right. I mean, what are we going to say now? You know, overall, though, because it's electoral college, I don't know. I think all this does is it doesn't make her lose momentum. I think the worry was that she's going to lose momentum. But based on this, I don't see her losing momentum. Can she pick up more? That's going to come down to if the other old man. I must say, the best part of the debate for me was when Trump said, you're going to wake the man up at 4 p.m. from his nap. I was like, oh. To say that about Biden, come on. Brother, Leave the poor man alone. You have beat him to death to the point he had to drop out of the race. You're still on the man case. Leave the poor guy alone, man. He's sleeping. But I thought it was an interesting debate. It was entertaining, I must say that. But overall, I do agree with most callers. I think she definitely beat him in this debate. I don't think she should do another one because it's better you leave it at that.
Leave on a high note.
Just kind of leave on a high note and keep baiting him with it. Like, hey, I want to debate, but see him keep on coming up with fool reasons. If you would only come up with a better reason, I would debate it, and just keep on doing that. Keep on doing that and keep letting people spread the little videos and the way it went, and stuff, and just kind of don't do another one. I don't think she should really do another one, but I think she should politically say, I'd be willing to debate him. I killed him in the first one. What do you mean? I'll debate him again. And then don't debate him. That's the political strategy. Of course I want to. It's like, when you want to, when somebody wants to fight you, that last fight, I barely came out of it. What do you mean? I'll kick his ass again. Tell him to come. And then when he come on the corner, yo. Tell him I can't make it. What the hell? No, man. I never expect him to show up. Let's do that. Political strategy. But overall, it was entertaining. And just watching it on your coverage and the chat was wild. So always enjoy listening to you. And a whole heap of people in Jamaica. Oh, the last thing I was supposed to tell you from Jamaica, after we saw the Tariq Nasheed thing that he did, and the way Tariq Nasheed has become a sellout. If anybody's going to be a sellout, if this brother became a sellout, then I'm sorry, Lucas. You have to start looking for property in Jamaica. All of Jamaica respect you. Come to Jamaica. Don't follow Oxy and go South Africa. Foolishness, that.
Really?
You come to Montego Bay. Don't listen to him. Forget what Oxy say. You come to Montego Bay, you get a whole heap of land, a whole heap of coconut, a whole heap of island loving. You know what I'm saying? You get nice girls around you. You have a wife. It's all right, fine. But you just have nice people around you, and you're going to enjoy yourself. Jamaica all the way. Forget what Oxy say. Oh, yeah, South Africa, bro. You know how far South Africa is? Bro, nobody wants to be in a plane that far. Come on, Virgin. Come to Jamaica. Come to Jamaica, Lucas.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Anyway, I'll enjoy it, bro.
All right, take care. Come to Jamaica and feel all right. I remember those commercials. I never understood. I was like, what is going on here? I was like, oh, this is like asking people to travel to Jamaica. Okay. 772. You're on the line.
Hey, what's up, Lucas?
What's going on?
I know you're a fan of Kamala, which is cool. That's perfectly fine. But Trump has done some pretty good things for this economy too. Like, what do you think about him? Do you like him? Do you hate him? Like, what's your view on him?
I don't know. What did you think about the debate? Did you see the debate?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to see all of it because I was at a social group, so I only saw like 1/4 of it. But yeah, I didn't see all of it.
So, of what you saw, what did you think?
Say it again?
Of what you saw, what did you think?
I didn't really think much of it. I couldn't have formed a proper opinion because I didn't see all of it. I saw like the last 10 minutes.
The last 10 minutes?
I mean, more or less, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think about Trump? Do you like him? Do you hate him?
Well, the conversation's about as far as the debate.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, I hardly watched the debate.
Okay, so that means your phone call is irrelevant. Thank you. Goodbye. Appreciate it, though. How you gonna call in and ask me, do you hate him? Do you like him? You just had a fucking debate. You asking me if I hate him or like him. Why are you wasting my time? Craziness. What's wrong with people? Y'all okay? You guys okay? I just want to make sure you guys are okay. You guys okay? 561. Who do you got? Who won the debate?
Yeah, in my opinion, I think Kamala Harris won the debate. I was actually surprised at how good she was.
Why do you think she won the debate?
I mean, I kind of had. Well, because she just looked like she was more coherent. She knew what policies she was looking for. She did ramble a little bit, just like Trump rambled a little bit. I kind of liked how she dished out the bait. He took all the bait. I mean, it was pretty obvious what she was doing, and he took everything. The only point I would give Trump was the "I'm speaking" part, where does that look familiar? I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was
But
very
other
funny.
than that, he looked pretty exhausted. Yeah, he looked pretty exhausted. And also, I'm Haitian, so the thing about the cats is just crazy. I've been seeing that for the last couple of days, and we don't eat cats, so I don't know where that's coming from.
Wait, yeah, what?
Probably the. Go ahead.
Did that strike you as odd or weird? The whole cat thing?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm like 25, so when I was in like middle school, that would be a joke that, yo, these Haitians, you guys eat cats or whatever. But it's not true. I even asked. I was born in Florida. My parents are from Haiti.
Okay.
And they don't even. Yeah, so it's just like a rumor. It's actually a really old rumor. So I'm just surprised that it's got brought back up again in this context, like on the political stage. But we don't eat cats. I've never eaten a cat. I don't know where that's coming from. It's probably just it's probably an old rumor that some boomer or whatever is trying to bring back up because of the immigration things that are happening right now.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, it sounds more like an Asian type of thing to do.
Yeah, it's like I've heard more like Asians do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know. It's all wrong. And the last point I'll make, I agree with the couple callers ago talking about kind of say that she wants to debate him, but don't debate him because she did a great job. Yeah, that's all I had to say with this. But yeah, I think she won the debate.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's not racist. They definitely do eat cats and dogs, bro. There's just nothing racist about it. It's just a different culture. That's just the fact of the matter.
240, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, I didn't hear Kamala or Trump talk about anything they're going to do for foundational Black Americans. So, if neither one of them support reparations for slavery and or an anti-Black hate crime bill, who should FBA vote for?
Well, when it comes
Which
to
one to do?
well, when it comes to reparations, Kamala Harris has been sort of spoken vocally in favor of
Okay.
reparations.
Okay.
Trump has not.
Okay. I'm sorry. In this situation, both of them are not going to support reparations for slavery and or a anti-Black hate crime bill. So like if like both of
So
them
it
say like,
sounded
hey,
like we
they're
just
not going to
moved the
go through with it, then no. That was my original question. That's the only reason why I interrupted you while you were answering.
So one person said not only would she sign a bill when it came to HR 40.
Right.
she
I'm sorry.
says-
Like that's I'm sorry. That's not the premise of my question. My premise of the question is like in the future. Let's just say like in a magical universe where both Trump and Kamala will not get it done or get her done, as Southerners say, and pass that reparations bill for slavery and or anti-hate crime bill. Like if neither one of them do that for whatever reason, which candidate should foundational Black Americans vote for? And please tell us why.
I would think Kamala, because Kamala is
Okay.
for the George Floyd policing bill. She's not
Okay.
for giving officers immunity from prosecution. She doesn't want to legalize, make it a criminal against the First Amendment when it comes to burning the flag. She's not as much as a Netanyahu Israel shill when it comes to giving our tax dollars there. When it comes to the Second Amendment, you don't have to worry about a bump stock ban from her. There's
Well, I don't use
a
those
litany of
terms,
things
but
when it comes to
thank
as far
you.
as housing, and helping you be able to get a house.
Well, immigrants too, illegal immigrants, and then also I'm sorry. Please continue.
What?
I'm sorry. Please continue. You said they're gonna help me get a house and all that. I guess like what I want to know is like what's gonna be worse under Trump? Like if Trump is elected, what's gonna be worse than what we already have now?
Well, I just told you. It sounds like you
No,
want
you
want reasons to vote for Trump.
no, I
Which is
want
okay.
reasons
If
to
you
vote
want to
for
vote for
like
Trump, go
Kamala.
for it.
I work like not I like Democrats are not doing anything for like people who come from a lineage of building the country. Like whether you want to call
So
it
when it comes to the whole FBA
freedmen
nonsense,
or
and that's what I deem it
original
is
Black
nonsense.
American.
Yeah, I deem all that nonsense.
How the family lineage nonsense.
The reason why it's
Like, it's where we
nonsense
come
because
from.
anyone who associates themselves as FBA is a term coined by a man who's exploited the community multiple and has done nothing to give back to the community, no tangibles whatsoever, besides a broken down museum which he uses further to exploit the community with comedy, right? We talking about tangibles. And
I mean,
asking black people to come to
okay.
comedy shows. So I think that term is foolishness, and the only term that actually holds weight legally would be freedmen. FBA, and as far as in politics and law, means nothing.
Okay. Hey, you can call it whatever you want. We all come from the same place, from the same man, from the same woman.
So when it
right?
comes to that, if any FBA person has an issue as far as with the Democrat Party,
We are FBA. Like you're
I don't
lineage.
associate with FBA.
Like,
I'm
you're not
OBA.
an immigrant.
I'm OBA,
Okay.
so I'm original Black American.
So how do you know like you're OBA? Like what's your proof?
Because
Is it the
I've
US
asked as far as
Census?
my
'Cause
parents'
that's FBA
parents,
proof
and we
too.
have as far as documentation.
Okay, so right, and none of them came from Africa. Like none of them like were a slave.
Yeah, I'm
or
original
anything
Black
like that.
American. FBA came on a boat.
Okay.
I wasn't on a boat.
Right.
I was here.
And
I was welcoming y'all to the States.
you can't prove that. Like that's. I mean, what DNA? Like okay, all right.
Yeah, I can.
Let's
Just like
go
you
with
can
that.
prove your
You
FBA,
just-
right? You can prove your
Right.
FBA, right?
That just makes me angry because it just
Can
tells
you
me that
prove
you're
that you're
ashamed
FBA?
that we. Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
By-
So
by
then I
looking
can
at the
prove that
US
I'm
Census.
OBA. So I don't understand what the issue
But
is.
but the way how I can prove it is like objectionable, and anybody can look at the U.S. Census. But the way how you saying is like, oh, well, my mom said, and my grandma said.
No, the same
But
thing
it's like
here. There's
you're
documentation.
ashamed that
Hold
we
on,
came
listen.
from Africa and that we were slaves, and you
There's
don't want to be a part of
documentation.
that.
I wasn't here on a boat. I'm
Yeah, but
original
you
Black
say that
American.
with your chest
Y'all
out,
came
though.
over here and
like,
listened to
hey,
what
I'm
I
not
said.
from slaves. I'm not like one of them. You're one of us, man.
No, I'm not. I'm original.
Yes, good. What? But Foundation
Do
Black
you know what
Americans are
foundation?
original
You know what
too.
a
Like
foundation
we
is?
mixed
Hold
in
on.
together.
Do you know what a
We-
foundation is?
Foundation
in a house?
is the people who built the country.
No.
Yes,
Do
the
you know what a
foundation is the
foundation?
people who
The
built the
foundation
country.
is at the bottom.
Foundation is where everything.
The
No.
foundation is
Foundation
at
is
the
where
bottom.
everything is built upon.
Yes, the foundation is
You need a
at
foundation.
the bottom.
You need a strong foundation
Listen,
to
the
build
foundation
anything
is
great
hold
upon.
on. Hear me out. Is the foundation at the top or
Name
at the
something
bottom?
great that has no strong
Hear me out.
foundation. Name
No one
anything
talks
great
about
that has
the-
no
I
strong
hear you.
foundation.
Listen to me. Is the foundation at the
Okay,
top
okay.
or at the bottom?
It's where everything starts.
I'm asking you a simple
How
question.
about
There
that?
seems to be a
So
problem
it's
that
at the
you
bottom
can't
then.
answer.
If you want to
Okay,
look
it's
at it like
the
that, it's at
bottom,
the bottom.
right?
Okay, it's at the
That's
bottom.
fine. If you
Yeah.
guys want to pride yourself on being at the bottom of the country, then go ahead. I don't pride myself doing that.
No. Man, you do some trick language right there.
That's what
See,
foundation
you
means.
move the goalpost.
Foundation,
That's what you
right,
call That's
is
what
at
you
the
call moving the
bottom
goalpost.
of a
That's
house.
what
It's
you
at
call.
the bottom
Oh,
of a
so
building.
now when
That's what it
you're
is.
changing metaphors of bottom. Like
That's
you
literally
say, like,
what
hey, I started from the
foundation
bottom,
means, right?
like
You're
how
saying
Drake
that,
says.
hey,
No,
hold on, because what your argument say,
because Drake
hey,
said,
we're the
hey,
ones
I
that built
started
the
at the
country.
bottom.
The country was built on top of us, right?
No, yes.
Okay,
built
then you're
upon
at the
our
bottom.
labor
If the country
and
is
our
built on
ideas.
top of you, then you're at the bottom of the country. I don't associate with that
No.
mindset.
What
do you mean, no?
See, that's where you get it
You're
all
trying
wrong.
to have your cake and
Because
eat it too,
you're
right?
just playing semantics right now.
It's
You're
not
playing
semantics. That's what foundation means.
It is no. If
What
you
do
just
you
look at it in the
mean?
physical sense, right? Well, let's look at it in the physical sense. Let's just take the words away from it. You know.
What do you mean?
So,
We'll
like,
take it at the
when
physical
people came,
sense. That's what you're
well,
saying.
you
You're
have to let
saying you
me
physically
finish.
built the
You have to
country
let
with
me
the bedrock
complete
of the country.
my thought before you like cut me off and say you don't understand, right? All right, so let's just look at it in the physical
I understand.
sense, right?
I just disagree.
So,
I don't associate with
all
being
right,
at the
well,
bottom of the country. That's all.
you see how you keep cutting me off and
By
I
all
can't
means, go
finish my
ahead. You got
statement.
it.
It's why you're confused. All right, thank you.
I'm not confused.
All right, so like, let's just look. Okay, just give me 120 seconds. Just give me 120 seconds, right? All right, so let's just look at it from the physical standpoint, right? So like, a bunch of people came over to America, right? And and they built the country that we live in today, right? That physical labor, you know, it was a bunch of intelligence that went into it too, but that physical labor, right? Black people had a part of it, had a great part of it. Matter of fact, the wealth of this country wouldn't have been able to be built or created because of that labor. And also all the ideas and ingenuity, you know, like the music and our culture, that everything gets copied, like that's something to be proud of. But like when you say like you're an original Black American and you're not a person that came on a slave ship, that just makes me think that you're ashamed of who you are. Does that make sense to you?
So I hear what you're saying, and you're gravely mistaken. Let me tell you why. So when you talk about you happy about building the culture, FBA don't own the culture.
No, building the country, building the greatest country in the world. That's
Building
what we're
the
happy
country,
about. We
great.
built the
In
greatest
order
country
to
in the
build a
world.
country,
This
right?
country would not be built if it was not for Foundation
That's
Black
awesome.
American.
That's awesome.
Or
But
original Black
at the
American.
same day,
Wherever you
you're
want
at
to call
the, you're
yourself.
at the
Freedmen.
bottom. You're at the bottom.
No,
That's
we're
it.
not at the bottom, man.
By what
But why are
metric
we
are
at the bottom,
FBA
though?
at the
Because of white
top?
supremacy, though.
So what? By what metric are FBA
Look.
at the top?
No. Okay, I get your, okay, this is your angle, right? We're at the bottom, right? But why are we at the bottom? Because of white supremacy. White supremacy has not targeted or oppressed any other group of people in America more than foundational Black Americans. You
So what does
cannot
that show?
disagree
That
with
shows
that.
that white supremacy is greater than foundational Black Americans.
No, that just shows that white supremacy is the root cause of all of our problems.
Okay, so if you can't defeat
It's
white
just as simple as
supremacy,
that.
right? Hold on, but if you can't defeat white
There's
supremacy,
nobody can defeat white supremacy.
hold on. You tell
Tell
me
one
Asians
person.
aren't victims
tell
of
me
white
one.
supremacy?
Okay, go ahead. Yes, everybody's
Okay,
victim
so
of white
why are
supremacy.
Asians higher than FBA?
Because white people allowed it.
Okay, so once again, if white people allowed it, that means white people are better than
Because of
FBA.
white. No, that just means white supremacy is in effect.
Okay,
That's what
then
that
you
means.
can't defeat it. There's nothing you can do for it. So then you're at the bottom because you're
Yes,
powerless.
no.
What do you mean?
No,
You're powerless. That's what you just said. You
You're,
said
no.
at the bottom. You
keep
just said
moving the
FBA
goalposts
are at the
around.
bottom because of
No.
white supremacy.
No.
Which means
no.
that you
I never
can't
said
defeat
FBA
white
was the
supremacy.
bottom. No.
What do you mean? So
First of all,
are y'all at the top?
you
Hold on.
forced me.
I asked if you're at the top, right? Because you don't like being at the bottom. And then I
The
asked by
top of
what
what?
metric
Okay,
are
the top.
FBA
Okay,
at
hold
the
on.
top?
Let's talk about context now. Okay, at the top of what? Basketball players?
At the top
oh yeah,
of
Michael Jordan's at the
anything,
top.
bro. Anything. Are we going with
Oh
basketball
yeah, well
players?
I guess Michael Jordan's. Hey look, you said top of anything.
By
so
all
everybody's
means,
at
you
the
tell
top.
me.
So let's just stop there. We're at the top then.
So we're at the
Okay.
FBA are at the top of basketball players. Is that really what you want to brag on?
You just asked me, are we at the top
Hold
or
on,
at the
that's
bottom?
really what
right?
you bring into the table. The table is out
Look,
there.
man, like
and what
the trolling
FBA
is
brings
weak,
to the
man.
table is
Trolling
that,
is weak, man.
hey,
It's like you're not even like
we at the
attacking
top
my
of
arguments. You're
basketball.
trying to move the goalposts.
Sir,
and
wait,
talk
hold
about some
on.
other
You're
stuff,
not at the
man.
top of basketball. Do you understand?
I think my IQ might be too high for you, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. But you're not at the top of basketball. Do you understand?
Who is at the top of basketball?
White Jews are at the top of basketball.
How so?
Because one little message and that little black butt is off the team.
Okay, name me one Jew who can beat Michael Jordan in his prime in basketball.
Sir, they don't need to beat you. They own you. What do you mean? They pay you. They don't need to beat you at
So they
anything.
can't. So look. Hold on, man. I know how your argument trolling style is. Look, so they can't
This
beat
isn't
Michael
a
Jordan in
troll,
basketball.
bro. Did you
Therefore,
not see
black
what
people.
happened to Kyrie
But
Irving?
Yeah. Look, dude, I'm talking about basketball, man. You talking about like
Kyrie
you,
Irving's
like
a basketball
paying the
player.
money
Did
and
you
dealing
not
with
hear
the
what?
money.
Did you not see what
I don't
happened
care
to
about
Kyrie
the money.
Irving?
I'm talking about basketball.
Did you
Dude,
not see
I'm
what
talking
happened
about
to
who's
Kyrie
better at
Irving?
basketball.
And I'm
I
asking,
ain't talking about who's better at basketball. You're moving the goalpost.
wait, you're asking who's better at basketball?
I defeated you. Now move on to a different argument, please.
What? Wait, you think that defeating me is saying that black people are better at basketball?
No, I'm defeating you because you asked me what black people were at the top was, and I told you that black people
And
were
we're
at the
at the
top of
top
basketball.
of playing basketball? You don't think that's a bit embarrassing for FBAs to say, hey, we're at the top of playing basketball?
No, because
Or
they're
you
making a lot
take
of money
pride in
doing
that?
it.
You take pride in that?
Are you making more money than Are you making more money than LeBron James?
No.
Are you making more? Oh, you had to scratch your beard there. Okay. Of course. Also, he's winning then, right? He's at the top. All right, that's good. If you make
So
money
you
doing it, if
associate
you make
LeBron
money doing
James
something you love.
is LeBron
No, man, hold
James?
on, man. Hold on, man. If you make money doing something you love, then you're winning, right? especially if you're making millions. Come on, man. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Do you believe? No, you're right in that regard, but I don't believe that LeBron James is a representation of FBA.
I'm probably the first
not even
caller
like
that you had to admit that I was
80%.
right in some kind of way in a long time, right?
So do you believe that LeBron James represents a majority of FBA?
Buddy. Yes. Yes, he's
you
a very
believe
successful
LeBron
man.
James
He stuck with
represents
his,
a majority of FBA?
Are you talking about as far as his how much money he's made in his life, or how good of a person he is?
What do you mean good of a person? How much money, sir? As far as his income?
You need to answer my question first. Are you talking about his money or his
as far
character?
as his income. Income is money.
Oh, then no. Then that's not what I meant. Then
So
when,
what on God's
so when you
green
ask me that
earth
question,
are you giving LeBron James as a representation of FBA?
Hold on, man. Like, Jesus Christ, man. So like when you ask me that question, I interpreted it as like, does LeBron James' character represent foundational Black Americans? Right?
What are we talking
so
about?
I said,
Character.
Yes.
When in the conversation did we bring up character?
Because you didn't state. Like
Sir,
how
you
like
brought up.
it's,
Hold
all
on.
right,
We
so
went
like,
from who's at the top. You said at the top of anything.
All right, so let me get
then you said, I was like,
so
okay,
all right,
yeah.
hold on,
Then
so
you said, well, basketball.
All right, hold on.
And I was like, basketball? How are we at the top of
All right, so
basketball? Then you said LeBron James.
All right, so
I was
let
like,
me.
how is LeBron James
Right.
at top basketball?
So
You're
let
like,
me-
well, do you make millions? I'm like, no. Well, then he's at the top. You have to admit that if you get
All
paid
right,
money
well,
for
let me-
doing something that you love, that he's winning. I was like, yeah, I agree. Then I asked you, how's LeBron James as far as a representation of FBA?
No,
Then
yeah.
you say, well, he is. I say, in what regard is he a representation of FBA? He's like, well, I thought you meant
Hey,
in
look,
terms
hey.
of character. Where did character come up in this entire discourse?
Hey, look, like your question was up for interpretation, right?
No.
So like, let me give you another.
Well, someone
hold on,
super
I
to get
got
you
you.
out,
I
but
got.
appreciate the call. This man gotta be trolling, bro. This man gotta be trolling. He gotta be trolling, bro. He gotta be trolling. Listen, as long as black people think that we're at the top of the NBA, therefore we're winning in the country, then there is no fight. There will be no fight. Just to let you know. 772, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, man. I was asking you a question, man. Why did you leave the debate like that, man?
Bro,
it kind of makes you sound
what
like a sore
debate?
loser, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Wait, what debate
but why
are you talking
sit up
about?
like that? That ain't cool.
Wait,
What do you think?
what debate are you referring to?
It was about like 15, 20 minutes ago where
You mean with
know
you?
I didn't want. Huh?
You mean with you?
Yeah.
Listen, my guy, you asked me what did I think about Trump, right? That's not a debate, dumbass, right? There's no position there. You're asking me for an opinion.
No, there is
Obviously,
a
the
position. It's not a
conversation right
question.
now has to do with as far as the debate between Kamala Harris and Trump. You said you saw the last 10 minutes of the debate. Did you not? Rhetorical. You
Yeah,
did.
I did.
I know. There is nothing further to discuss.
Relax.
You just
relax.
stop telling me to get the fuck off my line, bro. I ain't got time for your dumb ass. What's up with these low IQ callers, bro? 904, you're on the line. What do you think?
Yeah, about the debate, who won? I think Kamala won hands down, and here's why. In my opinion, it was her objective to introduce herself to the American people. I think she did that. Lay out a vision. I think she did that. It was, in my opinion, Trump's objective to expand his base. Folks know who he is. He's had that core group of supporters, but he needed to expand them. I don't think he expanded them. He's bleeding supporters, and he's actually encouraging folks not to vote for him, and I don't see how that's going to help. So in terms of her introducing herself and him trying to expand his base, I think she won hands down.
Fair enough. Appreciate the call. 562, you're on the line. Who won?
562, you're on the line. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Lucas? You can't. I gotta turn you off.
Yep.
Hello? Okay, I think that Kamala won the debate, hands down. She did her job like a prosecutor. Trump just was saying basically the same song and dance, and then he says things that contradict himself to what he says in his rallies, to his base. He can't remember what he's saying half of the time. And I think they're going to notice that, but most of the time they don't notice that. They'll just take whatever lie he tells and, you know. So I think, yeah, she did a great job. I don't think that he's going to have another debate with her because I feel like he's embarrassed, and I don't think that he wants to take that. He wants to have the fight with Joe Biden still, and that's why she had to remind him that she wasn't Joe Biden, that he was having a conversation with Kamala. So I did like when she upped and downed him, you know, and said this, like I felt like she was going to say this nigga, but she said this former president that had me dying. So that I think she did a good job. I mean, I think some people say that she doesn't talk about policies much, and I hear some things that she's saying that seem like her policies, but I mean, she could get a little bit more detailed, but it's kind of hard because she's debating him and also fact checking him in real time. So that's a lot of work to do.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call.
479. Who won?
I think some people.
Hello?
479, you're on the line. Who won?
I hear some.
No. There's something else I think that's a little bit more important. The gentleman that you were speaking to before, I don't know if you've ever talked about this, but he thinks that money is power and not the other way around. I don't think that guy truly grasped that the owners control everything for the basketball players. The basketball players wouldn't be making what they're making if the owners weren't in place where they are. That in certain avenues, certain industries, and football is one, there are no black owners. There are some black co-owners and owners in basketball, but in so many ways, white people have shut out and closed the doors to black people. And it's not just them. It's difficult for a lot of black business owners to open a shop or store because they get charged 3 times what their Asian counterpart might get charged. And it's also because we don't have those connections. I don't think that guy truly grasped us being good at basketball is nothing. And you're right. That is something I was really just mortified and found it embarrassing that he thought that was something important. Like I said, I don't know if you've ever talked about this stuff before, but I wish that conversation had went into a way where you broke it down and explained, here's the people at the top, this is where people are. That the reason, and I understand why you're saying foundation, we are at the bottom. But that guy really did not grasp how socially and politically black people have been iced out in a lot of ways. That's what I wanted to say.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. And yes, I 100% agree. Very much. Very much iced out.
763, you're on the line.
Yo, Lucas, what up? How's it going, man?
It's going.
All right. I just wanted to share a couple of tips. So because you keep suggesting this, I bought 2 Spanish books this week. I got Spanish, Easy and Fun by Aguilar. And then we got Webster's Spanish-English Dictionary for Students 3rd edition, revised and updated with the words you need to know. I just want to give those, those tips out there. That's all.
All right. Appreciate it.
216, you're on the line.
All righty. I'll say that Kamala won, but I want to know If you think Kamala won, do you think Trump have a heart attack?
Do I think Trump is what?
Do you think Trump would have a heart attack?
If Kamala won what the presidency?
Yeah, as soon as they stop the counting.
No, I don't think he would have a heart attack.
Or probably like a stroke or something.
No. I think he would completely disappear from the Republican Party.
Who, you think he'll try to run again?
He can't run again.
I don't know.
Actually, can he? Well, actually, no.
Yeah.
He could run again. You just can't
Yeah,
have.
he can run as many times as he can.
Yeah, you can run as many times. Yeah, that would be wild if he run again. I would think
Because
physically
at that time,
he couldn't run again.
Yeah, but at that time, how old is he? He's 80, what? 80, well, 82? How old is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's running that time, so about 82, so about 4 more years. If Kamala wins, be 86. Jesus. Yeah, he can still run. I mean, that'd be older than Biden.
He wouldn't do it.
Oh, yes, he would.
No way. Highly doubt it.
This man is stuck in white rage mode. He wants this power so bad. He may do some dumb shit to get it.
He would never run again, bro. Never. If he can't beat Kamala Harris, they'll never elect him.
Look, no, because I think his base is too strong, and I think that they'll probably try to come back.
You don't think they'll completely dissipate after this election if they lose?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll just start regrouping and coming back strong.
Oh my God.
Because you have to understand, you see how strong the Europeans are getting, right? You see how wild they're getting. The white people, they are actually feeding off of that. Because you already saw, I think there was a video call where there was a Myron got into it, and white only. It's like, you're stupid to actually even think that you're going to be allowed to get, because they were literally just entertaining themselves with him just being in there. Even though there were still some people saying no N-words allowed.
Yeah.
Literally to his face. And he wasn't even born here. And you had American whites, you had European whites, you had probably every single white on this planet in that lobby. Yes, they will come out stronger. They may not use Trump,
Yeah,
but
I don't
Trump
think
will
they'll use
try.
Trump. I think Trump is
Yeah.
done. As far as him coming back, sure, they'll come back.
If he does another like a press conference or some shit like that after her presidency is already like going strong and stuff, already in there. If he does that, then yeah, he's gonna try to run again. He probably won't run as Republican anymore. Probably independent.
No, I don't see that happening. That would be
Probably
insane.
Yeah, because he already has the money flow. Because these idiots are just feeding him dollar after dollar still. So he has money flow. So
To
he's got
run
the campaign
again,
dollars.
he's got to be hurting with all these lawsuits.
If they don't throw his ass in jail November, then no. He can still go. I already know his old ass. He's stuck in God Emperor Trump mode. And you already know Russia, China, they want to use him so bad, they already know what they can do with him. His old ass. They will use him up. But his old ass probably press the fucking nuclear codes and kill us all. But anyway. I think he'll try. He'll try, but I think they'll do what they do with Biden. Run him for a little bit, then get rid of him.
That's wild.
And then replace him with a younger, more loud, and more ignorant
I don't
white.
think it's be possible to get rid of him. To try and replace him. That's the only thing.
Yeah, because if he builds up another big base like he did with January 6th, that's a lot of fucking white people and some fucking stupid black people. But yeah, he could do some
I think
damage.
his base will be in shambles after this. That's the thing.
I don't know. I don't know about that. You also got Europeans that could just come here and just magically become a U.S. citizen. And that, you can know that doubles their vote count.
We'll
You know definitely they'll vote for Trump. They're already trying to get rid of their Democratic I think like prime minister or some shit. They're trying to get like another like far right dude to take over. And you know what happens after that? Everybody grab your bullets, grab your guns. If the bombs start dropping, you know where they're coming from. Because for some reason, white people just don't know how to stop dropping nuclear weapons on people. It is what it is, though. And I'm not lying. You know I'm not lying, Lucas. Warden don't lie. I'll tell you that. Warden does not lie to you.
All right. Well, we will hear. We will see.
All right. Scorched earth. Scorched earth, Lucas. Scorched earth.
Later. Oh, wait. I don't know. 772, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, man, why you leave the debate like that again?
These people. You having a panel? I wasn't planning on it.
Weaknesses of the campaign he was running is his inability, whatever it is.
929, you're on the line.
Man, you ain't trying to. What's up, Lucas? Yeah. So let's get right to it. I think she won. She came down with some good rebuttal to the debate. You could see that Buddy was visually flustered, like when they were going with the back and forth. He kept repeating this picture, like the country is horrible, like the country is that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you happen to catch that. I'm like, that's not good. That's the Kool-Aid. That's the Kool-Aid in the system. That's how he concocts that little MAGA. That's how he builds up his swarm mentality. That I don't know. I'm just tired of it personally. Like, get down to the objective stuff. What you got for the people? I feel like she had more to say. She had more for the people, like a general stance, in a general stance, not no, oh, this is what I got to do for my people. You know, it's up to the people to put the pressure on her on what we need as the people. So y'all know what y'all job is. I'm about to heat up this food right now. So I'm gonna talk to you.
Later. I thought he said heat up this cat. Oh man, bruh. What a time to be alive. I thought
only a picture,
like I said,
of the current administration.
I
in the
thought
context
she
of the
won by a whisper.
accomplishments
God, I
of
can't
Biden,
stand this
Harris,
motherfucker.
but the pivot to a framework of a compelling future about the next 4 years with end of the day is what this election is all
but
about.
she was so discipline's the word. Every time she was asked a question, she'd almost answer it first about Trump and then maybe go into her response. And if you were looking for policy, you didn't get a whole lot of policy, to be quite fair. I mean, you got some of it towards the second hour, but this was a lot about the Trump administration.
Well, you got contrast. I mean, Chuck was absolutely right. It wasn't a criticism Chuck, I think, was making about President Biden on their issue of abortion. It was a compliment to Vice President Harris, her ability to bring you into the story, to tell a story, to humanize an issue. She did it across the spectrum of issues. He was on the defensive
such a
from
POS.
day one. She won the debate. If the purpose of tonight was to win the debate, to show she's a commander-in-chief, to show she has character and temperance, to show
I
that
hate
she
him
can
so
take
much.
on a bully like Donald Trump and put him on the defense. So
If
she
he
can
were to
take
die
on
in his sleep, bruh.
dictators around the rest of the globe and lead this nation, I
Man.
think she did it. And she also did this. She talked about all of us, not just some of us. I think
Genuinely,
the best parts
if it was fucking Gavin Newsom dying in his sleep, or black people getting reparations, that would be a toss-up
together,
for me.
we're all better off. We're all better off. It was a fantastic night.
Do you think there's another debate if you were advising the Harris
Good.
campaign? Would you say that? Would you tell them to have another debate, or do you
October.
think it's one and done? You think that you?
Well, absolutely. We talked about a couple debates. He said anytime, anywhere, tough guy. Anytime, anywhere. By the way, that was weakness. Weakness, not even masquerading as a strength. I usually
Can't
compliment
stand
him.
this man.
Weakness masquerading as strength. He was weak across the board. I would love to see a debate.
You think
in
it'd be
October.
good
This guy is such a piece of shit. Oh shit, what happened?
I would love to see a debate.
You think
in
it'd be good
October.
for the Harris campaign? It'd obviously be good for the American people, but you think it'd be good for Harris?
But what you just said, I don't want to be flippant about that. Good for the American people, good for democracy, good for freedom, good for the rule of law, good for not only this country, but the world we're trying to build. Absolutely good for Kamala Harris.
Do you think the Democratic Party and her handlers,
God,
her
what a
campaign,
shithead.
maybe loosen the reins a little bit in the sense that maybe she does town halls where she's actually talking to voters, maybe she does some more sit-down interviews? I mean, were Democrats nervous about her, and now has she set the expectations?
Well, maybe somewhere, not me.
Yeah.
That's a comment.
Of course not.
Forgive me. That's a reveal to the extent people are surprised of something we've known about for decades in California. I've watched that Kamala Harris for years and years and years. So in so many ways, past was reflected in the present. And the good news, I know this about her, she keeps getting better and better and better. So to your question
Oh my
about
God, I
out there
hate him.
even more, absolutely, you're going to see it. And I'm absolutely confident she'll provide more
Such
opportunities in that respect.
Do you know a lot about politics? How impactful, or will it not matter at all, is the Taylor Swift endorsement tonight?
Maybe other people, not me.
Very significant. For no other reason.
Taylor
there's an energy
Swift
and pride
endorsed
that comes with
Kamala?
that. There's an energy of youth, a quality of
boy.
imagination. Trust me, it's reflected in my 4 children, all of them under the age of 14. They seem to know more about everything going on in Taylor Swift's life than anything else. I guarantee it. Within the next 24 hours, they're less likely to be talking about this interview, respectfully with us, with their dad, and more about Taylor Swift's endorsement. So, in the way she did it, around this cat lady thing and the pejoratives and the way women have been treated in this country, the way women have been treated in this country, that I think also is profoundly significant.
California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor, we thank you for your time. Hallie, you can kind of see and feel the vibe there from the California governor of how the
He's
Democrats
psyched.
feel tonight after this debate.
I mean, he's happy.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah.
I watched that interview, Tom. I'm texting
Piece
with
of shit.
folks in and around the Democratic orbit.
That's why.
Obviously, they are nearly jubilant from that, although I think people understand there's still a long way to go
God, I
before Election
can't
Day.
stand this
Let me
dude.
bring back Chuck, Kristen, and Steve Kornacki here. Kornacki, let me get to you, because the macro question, the meta question, do debates matter? Do they move the needle? In a race this close, and we've
This
been
is going to be
saying
a
it,
close race.
competitive.
But you heard what, what's his name?
How
The
does
keys
this
to the White
play
House?
out with the electorate?
He said Kamala wins.
Thinking about here, you see how jazzed Democrats are right now.
Kamala
There's certainly
wins,
some
bruh.
things tonight I think Trump's going to take some heat for in the coming days. I want to see what the polls look like just in terms of who won the debate, but I am reminded that in 4 of his previous general election debates, Donald Trump was clobbered in the public opinion poll polls after those debates.
He'd be the
I'm just
first
looking
name in
here.
your death now?
These are some of the
Oh,
post-debate
I don't know about
margins.
the first, but
he
he'd
lost
definitely
by
be top 10.
35 points the first debate in one of the polls in 2016, 23 points, 21 points, 25 points to Joe Biden in the first debate in 2020. And you look at those 2016 numbers, and of course you remember that he won the election. You remember one of the dynamics of that election was he'd have those moments where he would take a hit in the polls. Access Hollywood is one of the ultimate examples here, and it would take about a week's time for everything to cycle back to baseline. So as we absorb the debate, see what those polls say, see what the coverage looks like in the next few days, but I keep that in mind as a possibility that if this is rough for Trump, are we looking up in a week and saying, well, the polls haven't changed that much? Now, the way of turning that around and saying, could it be different this time, would simply be, think back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump's opponent, was an extremely familiar political commodity to people. She'd been on the center stage of American politics for a generation. Joe Biden had been the vice president when he's running a two-term vice president in 2020. Here's Kamala Harris. We talked about this. More than a quarter of voters in that New York Times poll the other day said they needed to know more about her. So is there room for her, if again the post-debate polls break in her favor, if Trump's taking some here, is there room for her to capitalize in ways there weren't necessary for Clinton or even Biden? That's what I'm looking to see.
I think her next
debate
should be policy, just all policy.
Too above the thing that is going to be the pop culture moment coming out of tonight, which is of
right now she definitely separated herself from Trump.
What is her impact when she posted to Instagram for people to get involved, to register to vote? 35,000 registrations on vote.org after that. I mean, she's got a platform, she's got an audience, she's got a loyal audience who
are they talking about
what?
She
has to say. I don't want to.
Taylor Swift?
We're not too we're of the people here. We can talk about it.
But it's a really important point because young voters were a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Donald Trump is walking into the spin room here, which is a very interesting moment, very unusual. You know the adage, you see a candidate in spin when they feel like they need to be spinning. Let's listen in for just a second here. I think Garrett Hake is there. I'm not sure if his camera is plugged in and ready to go yet, but let's listen in this impromptu news conference.
Hold on. Hold on.
Mr. Trump, we're live on ABC News here. We thought it was our best debate ever. It was my best debate ever, I think.
His best debate ever?
It was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind. The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good.
What polls are these?
Beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what
polls
happened.
are these? What is he talking about?
They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting evening.
Mr. President, if you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Wow, the spin room. That's interesting.
Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris. I have no idea.
Mr. President,
I have no idea.
When Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big deal.
Were you prepared for that, sir? Were you prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is...
Wait, I don't understand. How are they bad? So it's bad to fact check?
Well, she wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25.
What?
Well, we'll look at it, but they want a second debate because they lost. I mean, every poll shows they lost, and they lost. Now, with all of that, it was obviously 3-on-1, but I think we did great. You did? Thank you. Who are you with? I love this guy, whoever he is. He said you did great. Yeah, Lebanon.
Listen, folks, if you can't tell by the hard-to-hear audio and those shaky camera angles, this was not an expected or planned appearance by former President Trump in that spin room in Philadelphia. He simply showed up. You heard him talk about that. He walked in front of where a number of reporters gathered, including our Garrett Haake. He's walking back over now, a little closer to the microphones, it seems. Let's listen back in for just a sec, see if that's any better.
The vice president, he's, the office of the vice president, and certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What do you think of the president?
Multiple times. What am I going to do? Project 2025.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. What do you think of the moderator? I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just
the migrants. No, but that's a true story. President Trump, I'm Yusef Salaam.
Want to be super transparent with you here. Tough to get our camera closer into this gaggle, into this scrum. Obviously, he travels with Secret Service, the former president. There's a bubble, a bit of a bubble, at least around him. He's walking around talking to people. Tommy, while we're watching this, and I want to keep this up in case we get it better. And there's Andrea Mitchell. Let's listen in for a sec.
I don't even view it as a performance. Our country is in decline. We're a nation in decline. And I thought that we got that out. She was unable to defend it. She was certainly bad on foreign policy. She was very bad on the border. And the polls are showing that I have one poll is 92% to 6. And all of the polls are 60, 70, and 80 in our direction. So I thought it was a great debate from my standpoint.
Mr. President, what about black voters? What about black voters, Mr. President? What do you think black voters?
I love black voters. I love them, and they love me too.
Ask about reparations.
Oh yeah, it's true. You take a look at it. No, that's true. It's nonsense.
Right.
You could check it out. Check with the authorities. I really don't know. I really don't know. I just say, all I do is say the truth. I say the truth. If I lose votes or gain votes, I don't care. But this was my best debate. I thought it was very good. I thought she was very weak on foreign policy. She was very weak on the border. And I'm very happy with it.
So former President Trump here holding court in the spin room there in Philly. Tom Yamas is there, and the former president repeatedly describing this as his best debate in his view, despite the fact that, of course, just a couple of months ago, it was the former president's opponent who dropped out of the presidential race altogether because of that debate. And there has been some news made here as former President Trump is declining to commit to a second debate. Tom, I think I have you, as we're taking a look here, former President Trump walking around spin. Give us a sense of the vibe. Where are you in relation to this? I saw Andrea there. I saw Garrett there. This note about the second debate, Kamala Harris's campaign dangled that it seemed as bait. Sure, we want him to do it. We're down to do it. He's declining to take it sounds like.
So, Hallie, I'm about 50 feet from where the former president just walked in. It's interesting. This debate might have been 90 minutes, and I think Donald Trump has turned it into like 100, maybe 110-minute debate, but it's all...
Goodness. 816, you're on the line.
Lucas, what's up? This is Curry, man.
What's going on?
So I don't know where to start, man. First off, I'm gonna let you slide on the panel stuff. I know you're busy, even though I think this is a perfect opportune time to have a panel.
No one has any
obviously-
disagreements. This is gonna be boring.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying the Council of Negroes need to speak because I actually do have
No
some
one thinks that
disagreements
Trump
with,
won. Everyone's like Kamala won. Yada yada yada.
Yes, many people are in agreement that Kamala won, right? But some people are critiquing her answers, right? To me, her opening answer was apropos, right? Because she painted the narrative, right? Not only do I have a plan, right? This is my background as to why and who I'm going to address, right? Being middle class families, right? And that's a attack on Trump and how he treated the middle class, basically nixing what's left of the middle class, right? But that's neither here nor there. The reason where I think Trump lost the debate, besides the eating pet shit, because that shit has nothing to do with anything. But when Trump mentioned him getting shot, right, or shot at, the attempt on his life, right, he said that the Democrats' rhetoric of them saying that he's dangerous for the country, right, is what got him shot. And in the next 10 seconds, he proceeded to say the same rhetoric that he claimed they said about him. So it's like, dog, like, how is this leadership? Like, furthermore, you get manipulated by a woman talking about your rally size. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? It could be two niggas at your, if you got good policy, that's what I care about. I've never been to one rally in my life, but I will vote. The fuck? I don't even go to, like, like, so obviously we see that he cares nothing about anything unless somebody insults his pride. He got mad when she brought up that, hey, you prefer to be flattered by foreign leaders. When they brought up Ukraine, this nigga talking about Putin would be happier and he'd have 300 more soldiers. He started what? He invaded Ukraine. What are you talking about? Him being happier and having most? He sacrificed his soldiers, essentially. What the fuck are you saying? Mind you, and this is just comparison, because I don't want to get the little hat people on your channel, right? But they asked him about that situation. He was like, well, hey, man, they need to finish it, right? As far as the little hat people, basically kissing their ass. But when asked about Ukraine, he's like, oh, it just needs to get over. I want it to end. I basically going for a watered down 2-state solution when Ukraine was invaded by Russia. That doesn't even make any sense. It makes no sense. And people are sitting here acting like it was close. Lucas, the only reason that is close, right, is because Trump is semi-funny. He's semi-entertaining. Yeah, he got her ass with the line as far, oh, that's familiar? Nigga, that's a chuckle. This is the fucking presidential office. I don't want my president to be funny. Obama being funny was a bonus. I could give a fuck less if this nigga can tell a joke. That's my point. Now, I'm going to be reserved. I'm so glad I was doing cardio while listening to this shit, because the shit was pissing me off. Also, Kamala keeps dropping the ball as far as being black. If somebody ever decided to ask me or even made it assumed, oh, Curry not black, why does it take me walking around the goddamn earth to say, no, I'm black? I don't get that choice. I'm black. It's not that hard. She's half black. So what? The bitch just say you black. Not to call her out her name disrespectful, but it's making me mad because I kind of agree with some people saying like, yo, Kamala could have did better. I think the approach was reservation and trying to get Trump to overreach just to be, man, he's fucking dumbass, great comedy. But she was trying to get him to overreach, right? To overextend, right? That's basically judo. I'm going to let you use all the energy you want to make you look stupid. That's why the rally size shit looked bad. That's why the cats and dogs shit looked bad. And people saying the moderators is unfair, right? So if I say two things out the side of my mouth, right, to anybody on the face of this earth, I would expect them to say, well, which one do you believe? That's not that's, how can I get mad at a nigga for saying, hey, these two things conflict. Which one do you believe? Is that crazy to ask? He literally just said, yeah, I lost the election by a hair. They barely got me. No, I was saying that sarcastically, dog. You don't even. Are you fucking kidding me?
That was wild.
Are you? And then you got the nerve to talk about Ashley Babbitt got killed by a rogue officer. So you sarcastically playing about her life, essentially. Tell Ashley Babbitt you was being sarcastic. Tell her family you was being fucking sarcastic. That shit sounds asinine. That shit sounds unbelievable. I feel bad for his fucking supporters. That's who I feel bad for. Because he has been pimping and robbing them and slapping on red hats on their dumb ass for like, end of my spiel. This was clearly a win on her side. Honestly, it's sad that a person like Trump can even call that participating in a debate. I've done debate, right? School debates. I actually quit because, as you can tell, I love to talk. I love to converse. I'm a great communicator. Shout out Reggie. But I've never seen someone with such a strong case of Dunning-Kruger. He just said this was his best debate ever, right? I think this is just Trump defense for, like, he can never accept the L. He can never accept the L. Also, I've never seen somebody like, and I'll liken this to basketball because that goofy nigga was talking about basketball earlier, right? If you hoop, if you're doing a pickup game, right, and you bust a nigga ass, right, the winner should never come off saying, hey, I don't want to play again, dog. Why the fuck would I not want to play against this scrub ass nigga? He light work. You want to take another L? Who sounds like they want? I'm not trying to debate no more. I already whooped her. That doesn't even make sense, bro. It don't even, like, I can't even wrap my mind around it. That's it.
All right. Appreciate
Stay
it.
blessed, man. I did drop the money for the panel, but honestly, you're right. Because there's no way to argue, hey, Trump won the debate.
We have a short panel if you want.
I bet.
We respect the Monies over here. We respect the support. Respect the support, even though y'all have to freaking jump over backwards to get y'all to even like the stream. But we respect the support.
954, you on the line.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Lucas, right?
Yep.
All right, for the debate, there was like one part about abortion that I saw that I didn't see many people talking about. Like, when Trump was talking about it, he specifically like mentioned about cases about abortion. I mean, about incest and like rape. But like, when he said that, I guess Kamala wasn't listening, because when she talked after him, she like brought up that Trump wouldn't care about those cases, but he specifically said that, like, when he said he would make exceptions for that, but when she talked, like, she basically said he doesn't care about it. Did you see that part in the debate?
No, I didn't get that part.
Oh, I just saw, because there's another streamer that I was watching, but like I only saw one person that brought it up. But like, that's just something that I don't like Democrats like basically gaslighting voters like that. But I mostly thought Kamala won the debate overall, you know.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. Lordy. Very interesting.
734. You're on the line.
Yeah, what's going on, Lucas, man?
What's going on?
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. I just want to call in. I want to kind of speak to, the debate tonight, man. I got a question for you, man. So, I'm a black man in Michigan right now, and it's funny that Kamala ran a particular ad talking about black jobs, right? And I want to be honest, man. I'm a black man in position of hiring, and that particular immigration thing is really hitting Detroit really bad right now. You know what I'm saying? And I think all black people right now should be voting on immigration, period. And I think it's really hurting. It's
What's
really bad,
happening
man,
in
to the
Detroit?
point. In Detroit right now, personally, man, I'm in position of hiring, right? I'm not gonna say the restaurant name, and I will say that personally, my superior is a Mexican, and he had me particularly fire 4 black cooks and bring 4 2 Venezuelans and 2 Mexicans in and hired them. Now I'm the only one who had the courage to speak up about that, but they are taking our jobs, bro, and it's our fault that we in this position. I can't knock them, bro, but I think that needs to be the number one thing that we need to vote on right now, man.
I thought you were the hiring manager.
I am the hiring manager, but it's a superior over me who has the ability to who has the ability to dictate and
How many
persuade.
black cooks did you interview for the job?
How many? When I took over, I already had 4 cooks in place.
No, I mean for the blacks that got fired. How many black people did you interview to replace them?
See, the hiring for the cooks was compartmentalized. Now I had the ability I hired and interviewed 2 people for 4 slots. It was no need for me to hire people because the guy came in and backdoored and got rid of them because he made a power move.
So
how
many were replaced? Right. So once someone's fired, you have to replace those cooks. So
all
you're the
4.
hiring manager. So how many black people did you interview for that position that needs to be replaced?
See, that's what happened. The black people, after they quote unquote lost their jobs for being sick or calling off or whatever the case want to be, they took the authority and was claiming that the kitchen wasn't running up to efficiency because of the black people. And then he made a power call in order to bring more people in and hire 2 Mexicans and 2 Venezuelans.
So those 2 Mexicans and 2 Venezuelans, who interviewed them for the position?
My superior.
Okay, why would they interview them if you're the hiring manager?
Because they made a power play. He has the ear of like my man just spoke to prior, the little hats, and he made a decision based on how they other restaurants are opening and running that they're hiring illegals in all their restaurants across the country.
So you're saying he hired 4 illegals?
Yes, literally. No, I'm not even gonna be I'm not even gonna be hyperbolic. It was 2 illegals.
How do you know that they're 2 illegals?
Because I had to fake and lie about their payroll because when they had to hire them under different names. Because when I was I still had managed the payroll, and when it came to cutting checks, I had to go in the system. They asked me to go in the system and change the name because whatever name they use in order to get paid in, they had conflict with.
Whatever name they decided to get paid in, they had conflict with? What do you mean they had conflict with?
They were hiring. So what happens when they come over here, the Venezuelans who they hire.
Are you saying they gave you a fake social security number and name?
Yes.
And you, instead of reporting that, you co-signed
I
it?
did report it on the low. I did. Me personally, I reported. I did an ICE claim on the low. I did personally, but I brought it up to my owners in our weekly manager meetings, and they just kind of swept it under the rug and was like, in so many words, mind your business. But I bring this up to say that it's not hyperbolic when they run these commercials and saying
paid less than other employees?
No, in some cases they were being paid more.
So how does that make any sense? How would they be taking our jobs if they're being paid more than the people who came before them?
How is that not taking our jobs if they are claiming that there are quote unquote no cooks, no black cooks?
The black people, right? The black cooks, right? They got fired.
Yeah.
You're telling me that they hired illegals who they paid more than the black cooks. That
I
doesn't
said in
sound.
some instances, I know in one case, yes, they do pay one of the cooks more than they pay the black cooks. Yes.
That doesn't make any sense, because the whole point of them being illegal is that you can pay them under
Not
the table, right? You don't have to pay them
not
same wage.
necessarily. That's a negative connotation that's sometimes applied to illegals, but that
So
doesn't
what is
mean
the
it's an
benefit of
exception.
hiring illegals at this business?
See, that's the connotation you got to wipe away. The benefit of hiring illegals, I think it's son personally more behind letting these illegals over here, because the benefit is not more. It may be a culture thing, okay? And now listen, I'm the biggest component of where do black men who have a problem
I
with
hear you,
black
but
culture,
what's the benefit, right? Is the person who your superior, are they Latina? Are they Venezuelan?
they are Mexican.
They are Mexican. So what is the purpose of him hiring 2 Venezuelans?
Because they don't like the culture of how black workers. Because when he get back there, you know how I'm not sure if you have worked in food culture and how Mexicans work. They work at a different pace and tempo sometimes. And I'm not saying, listen, 1 + 1 = 2, right? So is 3 - 1, right? So that sometimes, we want to
Why
work and
wouldn't
get
they
the
just
same.
hire 2 Mexican legals?
I have no idea.
It's
That's
not
not.
making any sense.
It doesn't make sense, but I'm telling you that this is what's happening. If I was hyperbolic and I told you at work, I've had Haitians walk in, Senegalese walk in, I had Venezuelans walk in, all trying to get hired. This immigration thing is for real, man. And if people don't really wake up and use it as an
Well,
essential
there's a
metric
difference
to
between
wake up,
immigration and illegal immigration.
illegal immigration, these people over here are not legal. I've personally sent I sent people away and saw another establishment up the street, hired them under the table.
Yeah, it's not making any sense if they're not getting paid less than the current workers.
Listen,
Unless
to me,
you're
it
just
doesn't
telling me
matter.
that
Listen, it doesn't. The
their work
connotation, if they're
ethic
getting
is
paid
so
less,
superior
you right, Lucas.
that
But
it's
it's
worth
a
it.
job is a job that can be to an American citizen, Lucas.
So are you
That's what
saying
I'm
their
saying.
work
though.
ethic is so superior? Is that
I'm not
superior?
saying their work ethic. I'm saying, and based on my synopsis, they're hiring them based on the black culture. They don't like black culture. Sometimes they come in with
What is
attitude.
black
Sometimes they
culture?
come
So you're
in.
telling me that the black workers are coming in with attitude. Why would I hire them? I wouldn't hire them either. I don't need your black ass, your white ass, your Asian ass, your Hispanic ass, your Venezuelan ass to be coming at my fucking place that I'm working to come in with an attitude, because it's a negative impact to the rest of the people.
I
The rest of
agree
your
with you,
employees.
Lucas.
So I don't
I
understand
agree
what
with
the
you.
issue is here.
Welcome to the
I'm
Amazing
asking,
Army.
are you not Kamala? Do you support Kamala or Trump?
I would support Kamla over Trump.
I know this. I watch the channel. I'm a supporter. I understand this, but I'm saying that I believe that the issues are more prevalent. That more blacks. Where do
The issues have nothing to do with Trump, because Trump is for more migration. He wants more immigrants over here.
Is it not the Biden administration right now that is influx of migrants on their watch record?
I don't know if there's a record influx.
Okay, let's be honest though. We're not saying you even ran videos about the stuff going on in the world. We see it. This is not hyperbolic when we talk about. I'm firsthand. It's not hyperbolic when we talk about the influx of immigrants right now. It's really hurting us.
I'm telling
Especially
you. Did you hear what I said? I said Trump wants more immigrants.
So we're fucked. So we're screwed both ways, right?
That's why I've been telling y'all, but nobody wants to listen. So that's why I'm saying, if you're gonna get something right now, you've got to organize and mobilize to at least get something on the table, whether it's reparations bill, whether it's a George Floyd Policing Act. But yes, 100%. I mean, Dr. Claude Anderson said this a long time ago. I told you all this when it came to L.A. You had fuck that guy. He's with the blacks. We're outnumbered. So once you're outnumbered, it's game over. That's why I said you have 5 years until we become extinct. Negroes is so happy about surviving. It's like, who wants to survive?
I'm with you, but it's fucked up because I'm just like, man, where do we go?
The best thing you can
Because
do is speak Spanish, or find some. What you do in a situation like that is find other black people to replace them. That's the only thing. That's the only option you have. Because you should always have someone who may be open to a job or looking for a job or is available at any given time. Because once they get fired, be like, yo, I got the homie who's looking for a job, yada yada yada. You gotta be the plug for somebody. But I don't know how many black chefs you know. I don't know how many black chefs are out there. So
no, what happened? What happened was they initially hired black, trying to cater to the Detroit culture, and niggas came in and Negrofied it. And you know, we got to be honest, because sometimes people play the victim.
Then you're self-terminating. I don't know what to tell you. If Negroes was coming over there with attitudes and stuff like that, or they coming over here with with a ghetto culture, then no, I'm not gonna hire you. And furthermore, I'm going to go out of my way not to hire anyone who I think even remotely is similar to you. That's what's going to happen. They may not say that, but the only thing you could think of is maybe a possibility of hiring a lawsuit, discrimination lawsuit.
Yeah, man.
That's the only thing that I can think of is a discrimination lawsuit. You would have to prove that, hey, they are going out of their way not to hire black chefs. But I don't think, I don't know, you can talk to a lawyer, but I don't think it doesn't sound like that strong of a case. You can get them on the legals, but as far as if they're not paying them they're not paying them less, then
no, they're not paying them less. I think it's just that they were, it's a black job that somebody in the inner city can have.
How do they come across these two people though?
Man, I be honest with you, I have no idea how the hell they meet these illegal immigrants, man. They just be popping up, man. And like, the kitchen was, when I took over, that kitchen was like 80% black. So I was part of the influx of the new management that came in and was part of the restructuring. And so from my guesstimation of working in food service, I had already experienced, it needed a little retouching as far as structure, because they had a young man there who was running in, who was kind of, fucking with the women and, leading to the hypersexualization that sometimes men in power of color usually fall victim to, right? Hollering at the women, X, Y, and Z. So I was part of the influx of one of the people who came in to, kind of right the ship. And what ended up happening was they took, even though I was a hiring manager for the servers, the barmaids and everything up front, they kind of took compartmentalization of owners of the kitchen and kind of started slowly bringing in more and more illegals and more Latin people. And then next thing you know, the whole chef line is fucking
that's what they're gonna do, and that's what they should do. I don't have any issue with that. The only problem is black people haven't been doing that, so that's our fault. That's why we are where we are. But that's what they should be doing, right? Yeah. You give the plug to the homie.
You're right, though. You know what? You're 100% right, man. And you're right. That whole extinction shit, man. And I want to speak. I think it's the divide between the black man and the black woman too, man. Like, I write vlogs, man, and I was talking about the conservative nature of the black man and the liberal nature of the black woman is kind of, dividing us, man. Because you look at some of the liberal and the conservative policies that we standing for, is like, and I don't knock nobody for what they do, but like if you push in gay marriage, you know what I'm saying? If you push in heavy immigration, none of these things are in favor of the black community getting their numbers up and being able to be a plausible sector in you know what I'm saying, in the political outscape of the country, right? These things are going to make us less, less beneficial to the political landscape. So I just think, man, it's a breakdown, man. But I'll hop off here, man, and let you do your thing, man. And man, I appreciate what you're doing, man.
It. Take care. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. If they're hiring illegals and then paying them more, that's fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That defeats the whole purpose of an illegal. Like, the whole purpose is cheap labor. You tell me you're going to hire them and then pay them more? Nah, that's something not making any sense. That's probably, I don't know, the homie or something's going on. But until you have more information, I mean, you can't say that they're illegal. Maybe there's a discrepancy. I don't know. You would have to find out. But that's what they're supposed to do. Here's what I've noticed a lot of black people being upset at. They're upset at immigrants doing what we should have been doing years ago. During my MAGA phase, I was telling you all this, essentially. Maybe not as succinctly as right now, but essentially, y'all, we become, I won't say we because I am Asian, Latino, Dominican. Is Dominican the good one or the Puerto Rican? I think it's Puerto Rican. I'm Asian. I self-identify as Asian Latino. But essentially what black people become is a hater class. In a nutshell, Puerto Rican, okay, I'm Asian, Latino, Puerto Rican. Okay. That's what niggas have become. Y'all become a hater class. And it's simple as that. You become a hater class. You hating on them coming over here, getting their bread, and talking about, well, they taking our jobs? Yeah. That's what's supposed to happen. But the problem is they taking your job. I have yet to hear an owner say, hey, they took my job. Y'all don't want to hear that, though. I have yet to hear an owner say, hey, they're taking my job. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I have yet to hear an owner, a CEO, a VP, CFO, to say, hey, they're taking my job. Have yet to hear that. Have yet to hear that. Now, if you Negroes have been working on building up capital, or at least working on reparations or something, working on building your money up and not your funny up, then you would be in a position to take advantage of this influx of illegal immigration, and you wouldn't be complaining. It would be other Latinos or fucking Asians. They'd be the ones complaining. It's as simple as that. But now you're competing with mofos who are fresh off the boat. After fucking decades, that should not be the case. Let me just say something that Cat Williams said. Remember when Cat Williams said, I forgot which one was, Pimp Chronicles, Hustle, something like that, where he's like, I think it was a Pimp Chronicles. I don't even fuck with somebody who's doing the same thing that they were doing last time for their birthday. Right? If you're doing the same thing you were doing last year for your birthday, I'm good. I've already done that. Thank you, though. So, if Negroes are in the same position after fucking 60-something years plus, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? This was a conversation that came up back in Dr. Claude Anderson's days. That's why he wrote the book. This was a conversation that was happening back in the 1990s, 2000. That's why he wrote the book, bruh. That's why he wrote the book. Y'all have been sitting on gold apparently all this time, and now y'all want to complain. There is no complaining. Honestly, at this point in time, it's really about assimilation. I hate to say it. What is it? They clone Tyrone. Assimilation is better than annihilation. And every black person believes that. You can say, no, I don't believe that, but you do. The moment in time you're glorifying surviving in the country as opposed to thriving, then you believe assimilation is better than annihilation. You've assimilated to the lowest tier on the totem pole of this hierarchy called America. That's what you've done. You've assimilated to the bottom feed. That's it. You've grown comfortable in the struggle. You've grown comfortable in the misery. We've grown comfortable seeing our black women and men get slaughtered by the police. You've grown comfortable in seeing politicians ask you for the vote and then don't do anything. You've grown comfortable in being treated like a bitch, essentially. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying this is what I've noticed. You become way too comfortable in being treated like a fucking slave. That's how you've been treated for over all these years, like a slave. Now, I always say, like I said, 5 years and then it's game over. Because if there's not any type of mobilizing or organizing this year, right, like we saw in California when it comes to reparations, but you saw even the California Black Caucus. You saw them going, fucking that, what's his name, Roger Sawyer going, fucking Isaac Brown, talk about, well, we can't be fractured, we got to stay together. So even they know which side of the bread is buttered. The moment in time the Black fucking caucus knows these niggas ain't got no power, then you're really fucked. Then you're truly fucked. Because then you have no power locally, you have no power in the state, you have no power as far as federal. Now, you become a begging class. Because you haven't been as far as increasing the capital, right? The capital. You have no capital in capitalist society, well, then you are a nobody. You haven't been increasing the allies, right? No allies to even go on your behalf, right? To advocate on your behalf. So then what's the game plan? The game plan is pride and fucking hope. That's what seems to be the game plan. That's what I've noticed. I could be wrong, but that's what I've noticed. Mofos just got pride and hope. Well, we own the culture. Well, we founded the country. You didn't get paid for it, though. And you don't own it. Think about that. Would you go to work if you didn't get paid to go to work? And then brag about having a job? I would think that you were fucking retarded. That's just me. Yeah, I got work, man. Okay, I did that. Did you get paid for it? Man, what are you talking about? I did that. But so you bragging about a job that you don't get paid for? Okay, all right. Yeah, they got you. You have drunk the Kool-Aid. That makes no fucking sense. Makes no fucking sense. But that's what mofos have become. That's what is being promoted. So, like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. The only thing I've told y'all is y'all better learn Spanish. That's why we have our Spanish lessons. Estar, and ser. What's the difference? Estar is for location and for your feelings. Ser is for everything else. All right? Everything else. Estar, location, and feelings. Because that's honestly how I see you thriving. If those black people had came in with an attitude but spoke Spanish, maybe that could have, as far as giving them some time. But you have to understand, the people who are coming over here, just like we saw with Tyreek Hill, they may be speaking Spanish, they may have an accent, but they are very much fucking white to the bone. They are very much white to the bone. That's why you get a lot of those Dominicans over in Florida and whatnot, Puerto Ricans, all the Latino, all that base. Very much white to the bone. They don't fuck with Negros. They don't see you in the same light that you think we see them or we see each other. No, that's not how that is. That is not how that is. So you have to understand, whatever migrant comes over here, I don't care where they're coming from, you're going to be importing an enemy class. That's just the facts. I don't care if it's from Asia, Africa. I don't care where it's coming from. Anywhere. Europe. Doesn't matter. You're importing an enemy class. That's what you're importing. So I don't know what you expect. What you should be looking at is the future. That's why I say learn Spanish or Mandarin. Learn Spanish or Mandarin. Simple as that. But that is going, they're coming and they're here already. That's why I find it so funny when people are like, we got to stop the immigration. They're already here. The moment in time you're talking about, pathway to citizenship, they've been talking about that since like fucking what? 2003, if I'm not mistaken? I remember hearing that shit when Spider-Man was out. So they've been going on that for a minute. And over the years, they've been coming over here. You compound that with legal immigration, with, your B1 visas and stuff like that. Now, what are we talking about? You got people like Vivek Ramaswamy that you're going to be competing with. And you're like, yo, this motherfucker's not even American. He's from India. Yeah? But the same people, that's why I find it so funny that the same fucking racists, the same white Republicans who constantly want to talk about, well, meritocracy, are also the same people talking about, hey, they're taking our jobs. Whoa. What do you mean they're taking your jobs? I thought we were all about a meritocracy. Apparently, Pajit wait, isn't that a slang, like a derogatory word? I'm sorry, I saw it all over Twitter. But apparently, Muhammad, right, is more qualified for the engineering position than you are. Apparently, Mr. Ming, is more qualified for, the coding position than you are. Then all of a sudden, hey, they're taking our job. We got to stop fucking immigration. They switch it up very fast. As long as they think, the low class fucking, black people are being impacted, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, right? Until they get impacted, until their coding job is gone. They spent all these years in school and they think they're safe. Let them start importing some doctors and lawyers over here. Oh yeah, we'll see a very, very swift, oh, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, you're no longer with the firm. We found a replacement for you, but we appreciate your time here. You take care. What do you think is happening already when it comes to law enforcement? When was the last time? I can't recall the last time I saw a law enforcement officer who looked like me. And they've already legalized allowing them to join law enforcement. What do you think is happening? If you're importing an enemy class, your image is already tarnished here in the country. What are you talking about? The only thing you have is to be, happy about being a football player. Being a basketball player. Well, look at LeBron. Yeah, and our athletes don't give a fuck about our struggle because it doesn't benefit them to give a fuck about our struggle. Because just like them and everyone else in the community, they are victims of the propaganda in this country. Which is what they tell black people, hey, you worry about yourself. Okay? You worry about you. Okay? The only person, you worry about you. That's how that works. Now, you say that, well, other white people think that way. Here's the thing. There are many white people who are like, fuck them. Fuck Billy Bob down the street. I'm worried about me. But there is a bigger group that actually does care about Billy Bob. That's the problem. There is no bigger group that actually does care about, Deshaun down the corner. That's the only difference. The difference is that they have those within their group that are actually like, yo, we've got to do something for us. We got to worry about us. Those same people, very few and far between when it comes to the collective. From what I've seen and what I've experienced. I could be wrong. Mr. Lel says, when I said this, y'all let pale mutants gaslight me. Other cultures are doing what they're supposed to do, and y'all don't want to stop swirling, crying, and scared to get them hands bloody. I don't think swirling has anything to do. If you got a white man or a non-black man or you got a non-black woman, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Just like, that's why I don't understand, because you have many black women and black men who got a white mind, despite their skin color. So I'm just saying, why not? I say adopt a few white kids and raise them to be infiltrators. Adopt a few fucking Latino kids, make sure they already speak Spanish, and teach them English and raise them to be infiltrators. They doing that here already. The only difference is they're adopting black kids and teaching them what? To be colorblind. What are we talking about? I already told you. What are we talking about? I did a video on it. Middle white guy who's talking about why I adopted these 2 black kids and I'm adopting 2 more and I'm just raising them to be colorblind. That's what I'm doing. They're already doing that. They're already using that strategy, bro. They adopting our kids and taking over the men and the women. That's what I'm saying. The whole saying of, hey, not all skin folk are kinfolk is a testament to you should not be concerned about swirling. At all. Because there's some white dudes who are probably more pro-black than some black guys. If you can believe it. There's some non-black women who are probably more pro-black than some black women. If you can believe it. So as long as we got our Larry Elders, our tantrums, and our fucking Kundises, I don't think that argument holds. I think we should be infiltrating just like they're infiltrating. We're the only type of people that we have to worry about agents. The only group that I'm aware of that uses that term. Oh, we got agents among us. They don't have to worry about that. They ain't got to worry about that. We the only one who worry about agents. Oh, this is the agent. This is the agent. They should be worried about some fucking agents. Let's go put some fucking John Browns in the fucking pot and have them advocate on our behalf. Tell them to come back. So what's going on, Timmy? So listen, Deshaun, it's not looking good. Okay, these crackers are looking to blow up the fucking spot. Timmy, say you're fucking lying. I'm not, bro. I'm not. I just went over there. Here are the plans. But you niggas is too busy talking about, where you from? You not FBA. FBA. You not FBA, okay? You can't be talking for us. If you don't know what COINTELPRO looks like, if you don't know what a fucking government fucking plant looks like, I don't know what to tell you. But if I wanted to break up any type of unity among black people, I would definitely do that. That's definitely the discourse that I would be implementing. Well, let's have them, if we can't break it down on race, let's break it down on nationality. Let's break it down on ethnicity. Let's do that. Have them find them amongst each other. Because the longer they fight, well, the farther everyone else advances in the race. This is a relay race, bro. This is a relay race, and you don't want to hand the baton to the next person because they not FBA or some shit. You didn't see that when it came to the Ukrainians, did you? Everybody got on code, didn't they? Everybody got on code. Well, listen, these aren't just regular refugees. These are people. These are, friends and family who are coming from Ukraine due to the horror that's happening in Russia. I was like, that's weird. The rhetoric y'all using ain't the same rhetoric y'all were using for the Haitians. And sure, it's not the same rhetoric y'all. Yeah, okay, that's weird. They got on code real fast. These are blue-eyed, red-blooded Ukrainians over here. In the meantime, between time, I'm a student, please, I'm a student.
The amazing army.
Yeah. So don't allow that to fool you. They very much are on code. In the meantime, between time, you trying to fucking divide further what's already divided. Black Americans are already divided, and now you trying to cause even bigger splinters. Shit doesn't make sense to me. That's just me. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm gonna let the cult do what the cult does. Let's get the panel going on. Not too long. We can go for 10? We can go for 11:30. 11:30. I think that's fair. Let's get on. We got yours truly, Curry, Max, South, Manny. Y'all on?
What's good, Joe? South, my shadow clone. What's popping? So I had to close the YouTube.
So, yo.
Can I say something about the immigration shit? Because this is why I'm not understanding, right? So everybody named Mama know illegal immigration workforce is far cheaper than paying American citizens, right? So why don't these black business owners, right, who care about the black community, right? Why don't they build their capital and hire these illegal immigrants to save money so they can put it back in the community? I mean, I'm just saying that would be working to build an alliance between Hispanics and black people, right? So that we could use them to benefit them as well as us. Like I don't think that's so far fetched.
I think what you're arguing for is a modern day slavery, brother.
How is that? So you okay? Think about it like this. Okay.
You're perpetuating like what kept black people down for 400 years.
Hello.
How so?
Hello. What the fuck?
Yo.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
Honestly, how so? By, I guess, starting your business as a black owner and then hiring illegals at a lower wage. Like that's why I say that
these
like
people are
money
going
is
from little to zero opportunities, right? Gang-ridden communities, right? They're trekking miles, right, to come to the U.S. to gain socioeconomic mobility, right? And I'm saying these people are at the lowest level of the ranking system compared to that of business owners, right? And you're telling me that
but they're
you're
not
giving
even
them a
part of the
job.
ranking system because they're illegal, bro. They're
Yes, they
not
are, because
even part of
they
the
have
system yet.
jobs. They have jobs though. They circulate some type of money flow, correct? They do some type of work, right? That makes them a part of the system. Granted, they're very minute as far as their value, but them together as a conglomerate, they are definitely part of the system. Would you say slaves weren't a part of the economic system back then because they didn't have their own capital?
They were literally
Then you're
slaves.
making my point. You're saying
It was 100%
if
profit.
I'm perpetuating modern slavery, right? You're now making a point against what you just said by saying they're not a part of the structure, a part of the economic pyramid. So them being present, right, and us doing that will allow us to gain capital, right, in a cheaper manner, while also pushing for their pathway to citizenship. By saying, hey, look at this presence of this workforce. We want them to become legal so they now can pay taxes. They have higher wages, right? Because there is no feasible plan for a mass deportation. Like, that is
Do
obscene.
you see how that works? The modern American, like, out of the workforce, and like has like people then have the ability to just import illegals to their workforce. Do you see how that's like pushing out like actual citizens and like? Do you see what you're like saying right there?
But you guys are talking from a domestic point of view. You're not talking from a capitalistic point of view and a corporate point of view.
How am I not talking from a capitalistic point?
Because
Corporate,
you look at
I
this.
can see that, but go ahead.
So we're talking about these people. These people are hungry, right? And they'll do whatever it takes to get that American piece of the pie, so to speak.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not their piece of the pie to
But
get,
what
though.
they have is culture that binds them together. They also have unity. They have a plan.
Wait, please tell me you're not the
And they
nigga
have
that said black people don't have a culture.
Look, if we had one, it was lost
Oh,
in the
nigga,
50s.
nigga, cut. Hey, go ahead, log off, bro.
No.
Go ahead,
What are
log
you
off.
talking about? What, you think
Do you think you
dancing
don't
and
have a
playing
culture?
basketball
Wait,
is
are
a
you black?
culture?
Are you black?
I'm black. Original
You don't
black.
have a culture?
We
I
do
am too.
not
He's
have
an
a-
OBA.
do not have
OBA.
a culture as far as
Ned, hold
a
on, Shawty.
culture of
Hold on,
unity.
Shawty. Ain't
A
no
culture of
OBA.
unity. Where's our culture of unity?
Wait, but you said you're
Explain
original
that. We
black.
don't have a culture.
What is that? You don't have a culture.
What culture are you?
Bro, you literally
referring
just
to?
said
You just said you're original black.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm original black.
How am I
Yeah.
supposed to have a conversation with like?
You sound like Case and Net.
We just found our first good communicator of the panel. I would like to point this out. This is crazy, man.
No, it's not crazy.
You're original black American, but black
Yeah.
has no.
No, there is no.
How do you want me to debunk
There
that?
is no culture that binds
We
us
do have.
together.
We do have.
You
Look,
just
got
said you're original
ADOS.
black.
Listen, you have ADOS and FBA arguing about the same shit, but they're separate. That makes no sense. They're trying to get the same
I'd agree.
goal. They have the same goal. Makes no sense.
Wait, they have the same
Now,
goal. Who's
if
this
you
they?
look at the Hispanics that come in here, they have a culture which binds them together in community. They communicate. You can't get 15 Negroes to stay in one house to build a whole community to get new houses. I see Hispanics doing it.
Because it's a little different, though.
You've never been to a black community?
There are illegals doing it in Arizona. There are whole ass projects of illegals living in the same
just said,
There are
you just said
legal
these
immigrants
illegals
doing it
are
as well.
fighting to get a piece of the pie. Would you not argue that we as black people have a little bit more than these illegal immigrants, right?
We had a little bit more. We had a little bit more. We had the job. We had this, but we squandered it by chasing dumb shit, like wanting to be basketball players and rappers and dumb
and
shit
feeding
like
crack,
that instead of being
feeding crack to the
lawyers.
projects in the 80s.
What do you say?
I said also feeding crack into the projects in the 80s.
Well,
that's
I wouldn't
kind of
say
what you're talking
feeding
about.
crack. I would say accepting that bullshit as the norm. Look, our parents. I'm 49. My parents grew up during the Superfly era, which is also COINTELPRO if you don't know.
Right.
Okay. They fell victim to that. We fell victim to rap, believing that we can be players, ballers, getting this money, getting this bag. When Most of us should have been getting those government jobs, getting those training to be plumbers and electricians and things of that nature. Okay,
Where you getting this
come over here.
point
Chinese come over here with a culture, but they demand their children to do what they're
Wait,
supposed to
wait,
do.
time out,
Where
time
you
out.
getting this
So
talking point
no,
from?
hold on,
This is very
hold on.
racist.
'Cause I want to go on something he just said. I want to go on something he just said. He talked about how we that his generation fell victim to the belief of rap, right?
Yeah.
Of rap, right?
It's not.
Does music not fall under an aspect of culture though?
But
It
it's
does.
a destructive one. What are you talking about? It's destructive. It's not binding.
It's
together.
destructive.
It's
So
tearing
so
you
you're saying
apart.
we don't have a culture, but we do have destructive paths that do
Well,
happen to fall
let
under
me
culture.
rephrase.
You're talking
We have
about
a
both
culture.
sides of the
under
mouth.
culture.
Hold on. Let me rephrase.
Music does not
Let
fall
me
under
rephrase
culture.
it
Music
for
is an
the
art.
smart dumb.
Art is
Okay,
a part of culture.
we have a
Art is
No,
a
culture
it's
part of
that's
not.
not
culture,
worth.
you
Art
geeky nigga.
is influenced by culture.
Listen,
Oh my
we don't
God.
have one worth it. Rap is not a good culture to even
It's not even.
hold up in high esteem.
That's not all that's in our culture, though. Rap
Right,
has
I'm
only
so
been
confused.
around for like.
What are
since,
you
like,
talking about?
the 70s.
Graffiti art? What are you talking about? Comedy? What are you
Only
talking about?
see
Dribbling the
blackness
back?
as just
What else
rap
is
and
there?
graffiti, then I feel bad for you as a black man. I'm disappointed in you as a black man. If that's
I'm
all you see
disappointed
is
in y'all the
blackness,
way y'all think.
It
Because
depends
y'all
on
under
what
a delusionary
I'm
state
glad
that
you're
our culture
disappointed.
is great.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. It depends on what
It's
we
not.
accepted, right? Hold on. It depends on what we accepted, right? In hip hop,
What?
we accepted in hip hop. A lot of us accepted the bullshit. There were some positive bright spots in hip hop, but there was also a lot of bullshit. A lot of the bullshit took over. But
Agreed.
like I said, but the thing is, there's part of that culture in hip hop that is part of us still that is still positive. The thing is, niggas don't go look for it.
Exactly.
And it's not championed at times, right? But there
Exactly.
you can see good and bad, right? In almost all aspects of culture. I'll give you an example, right? So we was on here on panel talking about Oxy was talking about how South Africa has like a presentation of virgins, right? And they're all topless, though, right? That's kind of jarring, being American, right? But that's a part of their culture. We can see that as bad, but they might not see that as that just simply because it's a practice. So we have to contextualize, hey, how did this come to be? This is a practice in this culture that these people do. So how did they get to that point? So that we can understand it. If we were just to simply boil that down to, no, this is bad, we would be limiting our understanding as well as limiting their human experience. Because we don't just get to a place. We don't just teleport and magically, niggas don't just start rapping. You get that, right? Niggas don't just pick up drugs and stuff. Like there's far more to it than that. So what it sounds like is you're ashamed of your blackness because of the
I'm not
issues
ashamed
that
of
we
my
had.
blackness,
No,
homie.
because of the issues
I
that
did
we've had
more
to
in my
suffer.
life than you would
I'm
do.
sorry, but rap doesn't define my blackness, bro.
I'm not
that
saying
is
rap alone.
that is
I'm not.
nah,
There's more
nah.
than that to
Nobody
your
Rap
said that.
blackness.
or music,
Nobody
nah,
said that.
that
I'm
Hold
doesn't
on,
not
hold on,
define
saying
hold
me.
on,
that.
hold on. No,
No.
nobody said that. Nobody said it
That's
defined
what
your
he's
blackness.
saying, bro.
That's what he's
When did I say that?
exactly saying.
He did not say that.
I'm
How?
That
ashamed
nigga's,
of my blackness. Are
he
you
did
out
not
your
say
fucking
that.
Thank you,
mind,
Sal.
kid?
I thought I'm
That
bugging.
is not what he
You
said.
out your
That's
fucking
fucking
mind,
crazy,
kid.
bro.
I mean, it kind of does sound.
I
like
am.
No,
How does it sound
I'm
like that?
ashamed of fucking
See,
rap
that's what you're
culture.
saying, bro.
I'm
Like you don't
ashamed
even
of
know what you're
fucking
saying.
rap
That's the
culture.
problem.
Oh my.
Like he literally
So
talks.
you can't explain yourself. You basically
I'm
can't explain yourself.
explaining
About black
myself.
culture.
You
I'm
said
not
I'm
talking to
ashamed
you.
of my
Oh, hell, I'm
blackness.
talking to Manny.
It does.
He's saying I'm saying rap only defines a black. I said there's more to
You said
blackness
he
than
was
rap.
ashamed because he doesn't associate himself with rap.
No,
Like
I
you
didn't say
said that he's
rap.
saying
I'm
shame of
Let
the
me
black.
give y'all.
I did not say
about
rap.
me. Let me give y'all about me. Me and my brother had a rap group. Okay, I was rapping back in the
No, you
80s.
didn't. You don't have culture. You didn't. No, you didn't. You don't have culture. You wasn't doing
I
it.
was rapping. Okay, my parents knew the OGs of rap.
Bro, you sound like Jay-Z, man. On God.
So therefore, I know more
Nah,
about
low
the
key.
hip hop industry. My brother is best friends with Method Man. I grew up in Staten Island.
I'm
With
not
the
even tripping
Wu-Tang
over the
Clan.
hip hop comment. Y'all gave him
Simple
a
as that.
pass when he was trying to say that we don't have no real jobs and shit like
Yo,
that. I can't believe y'all
That's
keep
what
giving
I'm
that
saying.
shit.
Like, yo,
Let him get his point out. Let him get his point out so we can
you know what I'm saying?
go after
I
that.
grew up in this shit. I know different rappers. I battle
Yeah, he said
different
black
rappers.
people don't go after the government jobs, and that's a whole
My
lie.
group,
Living one of the
I had
biggest
different
government
groups I
areas for
was
black
in.
people.
I performed on stage with the Fugees. as
No,
well
you didn't.
as
That's not. You didn't.
Wait,
We don't have
remember
culture.
Tupac?
You perform with the Fugees and you say we don't have culture. You're fucking crazy,
that's
bro.
fucking rap,
You're a
you
fucking
idiot.
idiot. I know
I
it's
You
hear a
rap.
cat.
fucking
I hear a
idiot.
cat. That's a
I
cat.
know it's rap.
That's a
Stop the
cat.
cat.
Okay. At the
I don't
wetlands when
believe
they
it. I need to
closed
see a
down,
picture with
I was on
with
stage with the
Pras
Roots. Big
and
Pun was
Warren
there.
Hill
Big L
and
was
White.
there.
I need
What?
the picture.
Bro,
Send me the drop the
There's
link, bro.
video on
You
YouTube
Big
about
L.
that
What was your
closing of
rapper
the
name? What
wetland.
was your rapper
Hey,
name?
hey, big dog. Hey, big dog. What's your point though? What's your point though? We
My
don't get stuck
point
here.
is y'all equate culture with something that is controlled by Jews. Simple as that.
Oh no, the Jews victimhood
Jedi,
shit. Oh,
the Jedi's.
So that is not culture. That's being controlled.
Wait, so you said
Culture is bringing your people together. Y'all have a
So
common bond.
rap has never brought our people together. There's not been unification through music of our people. There's never been any rappers to push for unity, right? That's basically what
They
you're saying.
have pushed for
And
unity.
if they did push for unity, they were murdered in the streets.
maybe I'm not hearing this right, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying it's not culture because Jews own it. So does that mean every culture that white people took over is no longer culture because they took it over?
This nigga sound crazy,
What
bro.
culture did they take over of other cultures? Tell me, did they take over the Chinese culture?
You saying that music?
Did they
At one point they did. Alexander the Great. Do you not know about the opium?
You said at one point they did.
At one point they were trying to. What are you talking? Do you not understand the history of Alexander the Great and the shit he did in Asia? Are you serious?
Hey, yo, the Jedi's are the ones perpetrating the lie that blacks came over here on boats when there were black people in North America way before they came in on
I
boats.
know about that.
Cool.
But we're talking about culture as it stands today. There is no culture for black people. If there was, we would have a solid foundation to stand on and communicate with.
Didn't you say you're ashamed of the culture, though? How are you ashamed of something that doesn't exist?
So correct me if I'm right. I could be wrong. I'll accept the fact that I may be wrong. So are you saying that because we're not quote unquote unified that we can't have culture? Because not all other cultures are unified. You just don't see the infighting because you're not a part of that crowd.
But when they move on one accord, they move for their people, right? They can have the inner arguments. They can have the inner disputes or what have you. But when it's time to go to the government and say, hey, we need this for our people, we all standing at one. We have representatives up there that'll speak on our behalf.
Let me find out you Ice-T, bro. That's who you sound like. If you a rapper, you definitely Ice-T.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yo, stupid voice ass. Yo, old head ass. Bro, I hate niggas like you, bro.
Hey, you can hate all
this nigga witnessed the inception of rap and say we don't got a culture. You're fucking crazy, bro.
The hero of that
You're
story.
fucking
I'm
crazy.
not even tripping off that. Like I said, y'all gave him a pass with the job comment he made, and I'm fucking like baffled by that shit.
I don't even know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that.
What about what job comment?
You said that when Asians come over here, they're doctors and lawyers, and that black people ain't taking up the government jobs. My guy, I live in the DMV. That's cat.
What are you talking about? I never said that. I said, but I said we're not going for these jobs. We're not teaching our kids to go
We are
for
going
those
for these
jobs.
jobs, though.
All of our kids want to be either fucking video game stars, TikTok stars, fucking rappers.
I can't speak on that. I'm not in that youth category, but you made the claim talking about we're all trying to be NBA players. The chance of you being an NBA player is like what, 1%, less than 1%.
But the aspirations of trying to be that outweighs the reality.
So niggas can't have dreams?
Right.
What?
So
you can have a rap career, but other niggas can't.
This is why we're not getting reparations.
Exactly.
Man,
hey, look, I do.
This is crazy.
They're not dealing with
Live
reality.
your dream, King.
This nigga thinks Lucas agrees with you. You talking about they're not living in reality. Shut the fuck
check
up.
it
bro.
out. The reparations, you're never gonna get. Why? No unity. Why?
Neither are you. You're not gonna get them either.
Man, this is.
I know that. I know
Us.
that. I'm not
Why
gonna get,
why are you saying it like you're separate from the group?
I'm dealing
Just
with
because you're gonna die soon. Like nigga, you a part of us too.
Of course. You think when I say that, I'm not excluding myself.
I'm just saying.
I'm doing.
How you talk? First off, you said black people have no culture. You then said you're ashamed of the culture. You do sound very exclusionary.
Nah.
First,
nah,
whoa.
You wouldn't understand it If you,
So
you
I'm
would not understand it, dude.
And that's the problem with the OGs. Y'all attack the
I don't
younger
understand.
generation instead of trying to
No, the younger
educate
Thank you,
us.
generation
Trayvon.
won't do their
Thank you.
studies.
That's what Jay-Z said.
I applaud the younger generation for going for theirs. Okay,
You just attacked us for.
there's pitfalls to understand that you can get caught up in a trap, like my generation
But you said you're
before
40, what?
me,
You said you're
and all that.
49?
Right, but you're
You
literally
still
talking.
got
I know for a
time. You
fact
still
South
got
Star
time to
has
do
a
shit, though.
political degree, right? He has a political science degree, right? I'm going
I'm
for my
working on it.
journalism degree. You're talking to us as if we're trying to be the next big rapper. Who we understand that there are certain
But see,
things
I'm
in
not
life. Wait,
talking
wait,
to you. When
no,
I
no,
say
no.
big rappers and all that, I'm not specifically talking to you guys because I don't know your backgrounds. But I'm saying the general populace.
So you admit you're
Why
talking
these
in
people are this,
platitudes,
huh?
which is essentially worthless. You're just spewing out shit from you. You're having diarrhea of the
He's
lips.
speaking
Do you
in
understand
general.
that?
Yeah, in generalities, because it's clear. If you look at what's going on in Instagram, you see what's going on YouTube. Come on, tell me.
In digital
Hey, look what's
spaces.
happening in
Yeah, there's gonna be
Baltimore,
digital stuff.
Chicago, or St. Louis, or Kansas City.
What has drill
What do
rap
you mean by
brought
look at what's
positivity to the
happening?
world?
I can talk about the formation of those places and why it's taking place. We can talk about Kansas City. I'm from Kansas City.
I don't know how
And
y'all
then
know what's going on in
OG.
another city. Like I live in Florida, I know what's going on in Florida, but I don't know what the
I
fuck's
can talk
going on
about KC.
in other states.
Yeah,
Like,
and then OG, you think if rap music disappear, you think the ghettos and you think all the ghettos would be
Niggas
good,
just
like
gonna be
better?
okay? Like what?
Yeah, you
I
think?
never said that.
What do you think
Did I
came
say
first?
that?
What,
I did
the
not
rap
say
music or
that.
the rap?
Hold on, y'all.
I
Hold on,
say
y'all.
it was.
Hold on, y'all.
It's
Rap,
something
I got
that
that.
y'all want to say that is
poverty way before rap music. So like I don't.
black exploitation movies got my parents fucked up, and Jazz got their parents fucked up.
Okay.
Jazz?
I got a quick
Okay.
question. Hold
If
on,
we're
hold on,
going to
dog.
talk about
Go ahead,
Jazz,
Sal.
we're going
Go
to talk
ahead,
about
Sal.
the opium and heroin
I'm
that
gonna
came with
let
it.
him
Go ahead, Sal.
Do your
I was
study.
gonna say this. I was gonna say this. The issue is in terms of our younger generation of people either going into entertainment or wanting to become athletes. The issue is when these people become big and famous, they're gonna forget about us, right? The issue is we're gonna have to drill into these kids, or at least the ones who are fortunate enough to have 2-parent households. All right, you're gonna make it, but once you get to whatever peak you're gonna get to, you're gonna invest 1.2 some million or
Right.
however more.
They gotta have a mission
that's
when they make
that's
it.
what
You
that's why
gotta
I get
preach a
upset,
mission
right?
to them when they
Like
make it.
why don't kids ever want to grow up to be like a owner of a record label, or grow up to be a owner of a team or something like that, or grow up to be a governor or something
That's
like
not
that.
what's
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
not what's
But
flash,
like
bro. That's not what's
Because
flash.
not.
That's not
And
what
that's what I'm
put
talking
through the music.
Who gives a fuck what is flash?
Hold on. It's because it's in a sense it's almost unreachable because the thing that we see is that
Exactly.
Unreachable.
It's not even
we're not,
presented as an
hold on.
opportunity.
Because we're
Bro,
not
that's a
valued.
defeatist mindset, bro. You giving up before
I'm
you
not.
even
I'm
try.
giving you the reality. I'm not
Well,
saying it
also
can't
because
happen.
that's not really cool.
Exactly, is that too? But I was saying we're not. The thing is, America's made it so we're not valued for our minds, our mental, obviously, right? So a lot of our kids are going to say, "Okay, I'm athletic. I'm 6'5", I'm 6'7", I'm 6'4", I'm 6 whatever the fuck. I can play basketball. I can
The
dribble
thing
the fucking
is,
ball. I can score." The thing is, like I said, I don't give a fuck if you can dribble or not. If you can dribble, remember where you fucking come from, my nigga. And
but
But
thing
to
is,
the
also,
people,
my thing
talent
is,
to the
isn't
if
people
something
who
that's
the people
passed
who
down
hold
haven't
on,
made
my
it,
thing
to the
is,
generationally.
people who haven't
Lucas,
made it,
hold on, let me
invest
address
into
Lucas
them.
real quick. He said it's not cool, but like the thing is, us black people, we can make things cool, right? We can go out there and make things. People want to copy what we do. So like if we start pushing and trying to make these things seem cool and stuff like that, then yeah, we can have our kids start pushing to become politicians, doctors, lawyers, and stuff like that, and then they can flash out in the street just like they doing right now.
Man, I feel like if Kamala
Man,
went, bro,
that sound
that's
good,
gonna
but
end up happening.
I don't.
A lot of more black people are gonna become politicians.
See, the thing is, like you saying, you over here, that sound good, but you ready to give up before you even
But
fucking
here's the
try.
thing:
That's
what is
crazy.
the
No,
game plan?
it's not about.
What would
No,
be
he
as far
said,
as
how
a
is that going to
practical
get
way
done?
of doing that, though? That's the only thing.
Thank you.
Because a lot of this shit comes with education, and we don't have the fund for education.
Like, how would you control that of making an owner cool?
You can't just say, "Hey, nigga, own a record label." Like that's not how it works.
That's what I'm saying.
Or
Like,
even
you can't just
promoting
complete
such
the mission.
aspirations of that.
Well, look at Motown. Motown promoted that kind of.
Do you know how much
stuff.
work it took to forge?
Well, no record label is going to promote that because why would I promote as far as you taking my job? Fuck you.
Or a grocery store, or because that's what they do. That's what the immigrants and stuff do. They own gas stations and grocery stores and smoke shops
and landscaping companies and flooring companies and roof companies.
Yeah, like they came to cut down a tree. I hired some Mexicans to cut down a tree.
Oh yeah. Okay. So like I think.
So if that's the case, I got a suggestion. No. I got a suggestion. Start washing cars, right, and get real good at it, right? Then buy your own car wash, right? And then make because you love to do. This is the issue, right? So there are avenues that we can tap into, right? That start off small, right? But because it takes so much time and effort and group work, right? As far as funding from the group to fund and build up one's own capital, right? It seems almost like it. I hate how we're just boiling this down to, Mexicans do that. Nick, how many Mexicans had to cut down a tree before they started owning these landscaping businesses? Like, think about that.
My brother actually.
They had a plan. Yeah, they had a plan. They started off as cheap labor just to get into the country.
But I'm not trying to be funny. I also heard that like people that came from different countries, they got tax breaks, like a 5-year tax break when they came here. So I don't know. I
don't know anything about that.
No.
Hey, if they're illegal, bro, they're not on that shit.
Like where I live at, mostly people that
own
stores and stuff are
if
like
they're illegal, they can't get paid.
And like
legally.
Chaldeans and stuff. And
what happens is this is what happens. They come in. This happens in the 80s. This happens far back. This whole thing happens well beyond. So they come in illegally. Cool. The women come in illegally. They have their child here. Their child becomes an American citizen. So they pour all their resources into their child to get their education. So now when that child gets of age, college age, they come out with a nice degree or what have you. Now they are the anchor for the family. You understand? They had a plan in place.
That's kind of what DACA is. Basically allowing funding for illegal.
See, my thing is, I work in the restaurant. I work in the restaurant business, and I work in construction. I'm good at my fucking job. There's no way they're gonna fucking replace me. Like, I mean, it don't matter if they're gonna pay somebody less or what. Like, I'm good at my job, and I'm worth the pay. So I don't know. Like, I work along with Mexicans. I work along with black people and stuff like that. But like,
it's not about. I'm pretty sure what you just said is accurate. I believe you. It's not about you being good. It's about putting on your own people sometimes. Yeah, like you may be the best motherfucking worker at your goddamn job. But I get my cousin.
I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna put on somebody. I'm gonna put on the best worker. I want to work with the best people.
Yeah,
so like whoever.
You're gonna put on the best. You're gonna put on the best, who's also the most cost effective. You understand that, right? So basically, what you're racing against is for those two vectors to meet, as far as cost effectiveness and performance. Like it's not just about, hey, nigga, you're amazing at mopping the floor.
I'm sorry, but cost effectiveness that goes out the door when they don't follow.
They could have an immigrant, right, and they could have him come into the job, and then they could have him do as good as a job as you, but they could pay the immigrant way less.
But see,
yes, if they're illegal, that's yes.
And like I said, that's perpetuating a modern day slavery.
Okay, so
the
illegal immigrant or the immigrant, they always had a plan. Okay, we used to see the white guy with the truck and the Mexicans going.
Do white people have culture?
Yeah, culture.
Yeah.
White people have culture to you.
Culture though.
Raw talk.
Yeah, their culture is destruction. I already
It's
ironed
still a
that
culture
out.
though. Regardless of matter.
No, this is big. White people got culture. Black people don't. That's amazing.
No, I'm saying as far as in America.
I mean, like, are we talking about Americans?
Nah,
or are we
nigga, on
talking
Mars.
about,
Yes, America.
UK?
We've been talking about America.
Hey, their culture is
So, like, but the
destruction.
thing is, like, American culture is different
What
from
else
fucking
are they
like
doing
culture in the UK.
besides destroying? What do they do besides destroy?
Right? Did y'all watch the debate?
Yeah.
Yes, I watched the
I
debate.
wanted to give y'all this
all
point
you
first,
talking
if y'all would let me. So,
No.
as far as the plan,
yes,
they learned. Okay, you're gonna hire us for cheap. This is in their words. You're gonna hire us for cheap. We're gonna learn their accounts that they have, and we're gonna band together, get our own truck, and wipe.
So you basically think niggas is dumb, right?
No, I'm not saying that. Are you
You
fucking dumb? You're dumb. I didn't say that.
Okay.
You're dumb.
Hey, yo, go
I didn't say that about anybody else. I'm just saying.
Can I say why? What you're saying sounds like niggas is dumb.
I'm not saying that.
No,
You're
but can I say
interpreting
why it
from your
sounds like
own
that?
stupidity.
Can I say why it sounds like that? I can be wrong. You just said I'm probably wrong, right? But can I say why I
Go
think
ahead. I don't want to hear your gibberish.
go ahead or not. Make up your mind.
So I'm saying, as far as that plan is concerned, now there are facets to our people where we were susceptible to drugs dumped in our neighborhoods, guns dumped in our neighborhoods, and all sorts of other bullshit that.
And then gang violence perpetuated through the rap
Not
music.
bullshit. You can't. It's not just bullshit. It's
Who said
what was
gang
done to us
violence
is more than just bullshit.
I'm saying bullshit in all the bullshit that they throw on us.
You can't put gang violence and rap music together. That's crazy.
You understand?
OG, you got something something that can, I guess, like forward what black people are doing now, though. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to
You want solutions. The only solution is
what is the plan we need? Just know the plan. Share the plan, nigga.
Rebuild the family, bro. It starts with rebuilding the family.
I said this on another podcast. First, you start within your family. That's the foundation for you. You build your family up. Then you can connect with other like-minded families. Only an idiot would think it's something that is improbable. You can do it. You just got to have the courage, the family. You got to have some real talks with your family members.
Do you think black people did not have families in the past? Why didn't we succeed and crush through the barriers in the past?
That's not broken, bro. There's ways of doing it. There's many success stories of people being broken and get out of that brokenness. But they find themselves in a way, they're lost because they don't have any other people to connect to. You build your family up the best way you can first. And basically, it's the youth that we have to get to. The older people, we're fucked. And I'm speaking from my generation. We're done.
But you're only 49. You got time, bro. You ain't fucked.
That's why I'm developing my
He's 49. Do you have a family?
I'm developing my sons. I have two sons.
Do you have you have two sons.
Okay? I'm building them up. My attention, once I had them, my attention was on building them up.
How old were you when you had your son?
35.
35. Okay.
So they probably like.
We don't need to know the age, man. We understand.
No, I don't need to know. I don't care about the age.
The primary thing is building family first. This is what we don't have. We have that in certain aspects, but majority has been destroyed. We have single mothers. We have.
Can I speak on
that? Do your sons have the same mom?
Yeah.
I just said that the other day. Where y'all getting this from? Maybe I was different, bro, but we made fun of.
I'm curious.
One parent growing up. Where y'all getting this from with the single mother shit?
Well, I grew up in a household where I had my parents at different times because my father was locked up. I came from a family where my grandfather ran his own business. He was from North Carolina.
Everybody on my block, not only did they have parents, they had grandparents. Like we had maybe like a couple of niggas that had just their moms, and we clowned them niggas. So I don't get this whole single mom.
But you clown the niggas for having them just their mama.
The trades that you go into.
Okay, he ran his own
This
construction.
nigga was like, "Hey, you ain't got no daddy."
This is why I say I can connect.
Wait, OG.
Where your pops at?
Okay,
Why you calling niggas for having just their mama?
Hey, he's gonna play Meet the Grams right now. Meet the Grams.
They always cause the most trouble. Like we had this one nigga on the block named Terry. His mom was like a finer version of Gina, and we always just make jokes at that nigga. Like, damn,
So,
make out them niggas
like
how
I was
she
saying,
was type shit.
The fine Gina got to be.
Niggas like y'all make niggas want to crash out.
My grandfather
I
was
was
a
young and
construction
dumb back
company,
then,
right?
so I mean, I will admit that I'm not.
Okay,
Hold on, Trayvon. I'm gonna need you to explain yourself.
what are we talking about, man? This is...
No, I'm trying to tell you
What you mean?
how we need to get back to where black people were during the time when they was trying to bomb us and all this shit for our property and shit. We had, well, you know what I mean.
I'm about to say, like, nigga,
if they really completed the fucking mission, we wouldn't be talking now, my nigga.
I'm gonna tell you.
That's because
the mission has something. I mean, we've been economically crippled.
Yeah, their mission is complete. The thing is,
we're crippled, right?
Hold on, y'all. Unless I'm about to say this, unless y'all are willing to segregate again, I doubt the black family can be like it used to be. It might be a hot take. I said unless we segregate
within families, we had that as black folks. We were a threat to the white establishment.
That's not gonna happen.
Hey,
like I said, hold on.
Niggas say it's not gonna happen again. That's why you ain't gonna get.
Hold on, raw talk. OG. Hold on. This is how it is, man.
The reason I'm saying
unless we hold on, Trayvon. Unless we're able to segregate again, it's not gonna happen. Because
we already getting systematically segregated.
Yeah, we've never really been integrated like through redlining and all that stuff.
I'm not talking systematically. I'm talking about.
There's never been an integration though. Like there's never been an integration. You had white flight and you had redlining.
Okay, bro, that's cool. I'm not talking about that shit.
Are hard-headed.
God damn. Like I said, I'm talking about pre-fucking civil rights movement type shit. Like legit. Nigga, you're over here and you're over there.
But if you can't spend your dollar in my establishment,
it's still like that in major cities. Look at the demographics. People usually tend to stay with their own, so it's kind of already still like that.
The illegals in like Arizona, the illegals in Arizona definitely are segregated for sure. Like the illegals that like live in Arizona that work like in landscaping and rooftops and stuff like that, they live in like their own projects. And like that's what I mean. Like they live like 10 dudes in one home,
especially out here now.
And all that kind of stuff.
I just spent 2 hours on Discord listening to legal Hispanics cry about illegal immigrants in their neighborhood causing trouble. So that's why I was asking him earlier. But you said you're talking about they come together. That's not the case. You just don't see the infighting because you're not part of that culture.
There's no infighting because a lot of those dudes are in debt to their coyotes.
Wait. You said there's no infighting?
You sure about that?
No, like you rarely hear about the infighting because it's like infighting. It's like
occult people and
culture. And like the people that bring them over here definitely like settle that shit down.
There's always infighting. We're infighting now. Shit.
My thing is, we're not.
I mean, you're not wrong on that.
You funny though.
OG Ray on that one. I can't even.
My thing is, right, we're not forced to be together as a family. Like there was a point where we had nobody else but us. They've allowed us to have a point where we have too much. We have so little freedom, but so much freedom at the same time. I know it don't make sense, but they've allowed us to have this illusion of being free that we can kind of break off and not be a community. We can kind of break off.
The lack of freedom we had forced us to be together.
Exactly.
To where we had a community. Now, because we don't have those direct blocks in place, but we have all this indirect layers of limitations, people can skirt off through the cracks, right? And then further disavow the struggles of others simply because they made it. That's the whole fuck it, I got mine mentality, right?
Yeah, and that's a fucked up mentality on a major scale.
First thing me and OG, second thing
it
me
is
and
what
OG.
it is. And that's what it is. Like I said, the thing is, as soon as integration started,
what's your definition of like true freedom though? Like,
so first off, obviously like there's like certain like nature choices we don't get, right? We don't get to choose not to die, right? But we can choose where we want to live. We can choose what we want to eat, right? If we have economic freedom, we can choose how we want to live and the quality of life we have, right? So that there comes a point where there is certain shit that is just not a choice. You can't choose to start flying or teleport.
Yeah, nobody's gonna walk into a $250,000 a year job like at all. Like you got to start somewhere.
Let's not say that. Let's not say that because people can definitely be born on third base thinking they hit a triple, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is not the case. There's certain limitations. Now, your chances on doing that and being black, you better be Bronny James.
Exactly.
No, it's like when you're black, it's like you gotta try more. You know.
It's not even that you have to. Not just that you have to try more. There's far little
Hey, yo,
chances.
Trump won that debate though. I'm not gonna lie, Trump won that
You're
debate.
a fucking imbecile if you think
All right,
Trump
bro.
won the
Dog.
debate. Like there's no Trump. Not even acting like he
The
won the
dude's a
debate.
groomer, man. Don't listen to him.
He didn't even.
Hold on,
No,
yeah,
we're
we're
not
on
doing
we're
that
not
conversation.
we're not talking about him, man. We're on a
Like,
different discussion.
none of that.
Yeah, we don't talk to people like him. But like you were saying about the whole thing with freedom. The thing is, at this point, in terms of economically, I don't know if we can get to any basis of freedom. Like I think the thing is, okay, freedom to me is what Lucas said. We got to thrive. And the thing about Black Americans, this whole entire 400-year journey here in the States, we haven't thrived once.
That's not true.
In terms of,
He's talking about as a community, like as a whole. I understand what you mean.
As a whole,
Like
you
where
can look,
majority of blacks had the ability.
You can look to the 20s where all these.
I mean, we can speculate, but for the most part,
No, I
right?
mean, there's
We
many
have not.
instances where if we're left alone, we can thrive.
Nigga, but you weren't
But
left
how
alone.
long was that period
You weren't
though?
left alone.
How long
You
was
weren't
that
left
period
alone.
though, Deity?
Huh?
If it was a 3-month period,
and I ain't just talking about Black Wall Street. People, it's many black towns.
where Central
You know
Park
what's
used to be,
crazy?
right?
I heard
Where
Black
Central
Wall
Park used to
Street
be, right?
actually
That's cool, but
repaired
them shit
itself
still
right
there's
after the white mob burned it down.
It did. It
The
did repair
government,
itself.
but then
that's
the
cool.
government came in and they
is why it
took
failed.
down the they
Y'all
took
miss
it
my whole.
down.
Y'all miss my.
Problem,
But it was by law.
I'm gonna say it, but I'm not gonna say it in the way of the flag anything. The problem with, let's use Black Wall Street for example. Our response to that is the reason why I feel like shit went south. Our response shouldn't have been to rebuild anything. We should have did what they did times 10, but nobody's willing to do that. The whole forgiveness and turn the other cheek shit, that shit don't work.
So
Well, where are the
we have
leaders
to
in the black
understand
community?
the
Who are the
position
leaders in the
of
black
leverage that we
community?
have, right?
They broke all the
if you're
buildings
in a
down
wait,
to
wait.
take the land, and then so we couldn't buy the land back. They made it to where we couldn't buy the land back.
They rebuilt.
I want to respond to what Hillel just said. Let me say something responsible what Hillel just said. So as far as retaliation, right? We have to understand leverage in situations, right? So yes, these people did destroy that, right? But if we were to choose to destroy that again, right? We have to understand how far would that go. That would be like if I'm fighting, if not if I'm fighting, but if someone were to attack me, right? More than likely, I would choose to defend myself, right? But how I defend myself, how I respond, depends on the person who's attacking me, correct?
Yeah, I could give you that. Yeah, I give you that.
So we have to acknowledge the leverage.
The degree
Can
of
I
the
can I
attack.
can I can I
Yeah,
can I circle back to
that
my
is
point real
also
quick?
true. I can't
Can I circle back to my
deny it,
point real
dude.
quick? Can
Go
I circle
ahead.
back to my point real quick? Like I said, my whole thing was there. Sure, we had periods. We may have had months, but the thing is, we've never since the day we stepped on here, we haven't had a long duration as a whole as a community to say, all right, we're good. We can really build something and know it not get fucked with. Not saying, oh, it's a potential that our shit can get blown up, or oh shit, somebody can really destroy our shit. No, there's not been a period of time where we've settled, and we've stayed settled, and we've stayed settled, and we've stayed settled. It's been massacre, crack, like single parent homes. It's never been a moment of us just being at a state of thriving. You can say
Right,
we thrive here and
my
there.
bad.
What you got? You
I was just gonna say I would love to quote the Little Hats when they were talking about anti-Semitism, right? Braxton, stop trolling, bro. But when they talk about anti-Semitism, they say that it's the hate that evolves, right? There's no hate like it, right? If we look at anti-blackness, right, in this nation, it has evolved time and time again. almost like daily to the point, right? Like there are so many layers when it comes to anti-blackness, especially in this. We can talk about the world as well, because like that's very prevalent. The Berlin Conference existed, but the point of the matter is we have so many countless layers to anti-blackness, and we boil it down to saying like, oh, well, it's the fault of our contemporaries, right? Like that's not exactly the case. We have had issues that have compounded to get us to the point where we're at.
Yeah.
And does illegal immigration contribute to the segregation of black people from like the workforce? Would you not consider like illegal immigration being like a fighting force against the black community?
Depends. It depends. It depends.
It really depends.
I think
Like,
it's a
I mean,
tool, if anything. I don't think it's necessarily.
What
It's not a
tripped me
driving
out is a
factor.
couple of years ago, it was all the white Trump supporters screaming, "Oh, they're taking our jobs! They're taking our jobs!" Now it's just a bunch of here we are, 2024, and it's all the black people talking about "Oh, they're taking our jobs! They're taking our jobs!"
because they've
Like
been brainwashed, like by propaganda.
Yeah, this shit's crazy.
And
like,
they don't.
ain't nobody.
Some people, they're not politically informed, so they don't go and look stuff
Like, my
up.
thing is, if you get replaced, you're just probably bad at your job, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm an entrepreneur, bro. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not bad at my
Or
job.
it's
I'm
a
trying to
job
make sure that
you didn't want in the first
replace
place.
a lot of you. Tech is going to replace a lot of you, so that's not necessarily true.
Tech is already
tech
replacing
is
a
not
lot of
going to
things. Like,
replace the landscaper,
we got a
bro. I'm
lot of
sorry.
commercials
But
that are
honestly,
out right now.
They're
that
coming
are
here anyway. So
AI.
it's like we shouldn't even be worried about them. We should be worried about ourselves and our condition, and we should be trying to make
I
ourselves.
totally agree with that.
Bro, there
I
was
totally
literally
agree
a
with that.
caller that talked about
Because
4 illegals replacing 4 black cooks.
The longer we focus on them, the more they move up. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Because they're just
how
gonna
much?
move
How
up
much do you value
regardless.
that one anecdote? Because he didn't have to go along with that though. He was
They're
complacent
not
in the
focused
act
on
of that,
black
right?
people. You said
My
what?
bad. My bad. No, Malachi, I was responding to Max talking about the caller, right?
Yeah.
So
He was
if we
complacent,
talk about,
man. He let it happen.
I hope you have the same vitriol, right, for the illegals taking the job as you do for the nigga that gave them the job, right?
I don't think it's vitriol. I think it's just common sense.
This nigga here, bro. This nigga here.
The thing is, I can never get mad at immigrants, migrants, or whatever for doing their job. It's like if you want to if somebody's really taking your job, nigga,
I'm
look
not
at who's
getting
hiring
mad
you.
at somebody doing their job
I'm
right.
not
I'm
talking
getting mad
about
at the
you.
fact
I wasn't talking
So,
about you.
He's
I wasn't
talking about himself.
Like we should be
I
focused
wasn't.
on.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. Like I
I'm
said,
not mad at
making
immigrants for
relationships
hell.
with
I'll
people.
take it a step further. I'm not even mad at white people for knowing how to survive. This is how they figure they have to survive, by doing all the deviant shit they're doing. You're supposed to preserve
no,
yourself.
it's not
They
how they're
do a
gonna have
little
to
bit more to
survive. This is how
survive
they
than my
no,
nigga.
But I'm
hold on.
not
This not
mad at
hold on.
immigrants.
Hold on.
I've
This
met
not how
a
this not how
lot
they're
of
gonna have this is not how they're gonna have to
immigrants,
survive. This is how they're gonna have to
actually,
survive. They've been thriving off this shit.
that were like
They've been,
immigrants.
Thank
they
you,
don't have to
Southside. I'm about to
survive no
say.
more.
Survive
They don't
just
have to
like
survive no more. They've been thriving off this shit.
Isn't that the goal though?
It's to thrive. They don't have to survive no more. That's the thing. We're so
Oh
busy
no,
thinking
they
all these
gotta
other groups are
no. They
surviving.
gotta survive. So that's where you're wrong at.
I
They're
think
actually in
racism is
panic
the
mode because of
smokescreen
that.
for actually the
In terms
classism.
of power, they don't
Classism is
have
the
to. They
main
don't have
issue.
to survive though.
Racism is a part of class. It's not a smoke screen. The class structure is based off of race. You understand that, right?
Bro, as a Latino, I already know that
Hey,
like
log
it's
off, bro.
more of
Log
a
off, bro.
financial thing,
Log
bro.
off, bro. Log
Well,
off.
it's more class first than
Bro,
race
no, it's
seeking
true.
usually.
Like I said, as a Latino, are you white Latino?
Hey,
Thank you,
No, I'm
Deity.
straight up.
Thank
I'm
you,
straight up, bro.
Maybe at the same time, are you a white man?
Come on, bro. This nigga here,
No,
bro.
I'm an entrepreneur out here, bro. I do
Correction.
landscaping, I do trees,
This
I do.
essay here. This essay
so
here,
he's one
bro.
of okay, so he's one of those lightly baked Latinos.
Lightly baked. Go ahead, dog.
he a light.
You got lightly baked black people.
Bro,
So
do you guys think that being born white, you're automatically gifted like thousands of dollars to go start up a company or something? Like,
No, we don't think that.
damn.
That's not how white privilege isn't simply money in your pocket. You don't get a check just by being white or lighter. That's not how it is.
But
Nobody
whiteness
thinks
is a
that.
welfare system, though. Whiteness in
Thank you.
of itself is a currency.
You have a you have a prevention of a layer of separation from whiteness. You understand? You have a closer proximity to whiteness. You admit that, right?
I need to go get the book, How White Folks Got So Rich.
Thank you.
Which is my case in point of why whiteness is a welfare system. Welfare was initially instituted for white families.
Y'all are asking, well, what do we do? What's the next step? I'm telling y'all, maybe drop the racism and actually realize that there's
Do you think we're racist by saying this? Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you that
we're talking about our layers of oppression in existence. He's calling us racist.
Hold on, y'all.
What?
Honestly, though, we just need a goddamn police reform
I'm
bill.
mute.
You ain't gonna play that game on here.
Or something to protect us from the police.
Yeah, I'm arguing with this essay here, man. I don't know why I'm getting worked up. I need a comete.
Were you here last night? Were you here last night?
Yo, comment down though.
No, I
Were you here
wasn't.
Saturday night?
I wasn't. I tuned in, but I had to hop on. What's up, son?
He has a proximity with kids, my nigga. I don't. That's why I haven't addressed this nigga the whole time.
Yo, as soon as somebody tries
Like I
to
said,
get a
that's why I
solution,
haven't
y'all
addressed
go
this
and knock
nigga
them
the whole
down,
time.
tear them down,
You talking about he a fan?
nowhere.
You do.
That's exactly why you haven't made it nowhere. Somebody tries to get a solution, you gonna shut them down.
Hey,
Dude,
Lucas, cut this nigga off the panel, bro.
right after you said kids,
Cut
look,
this
right
nigga off
after
the
you
panel
said
now.
kids, and I realized who you was talking about. I see his name. Yeah, the kid lovers on here. I just now realized that.
Nah, this nigga really a 6'9" guy. He a OVO?
Yeah, OVO. Go ahead, dog.
Y'all really changed the subject for that. That's crazy.
Nah, that's a little bit more. Bro, you touch kids?
Oh my god, easily
What the fuck
distracted.
is wrong with you?
Wait,
did you say these niggas?
Whoa!
Did he say these niggas?
Yeah, he did. Go ahead.
Wait, me? I was muted.
You gotta go.
Max was muted.
Nah, we saw you. We
I
saw
don't
you.
mind being niggas.
I seen the shit pop around your bubble, bro.
Nah, I
I got
definitely
the
wouldn't have
stream
said
up
that.
too.
I
Don't
know how.
make me.
Thank you. Get this
Man.
Yeah, he definitely said that shit.
Come on, bro.
Max the perv.
Come on, bro.
Lordy.
I should have known he was right. He had the word "reigns" in his name. That's hella calling that. Yo.
How in the world can you be a pedo and be anti-black at the same time?
This nigga a pedophile telling us this is what black people need to do. Shut the fuck up, man.
Like I said, it was all cool, but I was like, I don't know
Solid
why.
knows what we need to do.
What he needs
good,
to
Solid?
do
Oh,
is get one of those injections in his Johnson so he can.
What's up, Solid?
Solid got the answers, bro. I know.
What's the
Niggas
so
is
what,
done.
What do you guys think
would you like
about the
answers?
PS5
Hold on,
Pro?
nigga. Hold on.
Nobody give a fuck about the goddamn PS5 Pro. Nobody's
Bro, you know
buying
what's
it.
crazy, bro? I still got the like the first version of the
Are you
PS5,
high?
like the disc.
Are you high?
How we switched to that? Yo, that's crazy, though. The
Jesus
pivot.
Christ.
The deity might
Yo,
be
Solid,
high.
Solid,
never
Solid,
We was
what's
just
good?
talking about
PS5 ever again, bro.
we never getting
Niggas still
reparations,
talking.
bro.
We still
Niggas stuck
talking.
on the game, bro.
Fuck no.
Maybe Unc was right.
Them niggas pivot to the PS5, Lord. Shit.
Solid, what's good, Solid?
Hold on, let me ask y'all something.
No,
Like,
Solid was about
if
to
you
say
fighting
something.
for if you fighting for reparations, do you think that you will see it in your lifetime?
I mean, it's
honestly,
I might because I'm young. I might
It
because I'm
depends
young.
on who's in
I'm young and I
office.
don't think we're gonna see it, but I think we should still
I'm
fight
gonna
for it
be
because
honest.
our people are owed
Like,
that
I'm fighting for
regardless.
reparations, but I believe that it's gonna happen for my son or for his kids, and that's
Right,
the
because
whole
I don't
reason
want
why I'm fighting for
future
reparations.
generations to grow up in a world where they gotta pick up the fight at the end of the day.
You can
They might
use some
have
type
to.
of some type of data points. Like, for example, if the average black male died in the 78, 70, and you're like in your 20s, then yeah, you can see it in your lifetime. It's possible. It might be 20.
Let me ask y'all a question.
Consistent about reparations is
If you
But honestly,
I don't think there's enough young people who care about it.
Honestly,
That's
Yeah, if you
a
ask most black
good
people,
point.
say what you want about it, but at least you be consistent about reparations.
There has to be a group that wants to move it forward. Braxton, what's going on?
Right.
Oh,
Here's the thing.
my mic.
y'all think
The
care about
Braxton Bikini
reparations?
Bottom.
You sound like DJ Screw, bro.
Here's the thing about
And that
reparations.
chop, dude.
I think the very
My
first step
mom
that
went
Lucas
blank.
says,
that would be great, bro. If we had,
I think we need the very first step on what it means for black people to receive reparations and why should we, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Black people are the antagonists of so many races and other races and cultures that we have to find someone that we can relate, that we can get, which is i.e. I say white people.
I have a question though. I have a really
Nigga, god damn, you always interrupting.
a question. So
I know you got popped in the mouth growing up.
to like all these other races,
For sure.
like
He's still
especially
talking.
white people.
This nigga
Dude,
hard
Dude,
headed,
just
boy.
straight
What?
up
They were the ones.
Bogarted is fucking yo.
This nigga worse than Don.
What's
Yo, what have we done to
Say his name 2 more times, he'll come.
It's
right,
not
Brax,
what
let me
we've
tell
done, it's the perception. See, right, okay. So in Buddhism, right, they have this thing called the 9%.
Buddhism?
There you go.
That's why I thought I heard. I don't know. I'm not even trying to be funny. That's why I genuinely thought I heard was Buddhism.
Somebody finally said it.
Bro,
Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
I'm not just bro.
Buddhism exists.
Buddhism is
So
crazy.
Buddhism exists.
Nigga, Buddhism
Hey, bro, shut
is
up.
3 syllables.
Shut up. Shut up. Let me finish.
Bootyism.
The idea is practice. Perception is everything, right?
Nigga be praying to the booty, bro. Nigga be praying to the cheeks.
Shut up.
Freaky ass nigga. You a 6'9" God.
I ain't never been that. Anyway, let me tell you. Okay, so people ask why do racists feel that way about
This
black
nigga praying to almighty booty and shit. That shit funny, bro.
I didn't say booty.
Learning GG. You got a book for this? You have a book that covers Buddhism?
Please let me a pop out book. Please let me a pop out book. I need a picture book.
I had to rebrand myself.
It's a black booty. It's big.
What booty hymnals do you have at your?
Y'all let Solid Gold finish, man.
Yeah.
Did he just say booty hymns?
My man prays to the almighty booty, bro. That shit crazy.
Y'all going off topic.
We never getting reparations, man.
You gotta let him finish. Wait, hold on.
Yes,
Solid
we are.
Gold. You got it.
Yes,
You got it.
we are
Solid.
going to give reparations. You got to play the booty.
We just, I just
And the
don't.
first
What were
sheet.
you trying to say? Because what I heard was different.
Okay, hold up, because my mic is cheap, right? Buddhism.
Hell no, that's my mic.
Okay.
Buddhism?
Yeah, that sounds a lot different than what you
Buddhism.
said.
Okay, Buddhism.
No.
Almighty
He said
booty,
it.
boy.
It's not Buddhism.
Oh, you mean like Buddhism?
Listen, man, listen.
Praise to the
Buddhism.
booty.
Okay.
Buddhism.
I get you. Buddhism.
Yeah, man. You want
Yeah.
Buddhism?
Bussyism.
No.
Buddhism. Oh, shit.
No, that got to be the evil side.
No one said that.
That's all the sin. Bussyism is all the sin.
How do we get reparations?
Buddhism. Got you.
How do we get reparations? And the answer starts how Lucas says. You have to get other races to be able to admit and identify, right, that black people have suffered in the United States, right?
Okay.
Perception is everything. So we have to get people to perceive us as victims of the not white supremacy, because people are not going to necessarily fight against the idea of white supremacy. We have to say that we were victims of the United States government, right? So if you look at, i.e., indigenous Americans, Japanese people of India, even
the little hats.
I don't care what you want to say, wherever the Middle Eastern people have said, not white people, but the United States government, right, has caused the destruction, the desolation, the fear,
Disenfranchisement.
The everything has resulted from the complete hand of the United States government. And so we have to get other people to agree with this perception. That's how, right, you would even get to start the idea of black people get reparations. But I don't say we get reparations. I say we play the same tactics that other races do, right? I.e., we start playing nepotism games. I.e., we start gatekeeping jobs away from certain people and individuals. I.e., we start investing into each other, having lobbyist groups. I.e., we are the largest consumers in the United States. Why can't we do like the white guy did with Bud Light? We ain't drinking your shit no more. and we cost you billions of dollars. And then you reprimand yourself by you coming out and apologizing to us.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as we have already stated on this panel, right? Anti-blackness is prevalent in so many different forms, right? So, why they protested Bud Light was because of its partnership with the Autobot, right?
Transformer.
Right. So, those people were united against that singular goal against. Fair enough. He definitely was a Megatron.
Yeah.
The point is, they were centralized on that one company for that one decision, right? If we as Black people were to target every aspect of anti-Blackness, right, we would be digging ourselves as far as in a hole because we don't have enough resources to substantiate that long of a term. But even with the boycotts we did have, right, the bus boycott was an aspect of life for those Black people, not just that. Like, yes, it was a major aspect as far as them traversing and commuting to work and stuff like that. But like, for us to attempt to follow in the footsteps of white people who were upset because one brand chose Megatron, it's not the same. It's a vastly different setup.
All right, so okay, when you to now, my rebuttal to that is this, right? In every game of life, they're called X's and O's, right? Where your X is going against somebody's O's. I say all that to say this: we have to find the next issue that happens, right, against Black people, and we have to say, let's say,
nigga, it just happened.
Well, okay, well, recently, okay, so I haven't been updated new. What happened recently?
No, I'm saying it just happened this second. There's another issue against, but I'm like, that's how fast it is.
Oh, okay.
That's how behind the ball it is.
About the next,
you just missed it. There was another one.
So let's get
another one right there.
Let's say there's another mass.
It just happened again. You behind. You got all these issues.
See, this is why black on black crime is so high.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Let me put one thing in. I think the first step,
Buddhism.
One of the first steps should be like we gotta have a punishment for people of our own culture who go against.
No, that should not be the first step.
No, that should be the first step.
No, it's not, because why?
I'm gonna
tell you why. Well off to do whites and Hispanics, or people who are Hispanics or whites or Indians who have the mentality to build up their race culturally, don't give two fucks and dams what the lower level, what the lower echelon do. None whatsoever. We need to start practicing the same thing, right?
Here's the thing.
So I don't care.
It just happened again. You missed it.
I don't care if King Travion doesn't want to be,
Do you just add syllables to anything?
No, what I'm saying, listen, what I'm saying. They don't care if the lesser offs are not a part of the program. The ones that are a part of the program or who represent the program, they let their thumbprint be noticed. You feel what I'm saying? And wherever they put their thumbprint, they make sure it's noticed. I don't give a fuck if half the Black community want to be living in poverty and slums. I can't save you. Now, if you decide you want to, let's put some money behind the Amazing Lucas. Let's make a lobbying group. Let's do these things. Let's start making investments in certain 500 Fortune companies, so that way we have the we have the right to have an input or say so in so many things. That's what you got to do. If the first thing you want to do is punish King Travion because he don't want to get with the motion, you already in last place.
Well, you missing my point. I'm talking about like
I'll concede that.
No offense.
I'm talking. Wait, I'm talking about like somebody like Jay-Z, somebody, a black person, a black person in a powerful position. I mean, that's in a good position, and he's not. They don't do what needs to be done.
We don't have to ask him. Let the niggas do them.
Money doesn't equate power. Like, what do you mean? Like, who do you mean by power? Power position.
Like, let's.
I mean, like Jay-Z, like he can start something right now, and
Jay-Z is no longer black. Okay, hold on. Jay-Z is no longer black. We gotta stop asking for about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Jay-Z
is no longer black.
He actually
no longer black.
Not even. He's kind of anti-black sometimes.
How is he not no longer black? What the fuck?
Let's use taking blackness away from people.
Let's use somebody who's in the public.
Hold on. I'm explaining. He's no longer black. I'm not. Hold on. They asked me a question. I said he's no longer black because the thing is he can no longer, by choice, he's not going to help us.
But he is helping us. I'm confused.
Wow. How is he helping us? How is he helping us?
Ever since he started that whole Rock Nation shit, I know they were complaining about him in the whole Super Bowl. I know they were complaining about him and the Super Bowl shit and all that bullshit. But like they pointed out today on the
what is the Super Bowl doing for us?
We're arguing about
he's put more black people on that platform than any other platform before that. Because before
you realize
that's a problem right there.
Regardless of him helping black people, he cannot choose to not be black. At the end of the day,
bro,
hold up. Let me respond.
That's a red flag.
Let me talk to my Shadow Clone real quick.
You telling me y'all ain't getting Jay-Z?
Bro,
stop. So at the end of the day, hold up, Gold. So at the end of the day, right? Jay-Z has the choice to not help the black community, right? But that does not usurp his blackness because we as black people don't get to choose whether we're black or not. Due to the system and society that we're in, right? We're determined as black from the day that we have touched this earth. Do you understand?
No, I got you.
So if he's put in a
I'm
situation,
Asian Latino, but go on.
this nigga trouble. He gonna take that hat off. They're like, yeah, nigga, you got to fade. You go here.
See, hold on. My point was that I'm saying within the community, you can't. I didn't mean. I guess I should use a different word, right?
I hate to tell you, Lucas, you're still black.
I should have said he's no longer.
Amigo.
He's no longer connected.
Yeah, you're a black Asian Latino.
No such thing.
He's disconnected from the community due to his wealth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he doesn't have an obligation to us no more. Or he doesn't have a reach.
Wait, what?
Is there a such thing?
He doesn't have the obligation anymore. How does that work?
I'm talking about he doesn't feel that obligation.
That's weird.
Anymore.
Okay, he doesn't feel. Those are two different things.
I mean, again, that's subjective. How do you know what another man feels?
Maybe I'm not.
You can tell by his actions. What are you talking about?
Exactly. That's my point. He doesn't feel his obligation.
You can feel obligated and not.
You don't know what he's doing behind closed doors. Oh Lord. Never mind. I'm gonna say this is crazy.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
This is wild.
That one was wild. I wasn't gonna say that. That's wild.
The thing is, money does this to people.
Does Jay-Z have you on the payroll? I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
He sneak helping niggas.
If I was getting paid by Jay-Z, I'd say the same thing.
Money does this to people. The more money you make, the more dehumanizing you get.
So are you saying that people who got money they can't help out? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused.
I'm saying some of them get to a point where they don't associate themselves with us anymore.
Because how can a poor person help you?
You don't think that's a problem?
When a person makes a lot of money, they tend to disassociate themselves from people who don't make the same amount of money as them. You know what I'm saying?
What you're saying is he feels like he feels safer because he has more money, so he feels like he has more privilege than the average person, than the average black person.
Can I ask a question?
Right?
Yeah, who wants to hang around broke niggas?
Let's take Jay-Z. Let's take Jay-Z for an example, right? Or Shaq or any of these. How many of these multi-millionaires, right, own let's say a sheet fabrication company where they make sheet metal, right? How many of these people own this company? And they actually employ 10 to 20,000 people. How
do you come up with these like examples?
Because this is the basic foundation of America.
Because he's smart.
This is the basic foundation of America. This is what this is.
Okay, I don't know how many.
How many?
Is this a rhetorical question?
Multi-million Black Americans or billionaires own companies that employ 10 to 20,000 people.
I'm gonna go with the prices. Well, okay, 10 to 20,000.
Yeah,
I'm still gonna go with the prices right. $1.
That's McDonald's. That's Wendy's. That's Jack in the Box.
The only person I know who has
Shaq.
that type of staff, him too, with the billionaire Robert Smith.
How many of these multi-millionaires employ that? Because that's a workforce, is it not, Lucas? Am I mistaken? If you employ 10 to 20,000 people, you have a
definitely a workforce,
right?
But Solomon, what's I don't mean this to be a dick, but like, what's the point?
The point is,
how is this germane?
The point where they can help you at, they're not helping. You got money.
So it wasn't germane.
We want money.
The reason why I'm gonna push back on that, because if that was the case, and what you're saying, that man Tyler Perry he don't count then, because he employs black people.
I think the first thing we need to do.
Companies. We're talking about people who employ hundreds of thousands of people, not hundreds of thousands, hundreds and thousands.
Here's the thing. What do you want them to do? Because the thing is,
they don't even try. They don't even try.
Because, like I said,
they don't even try. They don't.
Are you sure about that?
They don't try. Who's trying? You show me where the CEO of a company is making condenser units out of massive production. Like
how the fuck? Hold on. How the fuck do we?
Because people have jobs, and in order for you to live in this life, you have to have a job, or you got to do something to make money. I'm asking you,
nigga.
I'm asking you.
You gonna make money walking?
Solid Gold is a great communicator, bro.
You gonna look at a tree and make money? you gonna count the birds and make money? What's your point?
How?
Unless you can roll them in the bunch and get money off them, you can make the money.
They're not trying to do that, and they have the influence and the resources to do that.
That's a very broad statement that I think there's no way to prove it.
If somebody's worth $400 million and he ain't got at least 20, 30,
they don't want to hear it, Ox. Saul. They don't want to hear it.
That's how crazy you sounded. He calling you Ox. I hope you know that. That's an insult. He's saying you don't sound smart. You sound.
Cleaning maid service, bro. That black women can go to. We ain't even got that.
You want a black woman to be maids? They're not going to accept that job.
It's a job.
Because like I said earlier,
you're not understanding.
Because like I said earlier,
even if Shaq did what you said he was going to do, how many black women are lined up to be maids? I gotta hear this.
Listen, I don't care.
It depends how much you're paying. It depends how much you're paying. It depends how much you're paying.
You live in the real world.
Man, shit, I'll be amazed if the pay right.
You got that damn right.
I know how to clean.
Shit, somebody gonna go clean some shit.
Yeah, okay. You don't know our women if you think that.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
That says more about us than the economical system that's in place.
Solid, you proved my point, though, right? You're right.
If we don't want to get out here and work for $18, $20 an hour, that says more about us than any white man on this planet.
Wait, hold on. Let's not do that. I see a lot. And I'm just talking about my experience, right? In KC, right? I do see people that look like us who are working out, not working out, but working for $18, $20 an hour, right? I work valet in KC, right? But at the same time, I work for some Hispanic. They legally here. they legally here. But like at the end of the day, I got my foot in their door, right?
But the reason why what he said doesn't make sense because the main people bitching and complaining about $18 an hour and jobs like that are white people.
Bro, what do you want black people to start at to actually make our presence known?
$18 an hour is not bad.
If we all had the opportunity to get 18 hours, you realize some of the minimum wages in these states are very, very low. In Missouri, it's like $10. Minimum wage is $10 in Missouri.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing to go back up to my original point. In a perfect world, Hove would have flipped what he has and done a lot more, right? That's my thought, right?
Bro.
The thing where you're at,
thinking about somebody worth $1 billion that can't start a company that makes toilet paper to employ 10, let's say 5,000.
Because they can't do it because we're in a capitalist society. All you gotta
do is when you say start a company to make toilet paper, so first off, you have to have the practice, like as far as a business model, right, to follow. Then you have to have the sourcing and supplies. In order to make it, you can't just
credit.
You gotta make it make sense profit wise.
They don't want to win.
One thing in.
Hold on.
If anybody remembers,
they don't want to win. Solid. They don't want to win.
Wait.
Hey, just hold on.
Anybody remember? If anybody remember, Jay-Z used to own a company called Tidal, and he took a picture where he was surrounded with a whole bunch of his workers. They was all white. No black people was mad or nothing. So that's a problem right there.
Here's the thing. We can't just start companies like that and expect them to be big. Hold on, because we don't hold the market share, my nigga. There's organized capitalism.
Thank you.
They'll take your ass out.
Oh my God.
It's not that easy.
I'm gonna show you
You can't
They
just
want
make
to
a
be
12
lazy, solid. They want to be lazy.
You can't just make a
Furthermore,
12
affirmative action has already made that 10 times harder.
Whoa. Let's say LeBron created a white baby white company, right? He makes baby wipes, right?
It wouldn't work out. It wouldn't work out, nigga, because there's already somebody in that business. Who's
LeBron
already
baby
owning
wipes.
that shit.
There's already a hegemony
Look at
of
that
baby
defeatist
wipes. You get that,
mentality,
right?
solid.
That's not necessarily defeatist, but
Right now,
it's
LeBron can
asinine
come
to
out
seek
and
out a
sponsor
product that's already been.
James
So
baby
you
wipes,
have
right?
to undercut and make it cheaper quality.
So you want LeBron to open up a shell company? That's what it sounds like.
No,
So
what
he
I'm
can
saying
Yeah, that
is,
sounds fucking asinine.
how
There's
is
a
it
reason.
asinine in whites and Indians? Bro, I want you to understand right now that an Indian person can come over here, buy a franchise in ExxonMobil, and live comfortably off that bitch ass franchise.
A franchise is cool.
We're not ready for that conversation, solid.
Bro,
Wait. I'll hear y'all on franchises, right?
What are we talking about? You mean to
Solid,
tell
are you-
me if
Solid,
LeBron
A franchise and a corporation are two different things.
Yeah, that's my point.
They do
Nigga,
that.
you are trying to sprint when you need to work on crawling and walking, my nigga. Hold on.
50 Cent created vitamin
Slow
water.
down.
But it's crazy though
you
because
serious?
India is
Are you
kind of like a
saying that
poor
somebody
country though.
who's
They're
worth
scared of
$1 billion
success, solid. They're scared of success.
Hold on. You're right. Somebody you said 50 Cent. Hold on.
50 Cent created vitamin water. He also
But he sold it
You
off.
think it's the
He sold it
poorest of
off.
the Indians? Okay.
But he sold it off. He sold off vitamin water. He sold it off. That defeats your point.
He started it.
He sold it off.
But he sold it off. So all the
Boosie
He sold it off. He
this
sold
nigga said
it
he
off.
started it. He gave it away.
All stores across America.
He got bought out. He got bought out.
He just took your plan and said, "I'm done with the plan." You get that, right? So you're advocating for us to buy a business, make a little bit of money off the top, and then sell it.
Are you serious?
I don't think you don't understand.
What they do.
So I don't think he understands what he's saying.
You don't understand how capitalism works, especially organized capitalism.
So help me make it make sense. So 50 Cent started vitamin water. Let's say all his employees are black. Once he sold it, what you think happened to the employees?
Bro, we're
Hey,
talking
not gonna lie, you kind of got the McDonald's worker mic.
I'm
that
telling you
mic,
it's
I can't
possible that rich
Like I said, the ice cream machine now.
Okay, so we're not gonna. Hey, Lucas, let me name my trick. We're not identifying that people who are worth
the mic?
quote unquote $1 billion can't buy a warehouse, buy everything you need to start the production, employ certain individuals, and get it up and running. Are we saying that people who are worth $1 billion can't do that?
I got your answer. Bro. One, there's a difference between franchise and a corporation. Which one are you referring to? A franchise?
See this solid? They just want to make excuses.
No, if he's advocating for us buying franchises and working the way up from there, that's far more feasible.
You realize how much $1 billion is and how much.
Nigga, oh my god, bro!
Oh my god, you think I can't count, my nigga?
Which one is it?
No. What I said was, I know you know what $1 billion look like on paper. You can tell me that's $1 billion, right?
Hold on.
I don't think you realize from an economical standpoint how much $1 billion is and how much your line of credit is. How much fuck up opportunities you got.
Yeah,
that's cool.
A lot.
It wouldn't take you $5 million to buy a warehouse, buy the machinery, all the machinery that you need, and start creating James toilet paper. It's the softest toilet paper on the planet.
May not make a profit though.
It's not solely about the money. Because obviously you got $1 billion, right? You have money to blow at that point, right? We're not talking about the money. We're talking about getting it done to begin with and the outcome of it. We're not talking about it being expensive.
It's a franchise. Which one are you talking about? You talking about a corporation or a franchise?
It's not what we're talking about. Stop talking about a franchise. I'm saying LeBron
You
James
brought up franchises though.
Let me finish. He's worth $1 billion. It would take nothing, literally nothing it would take less than $10 million, right? For him to buy a 10,000 square foot warehouse, right? And then buy every machine needed to create James toilet paper and to get a staff force going.
What you're saying happens. Let's say he does what you just said he does. If it keeps losing him in profit and his network goes down, how is that beneficial?
Even then, it's dog. You don't understand, bro. You don't understand how the system.
Tell me that if LeBron James came out right, with this toilet paper that we said was softer than Charmin's toilet paper, right? That people wouldn't gravitate to buying LeBron James products?
No.
Yeah, simply because of
okay.
ethos. He's talking about how ethos and how famous people draw attention to certain products. Right? I get that point.
Hey,
Partially,
that's
but at
true.
the same time, partially, but there's already other established companies. This is shit that we're fucking missing.
Now they're
It's
making
organized
excuses.
capitalism.
Things we could
Hey, LeBron got his
it's-
own pizza company, and he's killing it with that pizza, that Blaze Pizza.
Bro, this shit,
So I mean,
just
that's
sit
not.
here
I
and
mean,
say that people who
But who sells more? Who sells more? Who sells more? Domino's or Blaze, nigga? Who sells more? Domino's or Blaze,
Not
nigga?
just that.
been around longer. Of
How
course,
many
they've been around
storefronts? How
longer.
many
cares about
storefronts of
more?
Blaze are there?
Huh?
It's about increasing. It's
Of
about
course, Domino's been around.
the work
I mean,
opportunities for black people.
look
Bro.
at Bun B. He's selling out
How
burgers.
many jobs? How many jobs does
McDonald's
Blaze
been around
employ?
longer.
Like how many jobs?
He's
does Blaze
also in business with white folks. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, bro. We sit. Bro,
Yes,
listen.
he created it. But I'm
Listen,
saying the scope of things.
powers
You're
that
Now,
be-
hold on.
Are we
Bun
having
B's
a
only
dick measuring
existing though.
contest with Domino's?
Pause. Hold on. My whole point was right.
That don't
You
make
sound
no
like
sense.
Buddhism.
Hold
It's
on.
that Buddhism.
Bun B is only selling in
Facts.
Texas. He only has his shit in Houston.
But how long
If
does
this
it take for him to get another Trill Burger in Dallas? It don't take long.
Ooh.
Does he
You know,
have another
Texas
one?
rappers, they
Get 'em.
eat.
Does
Texas
he have
rappers,
another
they
one?
eat
That's
in
the
Texas, living
Get
in
'em.
Texas.
How long
tell
has
the
Trill
rappers
Burgers been
They're
out?
different.
How long has Trill Burgers been out?
They're
Bro, tell
different.
LeBron to put $100 million into Trillburger then, nigga, so you can have one all over the fucking country.
That's
Y'all niggas worried about Houston and Dallas and shit.
LeBron
Nigga, we're talking about the whole fucking
You know
country.
what? I
Bro,
think
this is
LeBron
crazy. This
don't
is
got
crazy.
no money, bro. I think he just broke, man. He can't
I
do
think
it.
you're high. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm
I
about to
think.
say you have not said one thing.
So y'all are under the assumption. I'm just asking because I don't know. Y'all are under the assumption that people who are worth billions of dollars don't have the opportunity or space to get involved with the competition.
Hold on. It's not
No,
that they don't have the opportunity. It's not that they don't have the opportunity.
I'm not
It's
gonna
not that they
argue
don't
with
have the opportunity. It's just that the chance. All right, here's the thing, right? Capitalism doesn't like competition. As much as they say
Thank you.
that shit runs off of it,
Thank
they
you.
don't like that shit. Unless
There are hegemonies put in place to shut down rising competitors.
I
think
you're
you
talking about
concede that, right?
corporatism. Capitalism is supposed to be a free market for everybody.
Sure, but we live in a reality where we're in a regulated
Sure.
market, are we not, Manny? So can we
Yeah,
not?
I
Can we
think it's
not
more of a
fucking do the
corporatism.
semantics? At the end of the day, there are corporations that have heavy control and they have pull that's connected to the government, right? We can all concede that, right, Manny?
if you're talking about what they call quote unquote
Sure.
regulations, right? You know how you bypass regulations? The same way pharmaceuticals do with drugs. You pay your way past.
And I didn't realize black people had that power.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't. Well,
What?
since we are talking about
when you reach
money,
that level of money, they're not looking at your race.
they could be doing it.
$2 billion so can you pay this $2 billion so we can put your product
That's
on
not
the
true. We just talked about the black billionaire who paid all them black college. He got hit by the feds because he talked about black people getting reparations. So that's
Damn.
not true. You can be a black billionaire and still get hit. So that's not true.
So what you would have to do is essentially put all your money into a shell company and then have a white face funding the black flavor you want.
Well, if you think
So
you
make
gotta
it look
do
like
that,
a
that's silly.
philanthropist.
So you're saying
No,
if you're like
This
black,
ain't the
they're just gonna
1960s,
come
bro. You don't have to do that.
try to do something.
Yes, you do. Because like I
We
said,
just gave you a recent example. What do you mean the 1960s?
okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. Solid. So I'm gonna try to explain this, right? So you're trying to expect you expect these billionaires, right? I don't expect shit out of billionaires anyway, especially black billionaires. But you expect black billionaires, right, to start up a business that's already been dominated by people who don't want their ass in the business to thrive. 50 Cent had vitamin water, but he still had to sell that shit off because he got bought out.
Also, you understand, it's not like you're advocating for us to create patents
But why
and special new products. You're asking us to tap into markets that already exist, right?
So you say, I want you to listen to what you're saying, right? Because I'm just gonna say it.
I want you to listen to what you're saying. I'm saying what you're saying back.
I'm saying you're saying there is no space for black people to create their own companies in lane, right? Not to say just hire black.
No, I'm not
Legally,
saying
you
that.
can't do
I'm
that.
not saying
Legally, you can't do that. You can't legally hire 99.9% black staff, right? We know we can't do that, but we understand that you can hire 80%, right? That's still legal, right? So you're saying that there are black people, right, who have the financial fiasco money, right, to buy into a space,
fiasco,
create competition, not necessarily competition, right, but the space to employ 80% of our black people, and they just don't want to do it because
Were
they
you trying to say fiscal money?
That's what I asked you earlier. I was like, if they're setting this business not to make a profit, how long does this business have to be up before it takes a drain and they have to close it because it's not making a profit?
Exactly.
Oh, first of all, let's get something straight, right? Okay. How do
and don't say millionaires can't go broke because we saw what happened to MC Hammer. He went broke.
90% of companies, right, will go red, right? Well, I don't know what the technical terms, but they'll be losing money their first year. Right? That's like 90% of companies, right?
10 years.
You will invest more.
It's 10 years to make a profit is the average.
So when we're talking about something like where
can't they write the loss off on their taxes?
Yeah,
that's not
that, right?
Sure.
So here's one of the biggest products right now that I know there's a space for, right? Selling sheet metal, right? Sheet metal is used in 99% of our daily life that we don't even recognize, right? Selling sheet metal, right? Buying a slitter machine, cutting the sheet metal, making coils, all that shit, bro.
Quick question.
If it's this easy, don't you think white people are also doing this to further muddy the market?
Mexicans and Indians are doing it.
That's my whole fucking point, nigga.
Like, you know how silly that fucking sounds, bro? Because these white people don't have the laws of the layers of oppression that we do have.
Hey, you sound like
right?
Vegeta when Broly first popped up.
Hey, yo, go ahead.
I mean, I get the reference, but how?
And I ain't saying it to be mean. I'm saying
You sounding scary? Is that what you sounding? You sound a little scary?
He said, "How am I believing this? The legendary Super Saiyan."
So what do you got?
But nigga, Vegeta never saw Broly until then. I'm saying we have evidence. Nah,
and
bro.
guess what happened?
Do
Broly
that.
got killed, bro.
Don't do that,
Broly got killed. Broly got killed. So what's
we should just give up and die.
I'm not saying give up and die, but I'm saying how you're speaking is so like you're.
So go. Here's my thing, right? I would rather LeBron start a company, and which he's kind of already done with and fund that money into a school, perhaps, right? I don't care if you hire that many people. Let's get our areas of where we live, where we get educated. Let's get those areas built up. Because one thing they're not going to do is going to allow a company of 80% black people. That's never going to happen. And I'm not saying it.
They do it
but would LeBron start a
Mexican and black is not the same. So
are you trying to tell? So you're saying it's legal for them, but it's not legal for us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's about legality. Because they do shit.
So it's possible that we could do it.
The paper. Solid.
People don't play. People don't play by the laws. People don't play by the laws. That's my whole point.
Solid.
Especially if you're a nigga.
Solid. My point is, when you were talking about franchises, right? As far as like owning gas stations, as far as wait.
We're throwing off the list. We're talking about established business owners.
Okay,
we can't have established fucking business owners because it's not how it fucking works. Because they don't want you to have established businesses.
What
how
about
do you not understand this shit?
This is why I say y'all sound like Vegeta when Broly first popped up.
Tell him.
Can I just say what I was
legally stopping you from starting a business?
Wait, what's stopping us from having like all black people, all
well,
black
there's laws that created
affirmative action, my nigga.
It's not even that
down.
No,
the thing the thing you're missing.
My thing is like, how come when somebody gives an idea, y'all's thing is no, we can't because we black. That's
I'm
like
not
literally
saying
what y'all say every time,
dog. What I was suggesting, right, was back to the franchise.
No,
for the last 30
every time, bro, somebody suggests an idea. Yeah, that's a good idea, but we black.
Hold on.
Damn. Say y'all.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Self-defeatist Negroes.
Because I literally concede into what Solid Gold said as far as franchises. If we were to push for owning franchises that are prevalent,
I mean,
that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking
about.
When you mention Indians and gas stations, right? As far as like Shell and Conoco and shit like that, that's not.
Nigga, they don't own Shell, nigga. I mean, they
own that one station, right?
Let me ask you this question. Right?
Can I just say what I was about to say before you ask me? Hold the question, man. You're not gonna forget.
Go ahead.
So, if we were to push for black people, I'm not talking about the billionaires. I'm not talking about the highly wealthy, but I'm saying if we were to work up, right? Like say, hey, you got this shop in your neighborhood. I need you to work your way up to where you are running that store, right? Where you own that store, right? And we use that as a business practice. We could gain capital at a far faster rate as opposed to relying on a multimillionaire billionaire, right? To take time out of their effort to pursue a business venture such as that, as far as buying machines, buying a warehouse.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Curry. That literally has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. We understand, both understand that that's how that works.
Okay.
We both understand.
Here's my thing, right? You can call you can call what I'm saying defeatist mentality or whatever, but it's shown through history that they don't, in terms of big business, they're not gonna allow anybody to just say, all right, nigga, we're on the block. We have all this shit, right? My thing is we can't just say, all right, LeBron make a big business when when half of his money is white money. Like y'all don't understand half of Jay-Z's money, not even half of that
Kyrie
shit.
couldn't even say, hey, I watched the movie.
What does that have to do with you buying 10 18-wheelers and you putting your trucks in circulation and you having a contract?
Because the bigger businesses can say, nigga, don't sell them trucks, nigga. That's what they can do. Like, I don't know what to tell. Like, I'm trying to tell you. You start off on a smaller level. You don't go to big business.
Little Dirk did it.
You don't go to big. You don't go to big. You don't.
What's your rebuttal to that? Is Little Dirk did it?
That is, yeah. Exactly.
Little Dirk did it, nigga.
Yeah, he has a trucking company.
He has a trucking company. How many black people is he employing?
He does got a truck.
How many black people is he employing?
He got all his homies.
Yeah.
How many black people is he employing?
I'm gonna answer your question.
He got at least a dozen trucks.
But how do they
all
know
his
how
homeboys he put on? And then he has a truck.
How many black people is he employing?
They wouldn't really know.
How many do you want him to employ?
Yeah, that's how that quick.
It says
how many? Enough we can make a fucking impact.
It says he got like 8 or 9. That was
No
in 20.
one company is gonna be able to do that.
8 or 9 trucks.
8 or 9. Okay. 8 or 9. 8 or 9 trucks. Okay. And
that was just from 2021. I don't know.
8 or 9 trucks. All right.
But that's not a lot of trucks, though.
It's not.
That's the point, my nigga.
That's the point. That's the whole point.
That's making millions.
Not really.
I mean, that's a start, isn't it?
His net worth is $3 million. It is a start. Now, I like that start. I don't disagree. That's a great start, right?
One truck.
Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Fair enough.
I'm being funny. We're gonna do real numbers, right? Hey, Lucas, we're gonna use you for an example.
Sounds y'all like it's just never good enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna use you for it.
I'm literally conceding to a smaller.
What's in your bank account? But
why do you hate black people?
Hey, Lucas. Let's educate these people.
Hey, Curry, I think your idea with franchising will work. That's my thing. I think
that's why I think that's far more feasible. People can see that as a tangibility, especially you're saying, yo, these fucking immigrants can own a franchise, a storefront. Why can't
I swear to God, bro, it's just embarrassing.
This shit is crazy. It's the legendary Super
Saiyan. Niggas that can't even.
It's a legendary Super Saiyan. Yo.
I mean, it's all cool and shit. It's all cool shit because
I'm saying a crazy idea.
Yeah, y'all trying to go to big.
Don't even have a goddamn social
y'all trying to go for big business
or a birth certificate.
But that's what I'm saying. Why are we counting on niggas who made it? Like, we already acknowledge that majority of black people have fuck it, I'm gonna get mine mentality, right?
And even then, right? Here's the thing. Big business. My thing is, why would you want to go straight for big business when you can start on a local level?
Exactly.
Because I grew up, right? If my mom, hold on, Solid. God damn. I know you niggas like to talk and shit, but like I said, I grew up around people who are owner and operators of certain big franchises. They own franchise. They were franchisees, right? They own that shit, and they had millions and millions of dollars. If we started there and we stopped worrying about fucking big business because we don't have the capital to be big business yet, Y-E-T, that means we don't have it yet. We can build to be able to start our own shit. We can make our own Walmarts, and once we have that capital, we can do it. But it has to be more than.
And then we can counteract the hegemonies that try to outbuy us because they have far more money than just one nigga with $1 billion. Yes, $1 billion is a lot. But he's gonna be coming to that billion to buy the business, to fund the business, to get the machines, to pay the niggas.
We can't get bought out then. At that point, we can't get bought out.
Exactly. If we have a big enough black ownership and business. So that's why I think us pushing for more franchises across the board would do a lot more than just one nigga buying a business and trying to attack an angle of the market. Because at the end of the day, Charmin is not going to let a nigga sell good toilet paper at the end of the day. You get that, right?
I talk on different platforms, and I'm a firm believer that 99% of Americans are tactile learners, meaning you have to either go through it and see what you're looking at, or it has to be so blatant in your face for you to believe, right, what's going on. Hey, Lucas, I'm going to ask you a question, right?
They don't want to
So
do that.
hold on, real quick, just real quick. I just want to say something real quick. I just looked it up. It says there are approximately 1.4 million black households in America with a net worth of $1 million, over $1 million. So we do have the capital.
For big business, for Walmart's,
for big business,
for Charmin's.
How much do you
Bro,
think?
okay, that's what I'm trying to prove.
What are you talking about?
Now, listen, stop.
You don't need to have you don't need to have the whole pie if you get some of the pie.
Thank you. So,
I'm telling you how to get the whole pie.
But they're going to do big bank, take little bank. As far as no, Lucas, listen though.
You can get.
If we're tapping in enough to somebody's market where we're cutting off like a piece of the pie, they will literally play big bank, little bank on us and shut our whole operation down. You understand that, right?
Exactly, because big business, we're getting a quarter of the pie.
Figure out a way to
that's why I'm saying we should push for franchise ownership, not corporations. Because trying to get into a market as far as supplies and selling something like branding in a sense, yes, that's an opportunity. But why not target something?
Kerry, I want you to identify that this PTS to the 10th power. This is traumatic space syndrome to the 10th power. I want you to identify that, because if not, you will always have the ideology that someone prohibits you from actually making it go. I'm not even on the Brandon Taylor shit. I'm just telling you, right? As long as you got money and you don't have anything prohibited on your background, or you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Tell that to Kyrie. Tell that to Kanye.
Kyrie spoke. Listen, he works for someone. He's an employee.
Bro, I didn't even mention works for someone.
Had a whole brain.
I didn't mention works for someone. Are you serious? Are you serious? You mentioned LeBron James, Jay-Z, and you said you don't work for somebody?
This nigga mentioned Jay-Z and LeBron, but Kyrie works for somebody. You realize LeBron?
You mentioned Shaq, but he doesn't work for somebody.
If someone tells you, shut up.
Let me say something real quick, and y'all can get back. Hold on. Let me say something real quick. Y'all can get back to it. Hey, Lucas, I'm gonna hop out. Punish XO wants to jump in for me, so make sure you put him in.
If you work for
Punish XO,
and I say, hey, I don't want you speaking on this. Be quiet. And I'm the one putting 30 million in your pocket. You shut the fuck up, boy.
No,
that's what you do. Now,
you're proving our point.
Now, if I'm not paying you and you making that 30 million on your own, hell, you got the right to talk whatever you want to.
That's what I'm saying. So how many of those Manny pulled up, right?
On their own? Who's getting paid on their own? What black?
Exactly. How many of those black households that have a 1 million in net worth? How many of those are paid by white dollars versus black dollars?
We splitting here.
Bro, you're never going to get away from having white dollars. I don't know why this is even an argument.
That's my exact point.
Country, you gonna make some white money.
Hey yo.
Right now, when I send a super chat to Lucas, it's got a white man on the front of that motherfucker.
I want to. I'm only gonna be here. Hey yo, can I say something real quick? I'm only gonna be here for 10 minutes, and I'll let Manny or somebody back in. I think one of the problems, and we're seeing it in real time right now, is like the best way I can ever describe it is like too many cooks in the kitchen. When the civil rights movement happened, it wasn't just one idea pushing everything ahead. It was a multitude of different things headed towards one common goal, right? And what I'm seeing right now, what I'm witnessing right now, is people with completely different ideas how to achieve a common goal. So in my mind, what we need is a distribution hub or a distribution center to like compartmentalize what people are good at what and direct them to this person and how to like establish this person. Solid Gold like maybe had some good ideas around, at least I believe, around like pushing or like pressuring our rich or people with money to establish some wealth in our communities. Maybe it doesn't all have to be like this giant corporation shit, and they could get established, in that little hub or that little department. Somebody had an idea about like, how do we build up families? Somebody that can be promoted, right? These are things that would all drive towards the common goal, and we get so lost in talking about what the one fundamental thing is to do that we forget the whole reason any of the shit that happened was because a bunch of people with different ideas moved towards one common goal.
Fair enough. But in a sense, that's why I was saying we should push for franchise owning, right? And management.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, bro. I mean, I can't.
I mean, maybe, but it's I think the thing is to acknowledge first that his idea isn't shitty, and like critique
no
it
one's
in a
saying
way.
it is.
Hold on one second, and push it in a way that actually helps develop
Like,
that
turn
idea.
that shit off in the background,
That's
bro.
why did I not say, yo, like I do concede that, but in the same vein, this is a hump that is persistent. Like
Yeah, and I
hegemonies
don't disagree
exist,
with,
right?
and I don't agree with some of these critiques. Some of these critiques are like, oh, can we compete with these places that will like try to like edge you out, right? And that's something to consider. However, what you do in that place that is like, well, how can we do that? Blah blah blah. We'll be like, well, Solid, I think that's a cool idea, but maybe she was coming at it from this.
But Chad, that's why I brought up the
Al, you got some
franchise
feedback,
because-
bro.
And that's all I'm saying. Like, just being
Chad.
more like purposeful in the way we communicate and the way we like, critique one another.
I
That
was
way
trying
we
to
can
do-
polish people's ideas and not make everything sound so ludicrous. Because from an optics level, somebody outside looking in at us talking right now would say we sound ridiculous. We can't agree on something. We can't come to some common goal, right? That's just my little push or my critique.
I hear you on that, Chad. That's why I was saying I can see with Solid Gold as far as us pushing for ownership, right? But why I was saying we should focus on franchisement is because the day when a billionaire decides to make a brand to say, hey, this is my shit, y'all should sell it, right? We'll own the franchises to then stock our shelves with their shit instead of having to worry about the hedges buying them out.
Yeah, that was my thing. You can't just jump out and say, let me go take the biggest.
That's why I was saying you're trying to sprint when we need to focus on the walk and the crawl.
So solid, JJ, would you disagree with that?
Hell yeah, but I mean, because for the simple fact of this right here, right? They're talking about two different ways to accumulate wealth, right? The first way they were talking about is becoming a small business owner, and within you becoming a small business owner, right? You do things with other people or friends and family to accumulate wealth, right? What I'm speaking, we know that's what happens. What I'm saying is this right here, bro. Listen, there are billionaires and millionaires have the ability to buy a warehouse right now and put slitter machines in that motherfucker and employ black people. They have the ability to do that. If they choose not to, that's okay. But the ability is there. Nothing is stopping them from doing that.
I don't disagree.
So
but
nobody disagrees with
I don't think anybody would disagree with that, right? And I think we should put pressure on our celebrities who have a bunch of money to do that. However, like you just said, if they choose not to, which history has shown a lot of them don't, then we kind of just have to leave them alone and work with what we have, right? And I think,
yeah.
You know what I mean, right? So, sure, maybe you could come have a campaign to push celebrities to do a thing, and maybe black folks kind of socially ostracize those people who don't, and maybe some other people get in line. But you get the ones that will, and then you go down the line of what you can access, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. If I want to design a car, right? I'm probably gonna need a nigga to hey, this is how an engine works. Oh, I'm good with tires. Hey, well, this is the good glass you need. I can't to expect myself, right? To get some since we are fractured as a community, right? Since we are in this boat together as a community, right? That means we all got to work to patch the hole, right? We all got to work together to make the ship sail.
And I'm glad you said that. We are a fractured community, right? And I think, the little thing that we did today is an example of that. And we just have to learn to shoot. Lucas has probably read you've definitely read post-traumatic slave syndrome. And in the book it talks about in Africa, and I'm not saying we just do everything's African do, but they have the phrase of I see you. You know what I mean? And we have to start giving each other that grace and start doing that with one another. So we become unfractured.
I see.
Yeah, just to become unfractured as a community, so we can actually become. Because again, when we think about the civil rights movement, it just wasn't one entity. You had different churches, you had different religions, you had litigators, you had people in education, you had the people on the ground with the trade workers. Everybody kind of worked together. Not everybody liked each other. Malcolm and Martin didn't necessarily get along, but you damn sure in public, Malcolm said, "If you don't deal with Martin, you got to deal with me." You know what I mean? And I think that's the way we got to come at it. Thank y'all.
No,
I totally agree with what Chad said.
Come together.
Hey, Lucas, how about the Republican Party paying, man?
Very nice.
Shit, you saw how many subscribers that nigga had. He was in the millions.
Yeah, he was close, man.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Them people hate Lucas now, man. They feel like he's a traitor.
Oh yeah. Well, they hate, but they still love Luke. They waiting for the one day that he comes home. You know.
Nah, this ain't the dark side. You don't get to come back. Hear me? You don't get to embrace the dark side. But them people hate Lucas. Every time they get the chance.
I'm telling you, there's an obsession with these people. You know for a fact, if Lucas was telling them what they wanted to hear, they would accept that nigga with open arms. All he'd have to say is, "I seen the light, and Jesus told me this." They would accept him with open arms. Lucas, I've been watching your content this whole time. I couldn't wait.
I love you.
They still watch this nigga out of hate. You understand that, right?
Hey, Lucas, can I speak? I'm new to the panel. I'd like to.
Nigga, you a grown man. I'm sorry. You're a grown man.
That's what I was thinking. So,
well, you all were in your conversation. So, no, I didn't want to interrupt you all. You all were in your, back and forth. So I'm that person that I'm usually polite about my stuff. Okay, so let me.
I respect it.
If we're still on that franchise conversation, I'd like to have that conversation, if you don't mind. I'm listening to you all before I popped on, and I'm looking at it where it's like putting the cart before the horse or the horse before, either way, the cart before the horse. And I'm noticing that back in the past, it was talked like the collective and come together and unite. And I don't really see that in 2024. And even in the case of like businesses starting off small, I personally, and I've seen it, I wouldn't start off big. Someone said it in the comments that I had just observed. Even Walmart started off small. Most of these places start off small. McDonald's started off at my young age. They had on their billboard under the Archer sign, a million served. It started off. They would even put it out there. They would put the words 1,000, a million, a billion. They got so big to where they stopped putting that number out there. Now I've seen crazy. McDonald's. It's crazy, right? And look, we're talking about years ago. And then now you even have companies that start off small and they can't even keep their doors open, let alone a franchise with just one store. So we're talking big, and that's why I came in saying, putting the cart before the horse, you start off small. And then you got to think about the people that are in your circle that you go to, that you employ. If it's 1, 2, or 3, you got to look at it as far as trust, honesty. You'll have those same ones that you can't even trust because they're stealing from you. And the word I'm looking for is shrinkage. Shrinkage. They're stealing from the same place that you put them in position, even of management. That's insane. So if we're starting off small, I would start off small. Yeah, exactly. And then we're going to big. We're talking about big? No, start off small and work from there. And once you gain that trust from the outsiders, they will invest in you and decide with their money if they want to help you succeed and grow. You got to think smart.
I thought I was crazy.
Not hard. You're not crazy. You're not insane. We're in here. We see it. We just gotta implement it. Go ahead.
Y'all making it seem like if you buy a warehouse or you lease a warehouse out, right, and you buy a slitter machine, right, and you start selling coils of metal, right, you make it seem like you're starting off just big as hell.
Nigga,
that's not a big company.
Okay.
Like, what do you? I don't understand. Like, if you got 100 people in your
you were talking about toilet paper, right?
That doesn't take a large staff. What are we talking about?
Here's
you were talking about toilet paper, though, right?
That does not take a large staff.
So just run me through. No, hold on, Sal. Hold on, Shadow Clone. Solid gold. Just run me through like how many people, how much rolls of toilet paper would you say would be the goal starting off producing per month in that first year?
If you
example,
you got a business, right? You just got to meet what your quota is, right? So let's say
what would the quota be?
So it's not necessarily about how much toilet paper to sell. It's your quota of
produced, not sold,
right?
Because we're also talking about supply.
Let's keep it simple, right? Let's say your quarterly, right? For that month is $11,000, right? All you gotta do is make your quarterly. That's it. Like, I don't for the life.
But that in itself is thinking small, because I thought the quota, it would be making your quota, but you're not in business just to be in business. You're in business to make money, not just to make a quota. What are we talking about?
Is your production intake. We're not
right, but it still consists of money. You need the money and you want to make the money.
If you're breaking even, you're essentially losing money.
your production quotas. I don't think that. How many people work in production? May I ask that question before we continue this conversation? Nobody? Okay, so when you have a production quota, right? Let's say you make oil barrel drums, right? And your production
I
quota
work production in a factory, by the way.
Yeah. So if you're oil, so you
Nigga, good timing. The fuck?
You say that after the
Nigga, are you lagging? Why was you so delayed?
All he asked
I
if he
don't
works
know.
in a factory. That's all he said.
This nigga came in like Batman with this shit, man. That shit crazy.
Man, yeah, dramatic ass entrance.
If you say, hey,
Mr. Johnny comes 3 seconds later.
if you say I got to make 12,000 oil barrels, right? And you make your
Right.
12,000 oil barrels, that's your product quota. Now, whether you make money, that's all on your sale.
I get what you're saying.
That depends. That's all.
No, I get what he's saying too, but I'll flip the question on you. Let's ask the question: how many people on this panel own a factory? Not just work in one. Do you own a factory? Let's go with that one.
That is what we're talking
Okay.
about.
No, owning one or working in one.
No,
And-
he
and-
was saying
and producing.
Owning. We were talking about owning first.
He
So
wants
Okay.
a
going
millionaire
into
to open up.
Well,
He
I'm
wants
going
a
off of his
millionaire to
question.
open up a
Okay,
factory,
go
a
ahead.
textile factory. He wants somebody to open up this factory, but he also, that's why I asked him the question earlier, are you expecting this company to be a shell company? Because if this company doesn't make a profit, you have to have money in it, some way to keep it alive. And he never answered that question.
First of all, you don't need a shell. Why do you think you gotta get it? So for people who don't know what a shell company is, right? It's a pseudo company under a fake LLC, right? Probably oversourced C's account that you got under a European name or Spanish name and say that they own the company, so that your money can't be tracked and you can't be garnished or your wages are audited. That's what a shell company is, right? So can we stop using that phrase if you don't even know what the fuck it means?
I know what it means. That's why I'm asking you for it.
Why would you need a shell company to lease a warehouse, put a slitter machine in it, and start selling coils of metal? Why would you need
That's why I
because
asked
you'd
the
be
second
saving
question.
money.
You already said that.
What are
You
you
already said that
saving
profit.
money from?
Hold on. You already said that profit is not the goal of this said company. And I asked you, I said, well, how do you expect this? I said, at what point does a million?
I never said
profit's not the goal of the company.
Then,
Where did y'all get that from that?
hold on, time out. I'm not done the question. I said, so if profit is not the goal of the company, the goal is just to start the company and put our people in the work. At what point does the millionaire that you're expecting to do this, at what point does he have to go, well, I'm losing network and I'm not
Because
breaking
you
even?
also have to pay the people. Because
That's what I'm saying.
people to work for low wages.
Absolutely. You need money. Regardless of what the coils cost is either, writing it down, breaking it down with the banks, the borrowers, you need money. You need
Because how are we
money.
going to keep the workforce?
Stop
Because the
running
white
from
man
that.
going to pay them more, right?
We all know you need money to make money. Why are we asking dumbass questions?
Because
you said earlier that
You have people that have money and don't know how to use money and they go out of business is the point. You got people that have money and don't know how to utilize the money and they go out of business because of not being financially educated.
Even then, right? Why are we making a company not to be profitable?
No one's saying that a company is not supposed to be profitable. What are we talking about?
Look,
that's what the law said.
You said we're thinking too big by buying a warehouse, putting a slitter machine in this motherfucker, and selling coils of metal. That's not big.
But that's the reason why I was using that terminology, because by definition, a shell company can also mean you don't have no assets. Assets is making money. If you're just opening the business to lose fucking profit, what else would you call it?
But what's even worse is that we're talking about it and ain't nobody doing it. If it's that easy and that small, how come ain't nobody doing it? Who's doing it? If it's that easy, tell me that. Tell us that, please.
So I'm saying we should focus on building up franchise ownership because we'd have far more control of the block. So, for example, right? Let's say I start there's this place called it shut down, but it's in KC on 31st. It was off the corner of 31st and Jackson almost, and it was called Happy Foods, right? Now, let's say I bought Happy Foods back and I got it up and running and I got hooked up on the supplies, like to be able to fund my grocery store, right? I now have the opportunity to fund some of the restaurants locally near me. I can start, hey, I got these deals on these chickens though. So that's why I'm saying if we focus,
that's another reason why I was asking. That's the reason why I asked the question I was asking, because if you want to even get even more deeper into it, if you start this business, the business that he wants to start, if you run in the red for so long, the IRS could come in and fuck your whole shit up. They could turn your business into a hobby, and therefore everything that you just dumped your money in is null and void. So
that's
what
what
are
I'm
we
saying. We
talking?
should work our way up. We shouldn't. People who are already at the top, they are one. They're already going to have eyes and scrutiny on them, right? Like Jay-Z can't just go to the airport, you know.
Right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna keep listening to this because it don't like the shit that y'all are talking about.
You see how we're not treating you like this? Though? You're treating us as if we're spewing out bullshit.
Like,
We
bro,
are trying to develop this idea that you have, but you're over here. This is a defeatist mentality.
We're really not. I'm not even finna shitcoat shit because you're trying to flip. Okay, that's why I said I wanted to ask Lucas. That's why I said I wanted to show y'all because people are tactile learners, right? And I said he didn't got to tell us how much money he got in the bank account, but I'm just gonna ask Lucas. I said I wanted to ask him how much was the last amount of line of credit he would have been approved for, right? So we understand that Lucas lives in California, right? And he uses this YouTube channel to fund the business ventures that he has. So I wanted to ask him what was the last amount of his line of credit.
I got no line of credit. I'm broke.
And then I wanted to see how much it would have took to rent a warehouse, how much would have been to take to buy a slitter machine, and to get the first materials for a coil machine, right? And it'll show you that it don't take no billions, if not hundreds of millions.
Well, you need somebody to operate that machine, right? But you also have to apply. You have to abide by regulations for that type of business, correct? And you need the land.
You're gonna break the law to get the coil in the goddamn slitter machine.
I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like in having these like.
The problem is what he's saying is not nobody's questioning that it's hard or easy. That's not the question that I was asking. I'm asking because if I'm wrong, let me know if I'm wrong. But it seems like you said money is not profit's not the reason to do this. Blah blah blah. Okay, cool. How long do you expect this to run in the red for?
I never once came out here and stated that
he's saying how long by following this path should we wait until there's a profit turn? That's his question. That's his simple question.
That's where you have the people in place, sales, marketing. That's all.
Right.
You have to fund that.
Hold on. Talking about he's 100% correct. That's why people are asking why you keep talking about textile and toilet tissue if it's not profitable. And then you literally said I'm not talking about profit. So you're contradicting yourself.
It's not profitable.
No, you are contradicting yourself, and you don't even see it.
And you don't, and you're saying we're silly for the. All we're saying is, hey, we like that idea, but we believe that we should build up our people to where that they can be in a more stable position to do so. Because the people who do have the money are already under so much scrutiny and eyes.
What? Okay, so
you agree with that, right?
So I can understand you, right? So just understand you, right? What business do you think a black person could start right now that you feel like he could start with no money?
What?
What business? Because you said that money is important, right? I understand that, right? There are people that you do not. I don't know why you think you gotta have $20 million, $30 million to do this.
Nobody's saying that. I'm literally talking about franchises.
Why do you think that this is hard to get in the business of selling a product or putting a position for people?
Said, okay,
I don't think you understand.
If I said it wrong, I apologize. My nobody's saying it's hard. I'm saying you have to make it make sense. I'll use your toilet paper reference. Let's say LeBron does that, right? I would hope if he was smart enough, he would analyze, well, I'm getting into the toilet paper business. Is it going to turn a profit? Now, if I was wrong about what you said, then I apologize and take that back. But I heard you say, why y'all keep bringing profit? So that's why I asked you, how long do you expect to operate in the red?
We understand that a business has to make profit in order for it to become a successful business. Do we all understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so scrap that. We know that. I am saying.
So you're saying that's a given?
Yes, that's a given. What I'm saying is, this is what I hate about black people, right? We look for every niche. This is no. This is bullshit. We look for every niche.
Going to start saying,
let me finish what I'm saying. You're not gonna let me talk. I'll let y'all talk. We look for every niche to try to destroy what someone's saying. We understand the whole premise of starting a business is to make money.
Tell
Unless
My guy, I'm literally going off of what you said. That's the reason why I asked.
That's the crazy part. Hello,
No,
like
starting a
he acts
business
like we just
is
pull
to
it out
lose
our
money.
ass.
Hey, Lucas, hold on. You've been listening this whole time. Did I one time say that profit is not important?
Yes.
Yes, you did. You said it several times.
Yes.
I said
I didn't hear him
out
say
loud
that.
that
I
profit
did not
is
hear
not
him say
important.
that.
I heard him say
That's why.
okay.
That's why I said if I'm wrong, I will
All right,
apologize if I'm
cool.
wrong. But you said it
I
multiple
said,
times.
why the fuck do we keep talking about profit?
Yeah, he's
If I,
clarifying
That's
right now.
exactly
So
what I
like, I
said.
don't see.
fine,
Yeah,
fine. He,
Not
hey,
one
he didn't mean.
time.
Even if he did say it, he didn't mean it. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Bro, this shit is
Profit is a
crazy.
given.
Stop trying
Profit
to
is a
nitpick
given.
and listen to what I'm saying. All I'm saying is
That's
we
what we were doing.
understand
Listen.
that there are millionaires who have the ability to create spaces for black people to work in.
Why haven't they done it?
Does it but us.
What they have done it, you just don't approve of what they're doing it, and you want them to do it in textiles. But I gave you an example. I said, so
You
you're
don't
telling
have
me
to be
Tyler Perry what he
textile.
did is. So you're telling me what Tyler Perry did? It doesn't matter. He employs the most black people in the film industry in Atlanta. So fuck
That's
what he's doing.
okay. That's
Because
perfect.
it's not because
That's
you don't
one
like it. Fuck
avenue
what
for
he's
us to
doing.
go in. That's okay.
Wait.
Let me say
Sargo
it
said
slowly.
he does support that though.
Let me say it slow. What Tyler Perry did is amazing. Where the
Okay.
rest of them at? I don't want you to say
Wait, hold on. What Tyler Perry did that it didn't cost him $20 or $30 million. Let's start off with that. You know the
Bars.
origins of Tyler Perry, right? With the plays going from city to city,
Bars.
state to state. That did not cost $20 or $30 million.
Bars.
So I'm wondering, why didn't we start off with something small when it comes to franchises? I agree.
That's all I'm
They don't
saying.
take
Can we
20 or
start
30.
from the ground up?
Right.
I like the goal.
$50,000 for to start a business. Don't
Why
invent
can't we
the
do
wheel.
both? Why can't we do
It's
both?
possible, but go ahead.
I believe
You
we
got it.
can do both, but there are long term and short term. Are there not, Manny?
I mean, like it depends, like what the business is.
But Manny, my point, right? He's saying, why don't we press the wealthy to start these businesses, right? I agree with that, but I'm saying that should be supplemental to the first push being us owning franchises that we can see in our everyday life, right? If so, for example, right? There's Lucas loves McDonald's, right? Hold up. Lucas loves McDonald's, right? How would you
McDonald's loves
the
me
world
too.
would be vastly
How would you like if
different,
they're
right?
owned by niggas? How would you like that, Lucas? How would you like
Yeah,
if they're
that's
all
what I'm
owned by
saying.
black people?
If 3 out
That
of
sounds
5
fucking
McDonald's
horrible.
near you was
This nigga.
Horrible.
we doing, bro.
I like my McDonald's ran by white and Latinos.
That's why we can't get no fucking toilet paper because they're gonna say I fuck with Charmin. I want the Bears on my shit. I want bounties. Fuck you, nigga. I don't want your. That is the point. So we have to force.
I think toilet paper was just an example. I don't think we need.
I know.
It's a
That's
shitty
why I
example.
brought up that brand
It's a
as an
shitty
example. I don't. Yes, it's just an example, but there are markets put in place for any product we could tap into.
We gave him that
Hell,
caveat to wiggle out, and he kept harping on textiles and sheet metal.
like nigga, we can make cups, but bitches are still gonna want Stanleys and Yetis and Owalas and shit. Like the whole point is that there are markets put in place, right? So we have to have a backing to support the new brand that comes out. That's why I'm saying we need franchises to have storefronts to put
All right.
the product in.
What about this? A pallet company. Somebody could start a company building pallets, recycling pallets. It's
Okay,
all they got to
fair
do.
enough.
All they got to do is just recycle old pallets.
Okay.
Buy some nail guns, buy some air tanks and stuff like that, and start building pallets and selling and recycling pallets. You know what I'm saying? That's a good business.
I like that idea.
I got a
We
machine
need
right
pallets, right? Because pallets fucking run the world. We can't ship shit
Right.
without pallets and shit. So like it's
I
a simple
totally agree.
business that we could start, that people could start and put other people on. It's just manual labor. It's just
Right.
easy as fuck, you know what I'm saying? And like
It's repeatable. It's a process you can
Good
keep.
idea.
yeah, like when I was working
Now,
at a
Manny.
pallet company, they would turn around, they would buy pallets for like 89 cents, right? And they would turn around, fix them, and sell them for like $5, $10. You know what I'm saying? A pallet.
Manny,
All right, so
I
I'm
agree
looking at
with
the
that.
machine.
Why
the
don't one of
next-
y'all become a drug dealer and then get a rap license and
Hey,
then
Lucas,
become
so
a billionaire like Jay-Z?
Is there any way I can real quick, Lucas?
I can rap. Shit.
Yo.
It's
Hey, Lucas.
I mean, it's right
I know
there.
what an H7 is.
Hey,
But
Lucas. Hey,
honestly, you're right.
Yes, sir.
Is there? I want you to. I just want to pull up something, right, and show them how expensive buying a toilet machine, a machine that makes toilet paper, actually costs, right? I just want to show them so they can say that I ain't.
We don't think a
adding no-
toilet paper machine costs much. That's not.
Huh?
Nobody is saying, "Oh, nigga, I can't afford that." Nobody said that.
Yeah,
So what is the
the
argument?
issue wasn't with the toilet paper machine, nigga. It was the cost
We're
of
talking
operations.
about the product being used. So what Manny was just talking about as far as pallets, right? The concern isn't getting the pallets made or teaching the process. The concern is getting that product sold. Why do I need to buy my pallets from your black ass? Is the question.
If I said this right here, right, LeBron James, right,
It'll be convenience.
Was to start.
Sure, but I'm saying, how do we get to?
Let me finish.
How do we get to there,
That's
Manny?
why there's
Go
no
ahead, talk.
understanding is that we don't listen to each other talk. If I said LeBron James bought a company, right? He bought his LLC, he got everything started, got him a warehouse, he put 3 or 4 lines in, and he's making toilet paper, right? LeBron James would then advertise his product. Why is that not so hard to understand? You start off with how many buyers you can buy. So let's say he gets $80,000, right, of toilet paper bought within the first month, right?
Right.
He distributes that. He distributes he distributes about the cost of about $60,000. So he then has $20,000 to invest or profit off of his company. That's how that works. I don't understand why.
I'll even concede that he's making a profit off the. I'm not concerned about the money to begin with, because, like you said, businesses are designed to make money. It's a given that there's going to be some sort of profit, right? My
So to
concern
answer your question,
is about.
that was
Manny,
directed at me. Basically, with these pallet companies, right? Companies go to more than one pallet company because they know that pallet companies can only produce so much, right? And they need more than what they can produce. So they buy this many from this people, and then they go to another company and then they order this amount. You know what I'm saying? All we got to do is just be the other company that fills in the rest of the order they need.
I hear
And
you,
then,
but Manny,
then you can start then you can start monopolizing on companies like, hey, I'll give you a deal only if you buy pallets through me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I can work with that. Now, Manny, what if we were also working on the back end to work our way up to start running and managing the companies that need the pallets, so we can we can be the enzyme to speed up that process of building your pallet company. That's my point. I totally agree with that idea, right? But we should have people on the inside saying, hey, this is the dude you need to buy the pallets from. It's reliable, it's cheaper. We have to work together, right?
I feel like the message is
Agree.
No, actually, I love that idea. I love that idea. The inside job. I don't care if you have to take them to dinner, rub palms, rub their back.
That's
Get the
all I'm
inside person. Take him out to a meeting. Take him out golfing. Even if you don't know how to golf, you play the role. You fake it till you make it. But get the inside person.
Just like
Hold on. At pallet companies, they got what they call pallet brokers, right? And these people go out to different companies. They wine and dine people, you know what I'm saying? And then they try to get them to buy their pallets. That's how companies do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a salesperson.
But I'm saying you need somebody to relate to from that company to be your, because oftentimes, right? And I'm not even gonna use toilet paper, it's just easy because we all know the brands that are big in that. That's why I was using that. But my whole point is that, Manny, you would have a much better chance. I'm assuming, right? Selling your pallet company to be your services to a black person that can relate to you, right? As opposed to a fully white company. Because more than likely they have their own connections, right? Yes, they might need pallets from this, but like I'm saying, our desire is to get them to go to you.
Manny's idea is good, but I think maybe his idea would work definitely if you kept it on a localized level. I think that would be a great idea.
I mean, at the start, it could grow into a worldwide, but I'm saying it would require us as a community to get behind that from different angles. So we pause on that, but we need to be.
Hell no.
We need to be all throughout the economic structure. That's all I'm getting at. That's all.
But I'm looking at. But let me jump in. I'm looking at it to where it's like, don't just buy. Hold on, don't just buy from me because I'm black. I would like the public to know that I have a good quality product, good pallets, dependable. My service. You know what I mean? My everything has to be like a package deal. Don't just because I'm black and support me. No, because I could have faulty shit. And it'd be like, why did I even buy from you? Oh, because you're black. No, 2024, it's more than that.
Right.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
But that should also
It's
be a part
way
of the
more.
deal. Is I'm not going to
Right.
put myself on the limb to just get Manny's shit. So Manny is going to be producing this at a quality rate, and I'm going to be pushing that because it's quality, and he's working towards a goal with me. So I don't even Solid Gold's original idea, right? Nobody disagrees with that.
Also, if my audio isn't terrible, if he's
You good,
working at a
Batman?
local level,
I am the Nightheader.
yeah, if he's working at a local level, he can deal with people more
Joke miss like
personally.
shit.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Well,
am
that was
Batman.
the whole point of saying that. The locally, it's easier to, I guess, control. That's the word you want to use. You keep everything intact, and then you just go
Yeah.
from there. You go pockets of like localized shit. But I could be wrong.
But either way,
anyway,
you want to outbid your competition. You want to know that palette, the quality, what makes you're literally selling yourself. Either way it goes, you're selling yourself to where it's like, I want you to buy from me. Why? And someone mentioned this. Why should I even buy from you? It's because of this and this and that.
Exactly.
You want to be able to answer all those questions. Don't fidget. Don't stutter. You want to be straight up to be like, this is the reason why I want your business and why I want you to buy from me. Point blank. Don't come in half-assed, regardless of the money, because that person might be able to write a $20 million, I'm exaggerating, dollar check. But if you can't do the basics, then what's the point? Then you're just back to the drawing board. Let me try a different type of business other than a pallet business. You're just going in circles. You got to know
So
your
that's why
business. Know that product.
we need to have black faces pushing quality in every aspect of the economic structure, so that when somebody has a great idea like Manny just had, or somebody wants to come out with toilet paper, we can confirm the quality, and then we can push the quality out to where it's not just us supporting it, all the other people around. It's like, shit, this nigga popping, let me get some of that. So I don't pause. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with the big structure plan. Yes, we need black ownership as far as production. Now, I don't want to be as far as production goes, but we also need a black presence throughout the entire process. Because hell, you can sell the shit and they just keep all your shit in the back. You already sold it to Walmart, but it's not going off the shelves. So yeah, we're not gonna buy as much from you next time. That's my point. So in order to to encourage longevity in the product, right? We have to be there throughout the process. That even comes with like cashiers, like saying, "Hey, what product do you recommend?" Oh, well, I recommend Manny shit. I mean, granted, it's pallets, but I recommend Solid Gold's toilet paper.
Well, in a way, Curry, it sounds to me like you're talking about like old money, like you're talking about like the
Yeah,
white
that's
people. Like
exactly what it is.
wait a minute. Let me just finish this. Like
I agree, though.
like
Yeah.
white people. Like wait a minute. Like white people used to do. Like you got these old ass companies like Arm and Hammer. They never sold their shit to people. I mean, they might have in as when they started to die off, but everybody was aired their shit. You know what I'm saying? They grew up in
They
money
sold
and
the
they
idea.
continued. They sold the idea. But see, what I'm thinking of when I think y'all was talking about it a little bit earlier, when you was talking about people starting shit, and then some big company, white people, come in and want to buy the shit from the black people, and they sell it
Right.
to them, and they get their bag, and they're fine with that. But they don't continue a legacy like Rockefellers or the
Right.
real Rockefeller. You see what I'm saying? That is something that I think is what you're talking about. I could be wrong. I don't know.
No,
But I'm just
completely.
saying.
That's a whole I don't want to say a whole other aspect, but that's another layer on top of that. Because we do need a push for longevity. When people do come to you with a deal, right, you have to have the gall to say no. I see something bigger in the long run.
Hi guys. Okay, can I just jump into this conversation and just mention a few things as I'm listening to you guys? And I'm saying this as a thing that this is what I'm doing with a couple of business people that I know. it's best to just find an underserved market
Is
that
that
is
Oxy
very
African ass?
okay.
Here we
Let's be
go.
respectful, like my guy,
Here we
man.
go
I'm
again.
really no, I know, but like come on.
So,
Anyways,
undercover market or
underserved
right?
market.
My bad.
So finding an underserved market, and when I say underserved, I mean basically it's very competitive or it's highly monopolized, but there's low regulations. You know what I mean? And it is
Okay.
very simple to kind of disrupt that market. So by basically identifying those types of areas, then basically you go in and own that market by basically showcasing why your product is better. Because if you go to a highly competitive market, you're already finding yourself in a situation whereby you're going to lose out one way or the other. You will eventually lose out, not because your product is not great, not because you don't have a good let's say a good service offering. The problem is politics. These people in
Okay,
the
right.
industry know each other and they give each other
Exactly.
business because they
Exactly.
like each other, not because, Curry's got a great business plan. I like his product. No, 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 no. They'll say Curry's a threat. Let's partner up, you and I, and crush him. Because if he gets leverage, he will destroy us. So you are very expensive, but you know what? I'll partner with you. And in future, you're gonna, scratch my back, pause, in a way where it will make me money in the future. But for
I
now,
think that's a.
I need your assistance to
My bad.
crush Curry's business because Curry is a future threat.
Bro, my
And that's
dope.
how they actually usually do it. But if you go to
Right.
an underserved market where let's say there's a lot of competition or nobody cares what's going on there, it's a great breeding ground to do what you guys want, whereby you can build it up and start from local, go regional, go national, you know what I mean? And then eventually international, because you are honing in on what is underserved and you becoming the premier name. And this is how you can get your politics finally embedded in, because this is how you can compound
Right.
your interest. That's my opinion, because
Oxy. I'm
one thing
sorry.
I'll close off. I'll just close off by saying this. One thing I do recognize: it doesn't matter whether you're in America, in Africa, in Europe. Politics plays a huge role in business. And the reason these Rockefellers, like the gentleman was talking about the legacy of Rockefellers, the reason they have sustained themselves is because of politics and the partnerships that they formed, not because their product is better or superior. Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. Thanks.
Oxy,
That's what I
I was
was
gonna
saying.
ask
That's
you.
what I was saying.
Hold on, because I do agree with you. But can you give us an example of an underserved market? Because like I don't. I'm not to say they don't exist. I just can't think of because all
No, I understand.
the
I
one
understand.
solid
So
gold
so
gave
so
toilet paper.
let me make an example. Yeah, let me make an example, right? Okay, I'm not familiar with the American market locally and nationally, as in what is underserved. And America is so big, like I don't know each state what is its needs or whatnot. So I really can't give you an example, but let me make a hypothetical example. Let's say you have a lot of rats in New York City, right? And you have too many rat catchers, or what do you call it, the people that kill rats,
Terminators.
exterminators, right?
Exterminators.
Yes, yes, yes. You have too many exterminators. They are overcharging, poor service. So to me, I would see that as okay. That's an underserved market in the sense of it's easy. The barrier to entry is low. All you need to have is equipment. Maybe the licensing. You just get a license and buy some of the stuff in there. But your service offering is, or should I say, your value proposition in this case would be customer service and efficiency. And by you going there and really concentrating, for example, you do acquisitions, you buy out the small competitors, train them, to turn them over to your side of the way of working, and that's a nice way to also galvanize and gain more market share by buying existing businesses that are small. That's another thing that I think we also underestimate acquisitions. You don't always have to start
Yeah.
from scratch. You know what I mean? So,
Exactly.
so
That's
to
all I'm
me,
saying.
so Kerry, to me, and to me again, like I said, this is not. I know this is not a formal definition, but to me, an underserved market is that thing of there's just there's nothing, there's no one person standing out. It's very busy and it's high cost, and people and the general customers are dissatisfied with service. You know what I mean? That's my viewpoint of what a underserved
I
market
can
is.
I
give
got
you
you. I got you. I understand.
I can give you an
Go ahead.
example of an underserved market, like carpet installation recycling. People who get their carpets done, you know what I'm saying? Like they pull up the carpet and then you got the installation. Well, that installation can be recycled and sold back to companies who make who actually print the carpet layout or the carpet
Okay.
installation layout. Like that's another thing, and that's pretty much free money. Not free money, but like what you do is you talk to the carpet installers, and then you tell them, hey, when you pull up the old installation, just bring it to us. We'll shoot you a few bucks, and then all you got to do is recycle that bitch and sell it to another company.
Got you. Okay.
I
Easy
got
money.
I got an idea. Anyway, well, you could always invent something. You remember the days of the '90s of QVC where they be selling you some bullshit you never thought that you needed. Once you saw it, you thought you needed it. But I'll tell you one thing. When I was a kid, this is in the '80s, when I was like 5 or 6, some shit. I invented the Snuggie in my head. If y'all don't know what the Snuggie is, look it up.
This nigga
But I
here.
did. I invented it. I
In the
thought about it because I
80s.
used to read. Wait a minute. Look, just give me a second. I used to read my comics, and it'd be cold because we didn't have fucking heat in the winter, and I'd be bundled up in the fucking blankets and shit, right? So I'd be like, damn it, I wish there was a way I could have my arms out so I could read my comics and turn the page.
I'm
As if that
fucking
was the only
crying.
way, it'd be like it was a Snuggie. And then that was in the '80s. And then
I
in the
think it was reading
'90s,
the Killing Joke.
you damn right I was. And then in the '90s, I've seen that shit on TV. I've seen on TV bullshit. The Snuggie, da da da, some white lady wearing my design. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I just came in here for the bootyism anyway. But I
Yeah.
enjoyed
Hey,
y'all's
I'll go.
conversation.
just one more thing before I go. I just wanted to say is I appreciate what Solid Gold is coming up with, because he seems very passionate about the manufacturing sector, right? And actually gaining traction there. But I forgot which gentleman was talking about Tyler Perry. To me, it's about not just servicing the going for the underserved markets, but it's also about strategically placing yourselves, right?
Right.
So what I've noticed is if you strategically place yourself. So for example, Curry, let's take you for example. You start off a business, it's grown to a regional business, it's pretty successful. What you do then with your kids or your cousins or friends and family that you trust, you basically form subsidiary companies of sorts, sister
Got you.
companies of sorts, whereby you
Right.
say, you know what, I know the pizza market is overserved. You know what I mean? It's very congested. However, the purpose of me giving you this pizza business, son, is not necessarily to compete, but to more or less have influence. Because I wanna have a
Mm.
partnership with, let's say, Pizza Hut in the long run, because I foresee that Pizza Hut owns, let's say, a coffee company that is very strategic to my main core business. Do you get what I'm
Got you.
saying, guys? So,
Yeah, like if I
because what I,
sell cups and shit, I want
yes,
this coffee company, so I'm gonna get something that Pizza Hut might want in the future. So I'm gonna have
there we
my
go.
son work it up. That's all I'm saying.
Thank,
So if we
yeah,
push for more like smaller scale business owning and ownership and stuff like that, we can have far more leverage and network to where
because
we will
that's what.
have more capital as a group. That's all I'm getting at. Yes,
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
nigga
You're
Jay
right.
Z can do this.
Another thing that black people are slacking on is like getting patents for things. Like if we start putting our names on patents and stuff, there's this one
I
That is
agree with
guy.
that
so
He's
too.
like
true,
his.
Manny.
There's a one guy who's like a billionaire, right? And he all he did was he patented every time you swipe your card. Every time you swipe your credit card at a medical place, he gets paid off of that just because he bought the patent, and and it's under his name. So like,
Many, let me give you a live example of how the power of patenting is important. So during the World Cup in 2010 in my country, there's this particular instrument that it's a noise making instrument. We call it the vuvuzela, right? It is a very famous, very well liked by sports fans, or should I say, soccer fans,
It's like a
specifically
little
soccer
horn,
fans.
loud as
Yes,
shit.
that horn. Yeah, it's very noisy, right?
Yeah.
So it's very famous in Southern Africa, right? So if you go there, it made money, like it made millions, right? However, this particular international tourist who didn't like the sound, he basically realized, oh wait, you don't have an international patent, and an international patent or copyright for it supersedes the national
The
one, and he
national,
bought it,
god
and he
damn.
bought it, and from there on, he said, no more manufacturing of this disgusting piece of
Fucking
sound.
hell.
And he shut down the businesses. There were, because nobody
Yo.
patented in that sense. He killed a whole industry in my country, a mini industry more or less, but he killed it just by doing that. So yeah, that's a fair point, Manny.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, because all in all I'm saying, guys, is the important thing is we need to be more strategic. Because man, I
That's
kid you
all I'm
not, guys.
saying.
Yeah, because not just strategic in the sense of just making money. It's more than just making money. It's about building relationships. Because
Exactly.
one thing I used to have, this mindset, naive mindset. Oh no, if I have the best business plan or the best product, best service offering, best value proposition, I will succeed. I was foolish to think
There's
such that.
haters in the world. They still might not even fuck with you, even if you got the greatest shit in the world.
Exactly.
That's why
And
we need people who can relate to us and value us with our quality product. That's all. That's the entire point. And this is a long process, but this is also a form of how we can tap into reparations and stuff like that. Because once we have, like, I hate to, because I don't want to disrespect to Oxy and limit it to just like Black America. But if we are to be truthful with ourselves, Black people globally have been disenfranchised. Globally.
True. I agree. We agree.
So we.
But can I jump in when you're done? I just want to add something.
I mean, I'm almost. So I'm saying we need to globally push for ownership to build up, because at the end of the day, we already know nobody is going to value and respect where we come from more than us.
Okay, I just wanted to jump in. I like the gentleman that was speaking on the building the relationships, but don't get it misconstrued. I like that part to a certain extent, but keep in mind there's always going to be competition. And the part that you mentioned about money, yes, I agree. On one end, like I agree to disagree. It's not all about money, but it is about money, and it is about relationships. But you're always going to have someone, even on a smaller end, that wants to be involved in your business. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
When it comes to relationships,
you're so right.
Yeah, you'll have that person. Yeah, well, hold on. There will be. Thank you. There will be that one that's like, I want to invest, or how can I be a part? You also mentioned a point that I totally 100% agree on. It's trust. I even mentioned that in my conversation earlier before you jumped on the panel. It's trust. We have it bad when it comes to that, and in the end, we end up empty-handed. Towards, like, I gave most of my trust, all of my trust, I thought, by building relationships that I could, trust this person. At the end of the day, being backstabbed, being bought out by the same person. And look at this. This example that I'm giving you is not even Black. You got Bill Gates and you got Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is no longer with us, but yet we have Bill Jobs. We can't say that between both friends there wasn't any type of competition. Yet they started off in the beginning together, ventured off, successful companies. But at the same time, who wins in the end when it comes to quality? Apple is out there, doing his thing. Bill Gates, you see him investing and going to countries doing his thing with him and his ex-wife or whatever. It's just, I guess, it's a lot. I can never dismiss money. It's not the say all be all, but it plays a major part in the equation. Do you agree?
Money make the world go round.
Go ahead,
We all know that.
What I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just adding on and what you're saying, right? I'm totally agreeing with you. But what I say, what I basically, just to refine what I said initially, is that to me, it's when I'm saying it's not just about the money. Money is very important. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying is the difference between these other groups that are very successful. The pattern that I've noticed is, as much as money is important, But what's more important than that is actually establishing and then reinforcing relationships. Because my guy, I've been to pitch meetings where, without doubt, right, objectively, our value proposition was better. Right, like I'm offering you, my guy, payroll services, this and that, advice, like I'm offering you things that your current service provider ain't giving, and I bet you they're charging you way more. And we, with this service modeling and value proposition we're offering you, I know it's gonna be of value to you. But they come back to us saying, "We love what you're saying, but we feel like we're gonna stick with our current service provider." And then when we do, obviously it's shattering. But when you investigate, okay, what happened here? And then you realize, oh shit, this guy is brother-in-law to the CEO of this company. And you're like, fuck, that's why. That's
now
why
let me
we didn't get it.
let me
You know what I
add.
mean?
I know what you mean, and let me add on to this. Both of you and the gentleman in the group in the panel was discussing patents. The problem that I have, and it doesn't even consist. This goes back to the original conversation we were asking, that it doesn't take 20 or 30 million. You know, all that when the other gentleman was speaking on the franchise or the factory. I'm sorry, the factory. You'll have individuals that'll sit back and find out, even with a patent search, it might cost like less than, a small amount. I don't like it with individuals where they look at it where it's like, that's not a big hill to climb. What, that much for a patent search, and not looking at the long picture, not the long term, not the short term. That's all it costs for just a simple patent search. Do you know and see and realize that some of us won't even cough up the money, even if they have it, to do it? Because they think like, well, what if I lose? Like at the casino, what if I find out that it is an invention out there like that? We won't even invent, and it's not even consistent on this panel saying, I need your money, I need you to invest. It's that inexpensive just to do a simple patent search, and might even have the money and won't even do it. That's the problem I have in certain situations where it's like, look at the long term. Once you find out that it's not on the market with a patent search, now you can go for the gusto and get the patent out there, and then later invest and look for buyers and then blow up from there. There's a problem I have with that.
That go in with ownership. Because if we were to just jump out, hey, nigga, I'm gonna make a patent, I'm gonna make it's like we need to focus on the foundational blocks that we're missing. Because we can all acknowledge, like, hey, there's no product that's sold around the world that's made by a black man that I can just readily, that's a household item. Yes, that's an issue, but we got other issues that have led up to that.
And just to add, just want to also highlight, guys, something that I also noticed is that it has to do with the whole relationship aspect. That's why I'm emphasizing on finding those pockets within the economy where you're realizing you may not like that industry or that market, but it's not about what you like. It's about what can you get out of it, and in the long run, how good that would be for you. Because I think we also, just as Black people generally, just speaking in generally all over the world, there's this a bit of pride with doing, let's say, what we consider quote unquote not glamorous types of industries. Why do you always want to be in tech? Sometimes just being a simple, making sure that the plumbing pipes and or rivets and all these types
A riveter,
of tools.
plumbing, all the trades and stuff like that. Right? Even
Like
brick masonry and stuff.
My guy, in my country, right? There was a shortage of tools. There was a point in times where people were crying, saying, we don't have enough manufacturing of tools. Just to give you an example. So to me, that is something like, okay, why are Black people sitting on this and not doing anything about it? I understand there's a bit more politics involved, perhaps getting a plant, getting manufacturing, because it also helps with manufacturing, the relationship aspect. Because if you have a good relationship, let's say full circle, I have a good relationship with you outside of, let's say, the corporate world, right? But now I'm entering it and I'm saying, hey, you have steel that I need to create these rivets or these tools, right? However, everybody else is charging me, say $100 per kg. I know I'm exaggerating, but I'm just making an example. $100 per ton. However, because I know you, how about you give it to me at like 70? And you be like, that's break even for me. cool, but what am I going to get in the long run? Obviously, you negotiate that aspect. And because of that, you at the end also gain because you have that negotiation of, okay, I'm going to sell it to you cheaper so you can outdo your competitors. And I am actually, and your competitors will still come to me also. And there's so many ways to skin this cat in that sense, as in we need to also think about the suppliers, because there's politics with the suppliers too. It's not just, let's say, the clients that you're going for or the customers, it's also the suppliers.
Right, and best believe I'm going to get something out of it, either by hipping you to some of my other counterparts or my, references. I'm going to get something out of it, even if I don't get a percentage. I'm not just doing it just to be doing it, and I ain't even just talking about the money part. Yeah, right. I'm going to go off of right. I would have a slew of connections, but I'm gonna make sure I get something out of it. Not just, like I said, money, like you mentioned, it ain't all about money, but we're gonna make sure that we both rubbing each other's palms in the end when it's all said and done. I'm gonna come up and you're gonna come up. Right.
Because here's a deal that you can come up with. You can say to me, hey, you know what, Oxy? How about I get 10% share of your company? You see what I mean? Now you got leverage on my company, and now you have incentive to boost me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So by doing all these smaller things, now not only do I have a supplier who's now owning part of my company, but also giving me the product cheaper, making me much better at the market pace. I now can actually grow and actually take some clients, because again, this, like you said, you may have other connections where I can supply those tools to. Let's say you know the CEO, or you familiar with the chairman of Walmart. All of a sudden, I come through, boom, you say, hey, well, Walmart chairman, I know this company that can be actually supply you cheaper. You know what I mean? Like this, that's the thing that I've noticed that we don't.
Let me throw this in there. I gotta jump in on this one. I gotta jump in. And I would love to. I'm gonna make it the deal so sweet to where if it's 10 or 15% that you can't refuse, but you would be foolish to refuse it. Which I've seen that before. That you have some out there to say, oh, 10 or 15. Why can't you do 5? That's the problem that I had. Where it's like I'm giving you a sweet deal, 10 to 15% that I get something out of the deal, but you want to underhand me and say, oh, I want 5%. You know what? Deal is over with. I've got to get something out of it as well. And that's the issue I have. And I've seen it so many times where it's like, you know what? You just shot yourself in the foot. No
that's
deal.
That's why we need to teach business education. We need to push for ownership, but smart ownership. That's it. Because we got to understand, due to the disenfranchisement that we've suffered, right? Unless you bounce a ball good enough and can shoot it, or you got hands and can throw one, you're not about to become a successful, wealthy man overnight. It's gonna take blood, sweat, and tears. It took our ancestors that way more of that for far less. So
and the big thing, sorry, no, finish.
You're good. All I was gonna say is us putting expecting this to be a short-term goal, right? When we have long-term issues to solve for our community is almost asinine, man. Go ahead.
Because exactly that. For me, it's a matter of reintroducing business 101 tactics to our kids, to our people. Because I've noticed, my man, like these other groups that are overtaking us. Forget the fact that they were behind us. They are now overtaking us. Is purely that the method in which they're going through is going, okay, we are short here. Let's influx that particular market or that particular industry or whatever. So if we're realizing we need a lot of, let's say medical researchers, not just doctors, not just specialists, but actual researchers. Because I was speaking to my brother about this. Because my brother's a doctor, right? So him and his wife, his wife is specializing in like family medicine and I think emergency meds. And my brother wants to specialize in neurology. And I've already said to them, listen here, in my country, there's legislation now for the national health insurance. It just passed through. So I'm like, hey, this is a great opportunity to create a research center that is Black-centered, Black-owned, right? Where we will push Black type of medicine and that is focused for Black people around, not just here in the country, but around the world, in the sense of this is a great opportunity to establish ourselves, because a lot of research worldwide, when it comes to Black folk, they really misreport on us, and they misunderstand our women's bodies. They misunderstand Black men's bodies, whether purposely or not, doesn't matter. But the point is, they do harm to us. And this is a great opportunity as people who are skilled in medicine to create that, because we are lacking that. And with this new new legislation, it's going to shake up the whole medical industry, which is a great time to enter the market. So it's those types of things. And also, like I said, I was saying to them, for the purpose of, let's say, normal day-to-day revenue, partner up with a firm, charge them, be they clinic, have an on-site clinic, so we can basically service them. You know what I mean? That is going to be the money that we generate. But with these profits that we're getting here, we're creating a research center. This is what you guys will be doing in that sense, what you studied for, what you're passionate about. This is where I want you guys to produce papers, and your papers and this institute will be the ones that the government cites. And if the government cites you, that means you are now established and you are recognized and you have rapport within the industry, and people will take you seriously. You know what I mean? Now we have political clout, all because of the small thing of, let's just move in the right way. I don't know if you guys are getting me.
No, I'm getting you.
Yeah, I understand.
So
I'm kind of mad that that Solid Gold ain't in this, like, not because like of trying to prove, because there was substance there at the original conversation, right? And my issue was that we weren't having this convo first, because like, yeah, we have, there are countless, I don't want to say countless, but there are more than enough wealthy Black individuals across the world, right, that do have money to change stuff. But it's like, if all they did was just toss their money one direction, everybody in the world know, like, money alone isn't just going to get stuff done. Like, that money can be bought out, can be taken, can be manipulated. It's like, we need a vast network of people, and this is, again, being on code, and that's all the conversation is. So we should start out small, because, like, you not even thinking about, like, language with babies, right? You're not just about to break out the thesaurus and be like, hey, this word mean this word, and this is how you start. It's like, no, we're gonna start out with dada, mama, hi, bye, simple shit, to build up to the complex sentence structures that we use in every day, to where it's natural, where it would be bizarre if we couldn't do this.
I mean, I like the idea of having like a committee and stuff like that, because one thing is that I noticed, like, Black people, we're slow to hop on to like to new opportunities that could yield us a lot of money. Like, I mean, marijuana is getting passed, right? I mean, like, people are pushing to get marijuana passed in certain states. I think these people are pushing, who are pushing for this to get passed, already have their shit lined up for when it does get passed. They can open their business, start making money off of marijuana and stuff like that. And I don't think that, like, we as Black people are doing it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to certain things.
We're doing it, but we're not. We don't have the resources they have, so it's going to take us a little bit longer to get into it. Because they're trying to do that in my area now. They're trying to start that weed dispensary, so they're getting met with opposition.
Hey, Lal, your mic is terrible. Yeah, hey, Lal. Yeah, your mic.
I was about to say.
I picked up what you were putting down. It came in really choppy.
Take your mic out the ice cream machine.
Just to give you an example, right? Oh, sorry, hey, Lal. I just want to say, Lucas and his animation, right? I'm like, here in my country, right? We there's a huge demand, corporations, that is, since I'm in the corporate world here, there's a lot of demand for animation in terms of, tutorial videos, staff recruitment,
get that money, Luke,
and all of that. And they now reverting to AI generated animation, which is terrible, and clunky. And I'm like,
all them years drawing, fucking ways.
Not for the
That's
person
how it works, man.
Nigga, I'm so mad. All my drawing books, man.
That's why a lot of artists are upset right now. But go on.
Oh,
but what I'm saying is, this is a nice opportunity then to.
They're still gonna need somebody to put in the prompts, though. You know.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, it's a
yeah.
great
You still need
opportunity to
creative.
actually now own this market in a sense of, because there's a lot of outsourcing to either AI or to international companies to do the animation for them, or explainer videos for a new product that they're launching. Because now all these companies are going to YouTube or TikTok to basically promote their products or whatever, and they need short snippet, let's say 3-minute videos or 2-minute videos explaining quickly the essential points via animation. Since you don't need to have actors, it's just a matter of having an animator doing the work for you.
Am
And
I
that's
still in
what
the
I'm.
land?
No, you out of Atlantis.
Yeah, you're out
Okay,
of a
all right.
lens. So what I'm saying is, that is a great another opportunity where I've said, hey, we lacking animators generally, never mind black animators. I'm like, guys, this is a great opportunity. Why isn't anybody taking hold of this? Because you can start. A lot of people have this idealized romanticism of, oh no, I just want to create my own show and I want to do this. I'm like, forget that. Start getting bank first, as in do these corporate
Exactly.
gigs. Like you're saying, Curry, start small, bro. Like, you will do your passion eventually, but for now, it's about creating networks. Because when you do want to publish your, let's say, your show, if you actually partnered up with a local broadcaster where you helped with the HR videos, you already have a good rapport to get a good deal with that broadcaster or whoever that you're with. But people have this very narrow-minded view of how business works, and they kind of forget the nuance. Like I said, the layers, like Full Circle was saying, it's not just money, but it's also relationship, and then the suppliers and the client. Forget the other stakeholders, even your own employees. Because another thing that I've noticed is, if I don't know if you guys have noticed with corporate cultures, that there's a huge emphasis on cult mindset of a corporation. Just look at Apple.
Yeah.
Apple is very successful at creating a cult-like mindset.
Yeah.
Even Tesla, right? But all the big corporations have done this now. And whenever you have an employee,
Hell, look at the PS5 Pro.
exactly.
Shit. The fuck?
But what we've noticed is, it's the concept that Japan mastered. Because I don't know how you guys are familiar with how Japanese corporations work, where Toyota, basically, it's a family thing of, if your father, your great grandfather started working for Toyota, chances are you can work for Toyota too. But they created a cult, as in now the whole family is dedicated to Toyota, buying every product, working for them. And I forgot what's the concept called. There is an actual official name, if I'm not mistaken. I was just reading that. Well, it's a hive mind, but there's an actual Japanese term that it sounds fancy when you say it. Yeah, it sounds fancy.
I was not about to guess that.
But the point is, is that it's the cult mindset of not just your employees, not just your suppliers, but your clients at the end, which is what I can say is Apple is a nice example of a cult type mindset.
I just want to say too, when you point out the whole AI situation, that's another thing that we should adapt to and pick up on, right? Because there's still going to need people to. I mean, but they're still going to need people to put in the prompts and stuff like that. But the problem is, we are because the way we do work is always constantly evolving and changing and stuff like that, but we get stuck in this we get stuck in this
John, is that what it's called? Sorry, Manny. Sorry to cut you. Is that what it's called? Groupthink. Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Oh, I found Teaching of Truth, which is
But the thing is, we get stuck in a John Henry mentality, and instead of working with the machine and having the machine make
working
our lives
against.
easier, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're like, no, we're not gonna work. I could do this myself. You know what I'm saying? And we're fucking shooting ourselves in the foot with that mentality.
So yeah, I mean,
can I throw this in? I gotta throw this in. The gentleman mentioned. I'm just jumping in on this one real quick. This not idea, but what was brought up, the Tesla. I'm going back to product again, and anybody can recall, regardless of where you were at that particular time, there was a particular car named by the name of not Tesla. I'm sorry, a car by the name of Saturn. Remember the Saturn vehicles back in the
Yeah,
day?
yeah,
Remember
yeah,
Saturn?
The
yeah.
Saturn car. Okay, you will hardly see those cars. They're probably at a dump somewhere or at a metal
What's not a
spot,
Mercury
being
before a
crushed.
Saturn?
Or yeah, yeah. The Saturns were the car back then. I think in the '90s, but you no longer see a Saturn anywhere. They were cheap, but at the same time, they weren't able to keep up with the times. Like for example, now I mentioned you, or the gentleman mentioned Tesla. Tesla's their name is out there. You won't see them at a gas station. You know what I mean? You know how they get around. You know they got little spots set up where all you see is Teslas lined up. All Tesla cars. Where I'm going with this is that they will eventually be able to evolve to whatever. And with all the money generated, from going to the SpaceX, that's big. So when mentioned that example, well, I wasn't the one that mentioned it. I'm just piggybacking off of that. Is that you want to be able to venture off into other businesses with just that one idea,
Right,
just with Tesla. Because
right.
back then, Tesla, who knew of Tesla? Who even knew about Elon Musk? Who was like, who is this guy? All of a sudden, you saw it, and then the warehouse, and they start making them. Look at you. If there's nowhere you can't find a Tesla or the Tesla trucks. Remember this because they're looking like Lego trucks, Lego vehicles, like the ugly vehicles.
Oh my
But you
God,
look at because they're being
Hold on.
sold.
Just
People are
real quick,
buying them,
though.
and
Tesla
and
did
they
give
make them look
government.
into something. Yeah, go ahead.
You're basically
Just
talking
real
about
quick.
branding.
Tesla did give
Yes.
government back assistance, so like there's that too.
Yes,
Right. But
that is true.
even with that, but even with the government assistance, it's like the man is smart enough to know, even with that assistance, he's not just fondling that government assistance. He's making it into something, and then therefore we'll make it into something else, like I mentioned before, SpaceX and other things. It doesn't matter how long it takes for him to do it,
Also,
even with shooting off
SpaceX.
those rockets.
Just real
Exactly, with
quick.
celebrities or whatever, whoever's got the money, he
Just real
knows what
quick.
he's doing. Go ahead.
SpaceX was also backed by the government too.
It was. But
Yeah, but
the
I think
the point is developing your brand instead of like, yes, you can focus on production of like a easily reproduced product, right? But at the end of the day, if you don't have a brand with a message and a face that sticks to the people that they can believe and get behind, then you're essentially running in mud. So when you really want traction and stuff like that, to where you can branch out to where you're not just selling what, like Salgo was saying, toilet paper. Now you on paper towels, and you also got paper plates, and now you got silverware and shit. It's like you can branch out and make kind of what Oxy was saying earlier,
Right.
subsidy
Right.
companies.
Right.
And not only that, are you seeking out to help other companies outside of yourself, you're also feeding back into your own company to begin with,
and this is
because
how
you
you
have
get
an overarching
And, and,
brand.
and let me jump in here, and not just even though it's backed by the government, I got to add on to what you said. I agree with you, which I'm glad for you throwing that in there. Backed by the government, but where I'm going with this is that he can always branch off. And I mentioned the space
Exactly.
stuff. He can go into he's giving his middle finger, turning up his nose to Disney. So if he decides to go into film movies, there's nothing that this man cannot do. Not just can do, he can't do. So it's
If
about
Elon wanted to develop
starting out small and getting to
election
that level.
machines and shit,
Yeah, yeah.
No,
because
sorry guys.
Keep going.
No, sorry. I just want to interrupt and say
Go
no.
ahead.
The only
Go
reason
ahead.
Elon, in my opinion, I don't want to use Elon Musk per se as a good example, considering there's a lot of corruption in his rise and his sustainability. Because, for example, for him to sustain these government contracts, it's shady. Like I've looked at Elon Musk quite deeply, pause, for the sake of disproving certain, for the purpose of disproving certain attitudes and mindsets.
Oh,
This,
sorry, Oxy.
no, I know, Kari, I know. But what I'm saying is, because for me, is one of my actual thesis that I'm doing actually is on Elon Musk and how a fraud can basically be successful in the eyes of the public due to the ways that
Okay.
they're going about it, and that business is not really what people think it is. Business is another form of socialism in a sense, because I need the favor of this person, the charity, in order to sustain my business and work at it. Like we were mentioning earlier about the whole relationship aspect and how to ensure that we are all together. If one piece of this puzzle is missing, the whole thing falls apart. It is truly a house of cards. Just look at the 2008 credit crisis. That was proof to me, as in it really is a house of cards, because without this aspect holding this other thing, if it falls apart, everything crashes.
I
And
still can't believe Reggie said House of Cards was a slow burn. I'm sorry.
Right. But let me jump in there real quick. I like the part that you said, even with the fraud and whatever's going on with Elon Musk, it still hasn't stopped people from doing business with him and purchasing or buying or
exactly.
being a part of his business. And I'll go even further, even with China. You know how that goes. You look at a product, turn it upside down. It's China. People are still buying the products, purchasing the products, knowing that the products might be crap, falling apart. People are still purchasing, buying,
It's
doing
like,
business
fuck it, China
with
make everything
China.
else.
It's because
With
they've
China.
established themselves. Wait, full
Thank
circle.
you.
It's
Yes.
because
Go
of
ahead.
the thing of
You got it.
they've integrated themselves. It's the part of they've developed the relationship aspect, right? And they reinforce the relationships, because even if through turbulent times, through bad PR, remember Foxconn? We all remember Foxconn, but it's Foxconn rebranded, guys. Foxconn is still there. They just rebranded because of the PR, but like you said, full circle, it doesn't change business. Business always continue. They will always change their colors, they change their names, but the core essence of what it is, it's still there, because they reinforce the relationships, and they did whatever they had to do to sustain the bag and the political influence that comes afterward. Because when you create that big enough bag, this is where you can influence politicians. You can create super PACs with all this additional. And another thing that I found interesting is that when these businesses, when they giving money to super PACs, well, I don't know how it is in America, but in my country, if you give off your money to this particular political party, it is considered donating to a non-profit organization, and that is tax deductible. Interesting. Which is very interesting, is in, see, and they create this self-fulfilling loop of we always benefit no matter what, right? Because that's why I'm saying to you is in we really need to think bigger and really
You took the words out my mouth. We got to think bigger. We talking small. Previously, sir, before you jumped on, starting off small business. As time goes by, you can only do so much of that. You got to think big. You got to be on that level. Literally be on that level. Stop being whatever age you're at. Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta start off small before you go big. That's
But that was my original. We can think big, but we have to take the small actions to build up to the big.
It all plays
Just
into
like
play,
Lucas
guys.
is.
We do start small, but we think big. The point is we always have the roadmap. You know the roadmap to the end.
That's it.
That's all. But we start small.
And look at this. And look at this. And eventually, check this out. Eventually, with the example that we were talking about earlier, you're going to start off small. There's going to be somebody big time that loves your product and says, I need you to produce that many. Can you do that? I'm willing to pay for this amount.
That is a great problem to have in business.
Yes. I've thrown this out to all these other people. I don't know how they found you. They found you through me, through networking, and they want this many. Can you produce? I'm breaking you from that small level, small-minded, which is not a bad thing, but now I'm going to bring you to the big times. You ready for it? The big leagues. And if you ain't ready, you might miss your opportunity. You might.
Full circle, can I say something? So, and I think at the end of the day, we got to start trusting the process, right? Lucas talks about think about going to the gym, right? Your first step of getting in shape, right, is showing up, going to the gym. But then you got to get a schedule. You got to start to eat right. You got to do the right shit. You got to target certain
that
muscle
nigga
groups.
Lucas eat McDonald's, yo.
I mean,
I haven't had McDonald's in a while.
You can count calories and just do a calorie. I don't know what the fuck your health goals are, but if you're doing a calorie deficit, you can eat McDonald's every day.
Yeah. Or if you're
that's just or you're bulky.
That nigga Lucas look like one of them things off of Toy Soldiers.
I don't
go back to
that
Atlantis.
reference.
But the point is,
hey, I just want to say though, I just want to say real quick, I'm about to call it a night. I just wanted to say though,
yeah, we can do final thoughts.
Okay, I know I butt heads with people in here, and I know I may have said some people were had a defeatist mentality. I just want to say that at the end of the day, I just want what's best for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I argue or push back on stuff like that. So I just want everybody to have a
No
good
hard
day.
feelings, man.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? Let's work together and get this accomplished.
No doubt. I'll go next as far as final thoughts. All I'm saying is we gotta treat the black community like we bodybuilding, right? We got our goal, our end goal body, but we also got to take the steps along the way to get them progress photos. So that takes somebody focusing on the diet. That takes somebody focusing on the exercise. We need some focus on the rest days, on the cardio. Hey, we gonna do hit today. We're gonna do heavy low, and we're gonna do push and pull. But it takes us addressing all avenues together as a conglomerate because we were put into this situation together. They didn't just drop off one nigga at a time. Hey, you in this situation now. Good luck. Tell your friends about it. No, they took us in bunches and groups by design to affect us as a group. So it's not this problem. This is a group project, and I know all y'all know in school, in college, whatever the fuck. If part of the group is fucking up, shit is not about to sail smoothly. But that's it. Remember to be a good communicator.
I'll go next. I'll say when you have the opportunity or the opportunity presents itself, don't miss the shot. Like in basketball, when you got the shot, take the shot and trust your first mind. If something tells you to go for it, it could be anything. Go for it. If something's telling you don't do it, don't do it. But trust your instincts, trust your first mind, intuition, whatever you want to call it, whatever you believe in. And don't walk away from your blessings. Sometimes we got it right in front of us, and we sit on it and we misuse it or
I was gonna jump
misconstrue
off,
it.
but you preaching, boy.
We screw it up. So count your blessings because you only get one shot at this life. So you might as well take it. I'm done. Thank you, Lucas.
No problem. Thank you, guys. That's gonna be it, I guess. All right, everyone. Take care. Stay safe. Be amazing. I will catch y'all mañana.